resilience in the fold. Hedge pressure rising, the charts are bold. Daily bands rapping, stories untold. Riding with rockets through your AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Riding with rockets through the AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Treading air, the pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Riding with rockets, scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade, oh, never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with your AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade hold never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Time to read all it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
What's up, everybody? Good morning. Wait a minute. Should be able. There we go. That's much better. What's up, guys? Good morning. Okay, hold on one second. I'm looking for something real quick. Where the heck is it? There it is. Oh, there it is. Okay. What's up, guys? Good morning. Good morning. Let's go. Good morning, friends. Welcome to the stream. Must say, it's a lovely Friday. If you guys are here yesterday, yesterday was an awesome stream as well. I was doing very well for the start of the day, and then I ultimately took a loss towards the end of the day. I got busted on that Trump news. All that market structure looked nice. We broke structure, and then I decided to, for the first time in like, I don't know how many days, flip a short position. It was working very well. And I tried it one more time, and then all of a sudden Trump said something, the market goes, bloop. So part of day trading is that sometimes you're going to be in a position and the market just goes the other way. It was like down 4K at the end of the day. Not that big of a deal. But sucked because I was up 8K at the start of the day. But yeah, so, you know, sometimes it just happens. Part of day trading is dodging that stuff, not being part of it. News is going to come out and move the market very quickly. You just don't want to be part of it. You want to be out on the sidelines as much as possible. Very much so. But when it happens, you just got to know that, okay, it's going against me. Get out of the way quick and just kind of like, all right, no revenge trade, no nothing. It's part of the game, baby. All right, good morning, good morning. What's up? Jessica Kennedy, PB, DWG, Norman Zahi, BB Draw, Simon Deans, J Hicks, Jonathan, Justin, Dems, Mike, Adrix, Jason, Casey, good morning. Gary, Life with 12 Dogs, good morning. Dante Sean, Morristeen, Tony Gold, JTR, Tristoff, David, Other David, ATD, Stu, EK, Sava, Steve, Victor. Good morning, Victor. PZT, Brennan, Cam, Trader 648, Brandon, Lee Media, Victor Kirkin. Good morning. All right, guys. Now ready to get started. All right, first and foremost, do me a favor, you guys. Y'all know the drill. You'll have to do something for me. More chilling. Hit the like button real quick. And then watch some ads. You know how it goes. Just for a couple minutes. All right, let you guys know. We've been working with Funded Next, and I've been looking more and more at their rules. I just passed their eval. I don't have a thing for them up here, but it's code ROCKET. And Funded Next is uncapped payouts and end of the day drawdown, and you keep 100% of your profit split and pass it with 40% consistency. I just passed it on the fourth day. And I get my live account, or my funded account should be today or tomorrow. Funded Next, dude. They're like the next big thing in town. Uncapped payouts. This is what's got everybody buzzing about it. You know the drill. Milk them before they go bankrupt. All right. I want to try to make $1 million payout. It's uncapped. Let's go. Yeah. Rocket scooter. Yeah. This song makes me want to do like jumping jacks. Yeah, it's not like my trainer would be like, come on, you guys ready? Give me 20. Go. Yell at you. When that beat drops. Oh, yeah. Let's get those ZD bands going. 56.24, 57.44 opening smack in the middle. Right here, that's looking pretty solid. $23.71. We saw that gap fill on Nasdaq. We never touched it yesterday. So 23.83 is gap fill on the upside in case it keeps going. We did hit MHP. Hold up. 157. Is that right? So 300 likes. That's the rule. We do our giveaway 11 a.m. Eastern. Giveaway every single day on the stream. Usually somewhere between 2 to 5 prop accounts. Sometimes between like 0 and 5 Rocket Scooter memberships and boot camps. We all give away a ton of stuff here every day. Bump. Okay, so I'm currently up in my Tradeify straight to funded accounts. I'm up $121,000 in profit with these guys. I'm trying to get to about close to $150,000 and $80,000 in payout. One of my accounts, I'm locking in another payout today. They got rid of their payout windows at Tradeify. Amazing. Funded Next also has no payout windows. So after I get my payouts to Tradeify, I'm not going to lie. If I get my 6 Funded Next accounts going, I'm going to be trading only those. Uncapped payouts, it'd be nice. I love Tradeify more than anything. They're like my favorite. But taking payouts in $3,000 chunks every 10 days is like slow payout. But it's easier to get the payouts. But in Funded Next, I'm going to rack up a huge balance and pop it out. That'd be awesome. Hopefully they keep their rules the same. Okay, let's do the morning routine. You guys know the drill. Let's get our monthly hedge pressure up 22,000.0098. Perfect hedge pressure bounce overnight. Did you guys, who here longed off that monthly hedge pressure? We publish this in our Discord every single night. That was, oh God, I set an alarm and I missed it. I wasn't on my computer. I thought about logging on my phone and taking it. S&P 5658. It's right there. You guys, y'all take it. Yeah, on NQ. Beautiful bounce. Y'all love that song. Rocket Scooter, yeah. Okay. All right. So pre-market, we had a little bit of information come through on the job. The jobs data. Jobs data. I'm sorry. I'm thinking yesterday. That's not jobs. Today's not Thursday, Matt. Today is Friday. There's nothing really going on today. A couple of Fed members speaking, but that's basically normal. Woo. Sorry about that. Yeah, so really nothing going on today on the news side. I always double check our pre-market here just to see if there's anything else that we can pay attention to. If you guys haven't seen our new boot camp, next starts on Monday, our training boot camp. We have new statistics coming out, the probability of all of our setups. And let me tell you something. You're going to love it. All conditions back test to a bear market produce this. All conditions, which means it doesn't have to be rational or confluent. The hedge pressure bounces almost 70% of the time. Monthly hedge pressure almost 70% of the time under all conditions, meaning DD band breaks, VIX risk intervals, catalysts, everything. So the all conditions is the lower probability. The perfect condition is the higher probability. This orange line bounces 90% of the time under ideal conditions when all the lights are green. Under non-ideal conditions, it's 70%. We thought it was going to be 60, and it back tested to be closer to 70. So, oh boy, that's awesome. If you guys want to know my trading stats, I'll let you guys know my trading stats every single day. I share my broker statement total performance report. I'm babysitting the same accounts I've been babysitting. Here's what I'm doing. Tradeify. I have 109,000 balance sitting there in that account, and this is my loss from yesterday, 4.2 thousand bucks. I'm running that P&L 109 plus 12,000 payouts from busted accounts. Makes it the 121 you see on the screen. And I've been rocking a 77% win rate with a 2.0 profit factor. When you have a high profit factor and a high win rate, that is a result of having an actual edge in the market. When you beat the market more, I'll even have to have a higher average win, average loss rate. The reason this number is low, when a lot of people hold their winners a lot and then cut their losers short. In a volatile environment, you're not going to be able to have a really high average win to loss trade ratio. I'm letting my high win rate carry me by getting a bunch of base hits. The market zaps you very quick when it's volatile. So your losses are going to be bigger if you're just a person taking a lot of small winning scalps. A loss will be slightly bigger because it's volatile and you got this news-driven market. That's a product of that. And so in this news-driven market, I'm going to have a lot of winning base hits and the occasional somewhat zap. But as you see, my P&L curve is healthily going up, which is what you want to see as a trader. Two different types of traders: high and low win rate traders. To have a high win rate, you must have an edge. There's no other way around it. You're never going to guess the stock market unless you have some kind of edge. The Rocket Scooter, I have an edge. It's very rare you guys are going to see a trader, especially on YouTube, with an edge. None of them have any edge whatsoever. A special thing that works more than half the time is an edge. Statistical edge. You beat the house more than half the time. And it's not luck or small burps of time. People can say, oh, I have 60% or 80% win rate. I have an 80% win rate over the last, 4 or 5 years. It's never not the same. And the only thing that really changes my win to loss ratio. In a nice bull market, that ratio is closer to 2, sometimes 3. In a bear market, it's going to be less than 1 because I'm going to have a lot of winning trades, but they're going to be smaller, in and out quick. Because in bear markets, I'm not like holding for long periods of time. So I'm not letting winners ride. I'm not like cutting losers short. I'm trying to get my base hit. The occasional loser will zap me, but I close it quick. So that's basically what it is. The other kind of trader is one that has a low win rate, but somehow manages to make money by winning really big and losing very small. And it's really hard to control that because you can't control how much you win or lose in the market. That part is random. The market decides that. So in some environments, it's going to be like a buffet. In other environments, you're going to be on the corner begging for crackers. So I am your edge. Let's go. Anyways, so I always share my stats. You guys know I'm a real trader. I'm a live funded trader with a prop firm called ETF. I went live with those guys. My next one's to go live with Tradeify. I'm about to do funded next on the next thing, so I want to try to be the first person to make $1 million with those guys with the uncapped payouts. Oh my God, get it while it lasts. Listen, these new prop firms that show up, you never know how great the amazing rules are going to last. Every single rule they have is perfect. There's zero problems. It's too good to be true. So we know that we need to get our payouts before they, change their rules, because I don't know how they're going to sustain it. But until they do, baby, I'm going to jump in on it. I'm immediately shifting focus. So I got my live account ready to go. I mean, my funded account with those guys ready to go probably tomorrow or today. Some takes like 24 to 48 hours to switch it over on your first time. I had to do the know your customer and all that stuff yesterday. So I only took 40. It's only 40% consistency. So I passed my funded X in 3 days obviously on the fourth day. Pass it. Historic week because Matt shorted twice in a week. I know. And even shorting yesterday was doing pretty okay until I got busted by the Trump news. And again, we broke structure. Yesterday was a great setup for shorts. I mean, it was perfect. When you break monthly hedge pressure, right, there's only about a 10% chance that happens in ideal condition. We have bull market break monthly hedge pressure. So I'm shorting off a monthly hedge pressure and it was working like candy. And then we got the half gap with negative res right here. And I shorted at half gap. And then I intended on just throwing one small short here in one account and then one short here in a couple other accounts because everything was looking worse. And then the market did this and Trump started talking and it did that. I shorted again in a couple other accounts and then all of a sudden it did this. And I was like, oh, fuck it. Then I closed right there. So that just happens. Give me 1 second, guys. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, guys, give me 1 second here. All right, guys, give me 1 second here. I'm going to drop. I forgot to post my stream here on Twitter. Hold up. I'm so glad you guys join us every single morning here at the rocket ship. I don't know. I need a name for headquarters, you guys. Let's think about this, right? Rocket ship sounds kind of normal, but like, where we convene every day, we need a name. Some people call it a church, some people call it a temple. It has a certain name that feels a certain way. Where are we convening every day? At the launch pad. Like I could say, welcome to the launch pad, boys. That's kind of cute and corny. I don't I don't hate it. Ground control, launch pad. Well, I should have like, you know, I should do an intro video. Welcome to the launch pad. T minus 10, 9, 8, and then show like montage clips and everything. 7, and then me like screaming, yeah, I made a trade. I'm the best fucking trader ever. 6, 5, 3, 2, 1, and the stream starts. Sounds kind of cool. Starbase. Degen control. That's what I saw when he said that. The rocket pocket. I kind of like the idea of rocket pocket though. All right, guys, hands in pockets. Grab your rockets. Let's get ready to go. Oh, y'all are too funny. Okay, so greater market. Keep thinking though. I'm listening to you. Let me draw on my screen. So greater market yesterday, DD ratio greater than half. We're probably going to be above MHP again because we are opening relatively flat-ish, if not slightly up. And then the monthly maps are still not bearish from yesterday. So monthly maps, easiest way to read them. I'll give you guys the handout really quick. But yeah, our stats on our tools are backtesting 70% in the bear market under all conditions and 90% under the best conditions. MHP, when you see my orange line on a screen, it is a 90% reversal chance. And then if some of these lights are red or some of these confluence indicators don't agree, it's closer to 70% all conditions. Hedge pressure, 70% all conditions. This was fantastic. Our stuff is better than we thought. So I'm excited about that. The new boot camp will present this data and how to use it. These are my bull setups I look for. You're going to see me longing off of orange, blue, and green lines or trading between these zones. We usually can adjust for volatility and VVIX, but today VVIX is in check. Volatility is in check. We're not going to have any of that today. I'm going to look for zone-to-zone sandwich trades, as we call. These are two of my favorite setups. These are my bigger 2-to-1, 3-to-1, sometimes 5-to-1 trades if we get a good one. And then, of course, the DD bands, which is one of our favorite tools, the green bands, with extra rules on what I do in case we break onto the outside. We are not outside today, so market's pretty nice and clean. 88% of days stay internal to these green bands. They're automatically published once a night by our algorithm. All right, so looking at this, this is, well, let's delete that. So monthly maps, right? What are these? And monthly maps will forecast 3 months into the future. Let me show you guys what this is, make it a little bigger. The monthly maps are a way to look at the options landscape and how it changes in the future, as it gave us a little insight. Monthly maps, monthly maps. Let's go here. Project bootcamp. So in our bootcamp that we do, we give you guys all these handouts and all these setups and all these stats, probabilities, PDFs that go over the stuff. If you guys are curious what our bootcamp is like, I don't know if you guys have ever taken any kind of trading course. Our bootcamp is $20. It's it for 20 days, $1 a day. We give you so much information for $20 because we don't want to sell you a trading course. It's super, super cheap, super free. I'll give you an example. We have PDFs that we give away to you guys, and it's all about probabilistic edge. And this is what our bootcamp is giving you data, like really nice data. The percent of days that are red, the percent of days that recover and rebound. I mean, it's very substantial stuff that we go over. And we give you guys, and again, we're mathematicians here. I'm a mathematician, I'm an engineer, but mathematics is my thing. Everything we give you is in a nice, easy to read handout, all the different actionable pivots that we use with position sizing guidelines at the top, influence indicators used, and monthly map, which is one thing I was digging for. It's 20 days and 20 classes, and we give away a lot of the bootcamp seats, and we start on Monday. We go into everything, how to find market tops and bottoms, commitment of traders, how I call the top and call the bottom, how I call the top in December, I call the bottom in April 9th. This is what I do. I use our monthly maps to call tops and bottoms in the market. Volatility considerations, strong pivots, 90% pivots, pre-market setup, pre-market check, volatility adjustments, and how to beat trader funding programs, which is something I'm known to do. I just jumped into this trader funding world and started milking them of money. It's fucking money that I don't have to risk. It's crazy. All right, so here this works. 4 different checklists on a monthly map where you're trading the changing of the zones over time and the space between them. Okay, I'm gonna put this over here to the side. We're gonna read it together, and the updates every single morning. So today's update on the monthly maps look like this. So where are we trading right now? We're trading in a bull zone over time, which means we are in a bull market. Bulls are buying dips. Don't you feel that happening, right? The map tells you exactly what to expect. If the bottom of the bull zone are sloping down, which you can see they are sloping down over time, it means bulls are accumulating more over this period of time through June. Okay, this bull market is still structured until June. Now, the only thing that's going to change the direction of the bull market is going to be Trump doing something different, like they're going to meet, and then all of a sudden they don't come out with a deal, which is probably going to happen the first meeting, and Wall Street flips out and just sells on that narrative. Then it can change structure, but all things being equal, dips are being bought every day. We've seen that since the reversal back here, right? Okay, next thing, top of bear zone, also sloping down. Bears are exiting positions, meaning they're short squeezing, means every time the market sells, shorts are getting out of the way as well. So you've got a twofold rally. And then the space between the zones, if it's getting bigger or closing up, it hints volatility or not volatility. So as you see, we've got some pretty sizable spaces here, which means there is potential volatility leading up into the end of May and June. What's going on at the end of May? You know, NVIDIA earnings and a ton of stuff. That's QQQ. Let's look at SPY in the same light. Bull, baby. Good, solid, clean bull market. And S&P couldn't be any more bullish. Look at that. Okay. Bull zone, bulls getting stronger, bears getting weaker, and moderate to low volatility. This is the perfect setup for a bull market. So monthly maps are telling you we got a bull market through July. Rocket Scooter is so good at that. Now the structure is bullish. It means I'm buying dips, I'm buying dips, I'm buying dips. Yesterday is the first time I ever even shorted since we've reversed the market on April 9th, April 10th. I was longing every day after that. Inside of there, MHP breaks are great short setups. When the resilience is negative, we were actually destined to sell off yesterday until Trump said, buy stocks now. He did that shit again. And then everybody rushed and jumped in. Now, we did return to where we should have been by the end of the day. But the market structure breaking like it did was alarming because everything was actually turning negative, including the stocks. At this moment in time right here, all three of your confluence indicators on S&P and Nasdaq were negative. So everything was slated to go down. And then Trump created news to push it up. So, you know, it always makes me feel like there's a script in Wall Street everyone follows. Like, Trump, you need to say something now. You know, the major banks are watching structure. We're losing structure. Things are turning bad. Say something. He's like, I got you guys. Now you need to buy stocks. What he said. Market did that. Now, if you chase along here thinking it's another 10% day, you also were silly because I came out and said, probably not a 10% day because they need to meet. And the last time they did their meeting, you know, years ago when they did the same trade war stuff, here's what happens. The market, he threatens trades war, and market dives. Then they say, okay, we're going to get together and meet and talk it out. And the market rallies up until a moment. Then during the meeting, the market gets like choppy because certain things are leaking out. Like, I hear that they're not working out a deal. Yo, I'm on the other side of this room. They're arguing. Somebody says, Chinese official leaked this thing. Deal's not working out. China's about to walk. And then it's like a bunch of bullshit news. The market's going to do this on the day that they're meeting. And then they're going to walk away. I'm going to predict the future. They're going to walk away with no deal. Literally no deal on the first meeting. Why? The two of the world's most stubborn men, neither one of them wants to budge. And Trump's not lifting the 145% tariffs on those goods. And I don't know what he's going to do with the other ones. He has hinted he said he's not negotiating the 145s. Then yesterday he was saying, we will bring down, we're willing to negotiate on some of the tariff levels. So that puts some hope in Wall Street that he's willing to negotiate. Here's the result of the trade war. You guys want to know? Trump's going to fold completely with no tariffs on China because neither one of them is going to budge. At the sake of the stock market, he's going to have to fold completely or put a moderate tariff on them, 10% or 15%. This is what we're going to be ending up doing. Tell me I'm not, you know, I've got a crystal ball. I'm going to predict the future. And in the first meeting after they meet and the market's going to flip around that day, they're not going to come to a conclusion and the market's probably going to just get tired of sitting there. And some other news is going to come out one day, another Fed day or another something, a moderate news event that nobody thinks anything of. The market's going to sell off really hard for a day or two. And then that's your dip to buy if you believe the trade war is going to be resolved, which I do think it will be. So what I'm doing is I'm waiting for the next month as they fight and bicker. The market may take another leg down if the news comes out that says we're not working out a trade deal with China, full force pressure. The bull market ends in a heartbeat. Those tariffs being as high as they are for long periods of time are going to wreck both economies. So can't have that. If they come out with just any shred of hope that they're going to do something together and work out a deal, the market's going to stay the course, probably not rally 10%, on the fact that they say we will make a deal, it's probably still going to just be buy the dip like it was today. Maybe 1% moves yesterday. I've traded the trade war before. It's the same song and dance. There's literally zero different. The best part about it is it's the same story all over again. I have full memory of the last time. And everything happened. That's how I made $50,000 buying options the minute he said, I'm going to lift the tariffs on Europe. I bought 50 grand worth of options and made 50 grand off of it just on that reversal. In a 2-week period is great. No VIX risk interval numbers. Oh, let me let the guys know. Let my team know that. Yeah, we had a. Yeah. Yeah, I'll let them know. We recently had an outage on the table, and he refreshed the process. The VIX numbers come from somewhere else. So thanks for letting me know. We'll have that fixed. I think it was like 3.6. We're again nowhere close to that. So thanks for letting me know that. All right, guys. So trade war stuff. All right, we're opening a bull market today. We're looking for good, nice, clean dips to buy if we can find them. We're looking for bull structure off of these yellow and blue lines, of course, the zones as well. And hi, I'm Matt. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you guys stick around to the stream. Fully transparent. I'm going to tell you guys, you know, nobody on YouTube has an edge. You guys are going to be able to watch somebody has a genuine edge in the market. It's different. Now I'm going to lose, you know, just like any other trader. But the goal is when you win or lose, you're going to have to win or lose with full control on your trades. So I'm going to tell you, every YouTuber out there, every single one of them, I wouldn't watch for a long period of time from trying to learn trading. I would watch them if I like the community or want to be entertained or whatever, but I don't think anybody out there has much edge to teach. Very common application I see. And a lot of these guys are my friends and they're decent traders, but our goal here is to show you an edge in the market. If you like that, then that's what we bring to the table, baby. All right, guys, let's get some rockets in chat. We got to fuel this bull market. Every rocket you type in chat, the market becomes bullish. Usually 5 is the best, but in either case. I have a song that I play. It's also an edge that when you play the song, the market goes up. And without fail, this song makes the market go up. So if you guys need me to rescue the market, you guys just say one thing in chat. Just say the word monkey paw. If you'd like me to pull out the monkey paw, we'll play it one more time. I don't know how many fingers are left on this thing, but you know what? We'll juice it. We'll juice it till it goes. All right, so today we're going to be doing an ETF giveaway. ETF tosses us 3 accounts every Friday. Love those guys. Elite Trader Funding has just revamped the game in the static department. Their static account is better than other people's drawdown account, and it's just as cheap. It's crazy how the prop firms are so hyper competitive now. They're having to make radical changes to their structure. The ETF has a static account with a $2,000 drawdown. It's unheard of in static. By comparison, Apex's is only $625 for 100K. Theirs is $2,000 for a 50K. It's crazy. That is such an easy account to pass, a $2,000 static drawdown. Ridiculous. But hey, they decided that's the way they want to do it. Milk it. Like I say, my goal is to find you guys the deals. Milk it while you can. In our Discord, I did a little write-up yesterday as to why I think each prop firm, what each one of them shines at. So if you guys are looking, if you go into our Discord, you'll always are going to see this. And I'm about to put this on our website as well. You're going to see that we have a bunch of different prop firms you can work with. And I have the reason, their best feature for each one of them. You can read it all, like Fund and Exit, an example. They have uncapped payouts, no monthly fee, no activation fee, no profit split. They got everything you do, and you can DCA those accounts. So go martingale yourself to $1 million payout, guys. Like literally, for practically nothing. It's like while it lasts. I'm immediately switching to these guys. I'm about to get my account today or tomorrow. And again, the new firms always come out with these amazing deals. I'm gonna go out there and make as much money as I can before they change the rules. So TPT, you know, daily immediate payouts and reset fees. Tradeify, best feature. They have a straight to funded account. skip the eval. End of the day drawdown. My funded futures is a solid end of the day account with a great payout structure. On futures desk, they let you set your parameters on your eval. You can do little sliders, and then you go straight into live when you pass. It's like a real prop account. ETF, they have a static account, which is literally the biggest drawdown per dollar spent of any static in the industry. Apex, the best features that they're cheap. So the idea is that you might want to know what's the difference between all of them. And I'm giving you like, these are the different things you want. Apex is a trailing drawdown. ETF static is the best one. My funded futures is end of the day. Things like that. So I have a little write-up for you guys. Ground control to Major Matt. What's up? Daily loss limit is rough. Every end of the day drawdown has a daily loss limit though. That's kind of the what comes with end of the day drawdown. Tradeify has the same thing too. To find an end of the day drawdown without a daily loss limit is rare. Soft reach is totally better too. It helps you get like the 50K account. It wasn't too bad. The loss limit on that was like, let me see what the loss limit was. I passed in 4 days. I won 4 days in a row, and I had a pretty decent run on that. But the loss limit is relative to your gain you need to make is not that bad. It's rough to have a daily loss limit, but all your end of the day drawdowns will always have a daily loss, which is great because it gives you a chance to not blow up your account on the first day. So here's what they do. So this is the new Forex firm that's now huge in futures. We're trying to become huge in futures. So this is the account they have. Daily loss limit was only $1,200. So if you're trying to make $2,500 with a 40% consistency, you're going to be making $800 to $1,000 a day for the most part. And so it's essentially, it's a 1-to-1 particular trade, especially if you're making 800 times 4, that'll get you to way past your maximum loss limit at making 800 per trade and allowing yourself to lose 1,200 on that. That's amazing. To allow yourself to lose more than you win, you can have a risk-reward ratio of 0.75 on that note. So remember, you make 800 a day win and 1,200 a day loss. You don't even need to be 1-to-1 trades to still make it in this account. 800 times 4 is 32. That passes that. And then 800 divided by 1,200 is actually is 0.66. So you can have it, not 0.75, 0.66. So actually is really good to have your daily loss limit, your soft reach doesn't blow up your account to be less than what you need to win, to be more than what you need to win. This gives you a lot of fat to play with. Yeah. Yeah, but also the difference is Funded X has uncapped payouts. You guys, y'all are forgetting the biggest part about it. Uncapped payouts. Uncapped. I can make $50,000 and in the first 30 days take a $25,000 check at any point I want to. Uncapped payouts. That's where the buzz is coming from. That won't be around for a long time. It won't be. That's the point. If there's a store handing out free cupcakes, bro, I'm in line. I'm going to get all the free cupcakes I can. It's Rocket at Funded X, not Rocket Scooter. It's Rocket. That's the whole point, baby. They're giving away, they're handing out free money. And if they're idiots, then I'm going to be the first in line to take away their free money. Everyone denies payouts though. And that's not really that bad though. Everyone out there has denied payouts for the most part, with the exception of Tradeify. They're the only people that hasn't been complaining. And the people that do get denied, all these firms, I'll tell you, I talked to a lot of CEOs of the firms. The denials of payouts are always by people that are cheating the system. It's never denial of legitimate winners. Never. Never. Or else they would get sued or anything like that. It's always cheaters. There's a million ways to cheat a prop firm, and I know what they are, and I know that they deal with a lot of cheaters. There are people that can cheat the system by exploiting the latency in the data feeds. There's all kind of ways people cheat the system. And so they get thrown out, then they're the ones that go complain. My top banner. Oh, my banner at the top. Oh, yeah. I need to update that this weekend. I haven't had time to update this yet. Yeah, I need to do that. Hell yeah, dude. Tyler, you know it won't last long. every single time there's a firm that comes out with awesome rules, you got to get in and milk it while you can. They're going to just change the rules at some point. So we're good with that. Greater market bullish today. So usually payout denials are from cheaters. They're not from legitimate people. If one legitimate person got denied or a legitimate influencer got denied, we would kill. I could, you know, post on social media and would kill that prop firm overnight. So look, you have a large following on Twitter. What does that even mean? How does that have to do with what you're saying? I don't get it. I'll tell you, I know I'm like personal friends with a lot of prop firm CEOs. I talk all the time. I've actually helped prop firms change their rules. I advise them and things like that. So I've worked with tons of prop firms, and for the most part, they deal with so many cheaters. And I don't trust the people on social media that say they got denied unless it's a reputable source. None of my influencer friends or influencer folks in the industry have ever gotten declined a payout from any prop firm they work with. I've never seen it happen once. The bigger guys. I always see people get denied. I've had one firm that I work with show me people, because I was asking them, they show me who got denied and why. And they showed me all the logs, and I'm like, wow, you have a sophisticated way of finding cheaters. Yeah, this person was exploiting data feed latency and high frequency trading and making all this money, making micro scalps of 4 ticks because the data feed was lagging behind the real feed, and that's in our rules not to do so. And then this person goes on social media and then says that we denied their payout and wouldn't tell them why. Why we don't tell them why is because we're not going to tell people how to cheat the system. And you're like, okay, so that's the boat that most of them are in, is that if they tell you why the person got banned, then they'll teach you how they, this guy got banned by counting cards and having a system, and that counting card system allowed them to cheat the system. Oh, really? Let's just educate the public on it. And that's kind of the boat that most of them are in. Okay, MHP 567.5 could be a short setup here. Long setup at the bottom. So we are scalping in between these two ranges. Resiliences are good. Monthly hedge pressure, not so good. So again, this is just like yesterday. Possible MHP short setup from here down to the bottom. Long setup off of there and SPY. So we are trading inside of this range here, QQQ. Who are you talking about denies influencers? I don't even know what you're saying. Who's denying influencers? What are you talking about? Not the prop firms I work with. You guys work with a ton of garbage out there. Y'all are, all these fucking influencers are desperate for fucking affiliate payouts. I'll work with anybody. I only work with the best of the best, dude. So, you know, I don't work with the junk. I do my research before I work with anybody. That's for sure. No, but like you can't throw FUD around about prop firms. You tell me a name, who got denied and what firm. You can't just say, like, that's what I don't like. People just, it's all the rumor mill. Right? Who got denied and what firm? Tell me a name and what firm. I mean, people just spill the rumor mills. And people say I'm friends. Everybody, online friend doesn't count as friends, dude. I have lunch with Matt Leach sometimes. I'm gonna hang out with Brett Simba this summer. Like, you know, these are people like I actually friends with. So a lot of these people that I work with are not shady, right? I don't go out there and work with shady folks. Not here. CFD firms? No, I'm saying you said that somebody got denied. CFD firms solely? Well, I mean, generically, like, and again, this is how rumors get passed. You can't just say somebody got denied payout. I heard this thing one time. Like who? Okay, we're looking for longs out the door on QQQ. If there's a firm and there's a person you know with substantial reputation who got denied a payout, you let me know the names of both the person and the firm right now. and I'll look into it and I won't work with them. Yourself? No. I need somebody that's a substantial person that I can trust their reputation. You're a stranger. I don't know you. No offense. Like somebody that would have a reputation you can trust. That's all I'm saying. I don't know you. Maybe I'll get to know you, bud, but I don't. What I'm saying is like, who would I know? Right. It's always like I know somebody that knew somebody. But if you got denied a payout, which firm did you get denied a payout with? Because I was talking about funded next and you were injecting something about other firms, I guess. I don't know. All right, so I'm waiting for MHP to tap to make a decision. Your MHP resiliences are negative. It's rare to break MHP. About 10% of the days will break through it. Or ideal conditions. Today's ideal conditions. 90% of days should reject off of it. With negative resilience, the rejection potential is high. Any break of this is a push to the upside, to the upper DD band here. Why traders at actual real prop? You're talking about like real prop firms, not these funded firms and futures, like why they trade stocks? That I don't know. It's be part of the firm. Any firm that trades equities over commodities must have part of their strategy. I wouldn't know why they would choose stocks over anything else. It would just be that's the way the firm is designed to trade that kind of stuff. And plus, equities are in a different world than the commodities world, so maybe there's a reason that they choose to do that. Not really sure. So who's the guy, Tyler, whatever, that's talking about which prop firm denied somebody? You said you got denied. Who denied you a payout? If you don't mind, like, let's cap up this conversation, because I was just talking about one prop firm and you said that they get denials of major influencers, and then you said you got denied a payout. And do you have a Twitter account or something? You can plug it really quick. I've never heard of you, so nice to meet you. Oh, okay. You get paid, usually ban you? Oh, okay. Can you show me proof of any of this? I'll hear your story. Look, I'm gonna tell you, like, I know you I mean, I can help. Look, if you ever get fucked around with the prop firm, I can help. Like, I'm seeing the century. I mean, I'm the CEO of a trading platform. These people, are very close with me, so I can go out there and talk to them. Who denied you? I think Capital. Here's now. I've never heard of that company. That's rule number one. You trading with mom and pop shop prop firm that nobody's heard of, and so you got to be careful with who you pick. So I know you said, like, so what you were saying was in the middle of my conversation about funded next. So let me decide if I want to take a short off MHP or not. So it wasn't those guys. So be careful when you say something like that, because I thought you were talking about them. So you're talking about Think Capital. That's okay. Yeah, never even heard of them, so. Well, that sucks that they denied you, bro. Well, I'm not saying there's not shady firms out there, but I do my best to not work with any of the shady ones. Okay. So SPY, we are up at upper DD band or upper MHP on SPY. Let me just take a small, I know this is a little risky of a trade, a little bit of a risky trade, but I'm going to try to take something off of again, below MHP, I usually will take a short when those resilience numbers are negative. Just a small short. From here back down to here. If it does break, it's a big up day on here to DD band. Yeah, Ty, give me a follow, man. I want to chat with you after the stream, though. I'd like to hear your experiences. Nice to meet you, by the way. I didn't know you were like a big dude on Twitter or whatever. Okay, go here. We'll chat, man. Like I'll tell you, like I have inside scoop with a lot of prop firms. I don't just I'm not just social media friends with them. I've worked with a lot of them. I've actually consulted with a lot of the big ones on and a lot of rule changes have come from like our consulting. We work pretty close with prop firms, like closely. And so we can definitely chit chat, man. Yeah, do my stuff is in the description. In the description of the video. All right, one of my accounts I can't trade in because I've locked in a payout, so I don't want to risk not getting paid out today. I'm on my 10th day with one of my accounts, so that account's gonna forever make $189. So that's it. That's all I needed to do was flip the account. So basically, Tradeify got rid of their payout caps, which is pretty nice. So MHP resistant, again, pressing the short button one more time. I'm not really bearish this market, but a structured trade off of here right back to the top of the box is what I'm looking for today. But yeah, like I said, when the firm's rules are too good to be true or whatever, you know, it's like, it's not my problem. It's just like everyone else out there. You know, once you jump into the end of a flurry, you're the last person that buys an NFT or something. You're the sucker that gets in there last. The smarter trader is going to see these rules are too good to be true before everyone else does, and jump in there and milk it first, right? And once the reason if a firm has too good to be true rules and they go under, you know why they'll go under? Because of me. Because of Pat, because of somebody else is going to go out there and milk them for $1 million and they can't pay everyone else out. Well, everyone else is the sucker for jumping in last. That's how I feel. The prop firms have enough money to survive, but if they're going to have like crazy rules that are unsustainable, it takes somebody to unsustain them, and that'll be me. That's how I feel. Okay, there's that nice little pullback from here to here. I do got that trade across the board. We'll take it. Boom, boom, boom. Just that scalp. Just a second. Pretty clean and easy. Scalp right back to open. That's the rule. Right at 9:30. Tap it close. Here back to here. This is I closed my Nasdaqs out. Half of them are in Nasdaq, half of them are in S&P. Nasdaq I closed right when we got here. The S&P I'm still holding on just for another pullback. Looking really solid today. Yeah, Ty, it's awesome, man. It's always good to meet new people, especially people like, you know, in the trading space and building a following, building a brand. I love meeting new people, dude. It's like, especially people that are really hustling out there, really like, you know, actually trading, actually doing the work, actually getting payouts. That's good, man. Congrats to you and all your success. Would you get denied for a single HFT? They got slapped out last in a second once. I know, right? I don't know if a single one happens, but I'll tell you, even during the ETF trading competition, the one that I won, there was a guy that was high frequency trading, and they were doing like, you know, $50,000 of profits a day and stuff. And like ETF was like, they're trying to win this contest and win a free live account by cheating contest. Instead, they had to deny and kick that person out. And it was clearly because I was asking, I was like, how can somebody be making that much money? The market even go anywhere? How are they making like, you know, ridiculous sums of money? And, you know, they were like, yeah, we're already investigating this person and we actually are banning them because they're cheating. I was like, damn. So, you know, I've actually learned about how easy it is to cheat prop firms. Unfortunately, I am the custodian and guardian of thousands of tricks to legitimately cheat the game. And the game has so many holes in it, and that's the problem. And the thing is that a technical person can figure out some holes. It's not trading holes, it's technical. Data feed latency is one of the things. The paper data feed lags behind the real data feed. You can easily scalp that in periods of bigger delay if you have a way to measure that delay, and then you can create a system that just micro scalps the difference in the data feeds. Like, this is why I'm saying cheating. It's a sophisticated way to cheat. Tradeify does have payout caps, by the way, Jesus or Jesus. They have basically, you can only make $80,000 total, and then they move you to live. So right at the close, I'm gonna from here to here, I do that arrow. I'm gonna close out my trade right there, right on the edge, right at the opening part of the day, and we're gonna say boom, $400. All right, I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but by the way, guys, if you're just tuning in, here's my stats with Tradeify. I've been trading with them for like 2 months. 109 plus 12, so 121,000 in payouts with these guys, and a 77% win rate here in this environment. This is my trades for today. This guy is locked in because I've locked in a payout, and I'm just going to be a wuss about it and not risk not getting paid out by dropping below. So the other 4 accounts, I made that short scalp from MHP to open. Did you guys trade at the open? Pretty textbook on that guy. MHP resiliences are negative. We hit MHP from the bottom. 90% rejection chance. Boom, boom, boom. That was super simple, super clean. Now we wait. Point number one, open, orange, open is from the liquidity map right here on the side. Open, orange, open. Boom, boom, boom. Right here. Boom, boom, boom. I traded right back down to the open. The reason I cut at the open is because resilience is greater than 0, and usually the open price is somewhat of support. Res is greater than 0, and then when res is greater than 0, we also get a support from there as well. So today there is actually long setups from hedge pressure. So idealistically, you know, one can take trades on both sides today very easily. What a clean, easy day. It's not bad to put. You know, I was up $8,000 yesterday, and then I lost on that silly Trump chatter. Oh, so sad. So sad. Why don't you trade 20 Apex accounts? Nobody uses Apex anymore. It is a dying brand. I'm telling you. If you want uncapped payouts, Fund and X is the way to go. Apex is, I'm saying dying brand. For us, it's dying brand. There's so many better options than Apex. Trailing drawdown is a scam deluxe. It is designed to be the maximum squeeze of you as a trader. Apex is just cheap, and that's the only thing they have going for them. Good company, nothing wrong with them, but trailing drawdown is a scam. It's like somebody holding their hands behind their back. You ever see it? What was it? National Lampoon's Vegas, and Vegas Vacation, and he's in a casino, and there's a game. They were playing like this cheap casino because he only had like $20 left. He needed to make his fortune back, and the game was like guess a number, and the guy has his hands behind his back, and Clark goes 7, and the guy goes 2, and he goes, fuck, I lost. Like they're absolutely scamming you, you know. But trailing drawdown is like that. It's just a design you're not gonna win it that easily. The best movie, the buffet scene. Yeah, Clark, I'll have some of that. Don't go skippy on that blue stuff there. Oh god. Anyways, but trailing drawdown is the same as intraday drawdown. Yeah, geez, it's the same. And I say it's a scam. I mean, it's just a rule, but it's really like as the market's going up, your drawdown goes with you. And so even if you're making money, you can blow up the account even when you're green. Like, how terrible is that? Or you're trucking along and then Trump tweets something and it does that, and then you're green. And a normal account, you probably wouldn't have flinched. So trailing drawdown busts you 10 times for every time an end of the day drawdown will bust you. It's that easy to blow up. Now, the reason why people love Apex is that they can rack up 100,000. Apex is an influencer prop firm because you can wrap up 100,000 and $500,000, $1 million payouts with Apex because it's uncapped. And that's why they use it, so they can look big on stream. I'm gonna tell you, everybody that got $1 million payout with Apex, for the most part, probably spent hundreds of thousands to get it over time. And then they strike out hundreds of times a week, and then eventually make the big payout. Then they can blast on social media for their brand. Apex is a brand growing scheme. That's everybody who promotes them uses them. We don't promote Apex here because of that. Their rules absolutely suck. I mean, I have a code for them, but I tell you, end of the day drawdowns are better. They're easier to pass. Statics are better. If you get a good drawdown, statics much better. Trailing drawdown it's for newbies who want to pay cheap, and then they get busted really quick. So, but other than that, Apex is a great company. I'm not throwing shade. It's just the design is easier to bust, so cheaper accounts. More expensive accounts, harder to bust. Right? It's easier for you the more that you pay. And as a trader, you know, don't be like, well, let me save $50 by going here instead of there. No, pay a little bit more to have the easiest time. You know, Tradeify straight to funded. These are $550 per account. That's how much I pay with Rocket Scooter code. And I busted a double-digit amount of times, like 20 something times total. That's it, 20. With Apex, dude, I know an influencer that had made over $500,000 payout who busted 4,000 times to get that payout. 4,000 times in PAs. That's what, 150, 100 whatever dollars pop, $150. $60,000 spent. You know. Yeah, with trailing drawdowns, you have to do quick trades. Or what you have to actually do to beat a trailing drawdown is to when the market moves, so you have to have a fixed profit a fixed profit risk and reward ratio. So essentially you can do 1 to 1 or 1.5 1 to trade. So you don't ever hold your winners as they go up. You would trade to a pivot and then that's it. So an example, what I did here was trade here to the pivot. That would have been what I would use in a trailing drawdown. And then from there, I'd be done. I'd have to get another separate trade to trade. So if the market is just running straight up and I have a 10-point stop in ES or 40-point NASDAQ, I'll get 10 points and 40 points and cut the trade because I don't want to play any volatility that could possibly trigger my stop. You're absolutely right. So as soon as you get your run, you got to close quick. So you have to be out of your winners pretty quick in trailing drawdowns. I kind of want to watch Vegas Vacation today. It's been a while. Hey, Mr. Papa Giorgio. Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, it's Nick Papa Giorgio over here. You have to keep your payouts to 3 payouts where it's uncapped. I think so. It's like 3 or something like that. Bullinox. I've heard good things about Bullinox, Kim. I've never used them, though. Andres has learned so much the past couple months with Rocket Scooter and Boot Camp. Just secured another payout with Top Step. Very nice. Very nice. My thoughts about Top Step. Top Step's great. So Top Step is really good. My Funded Futures is really good. Tradeify Growth is really good. They're all end of the day drawdown accounts, right? The difference, and then those, and then Funded X is the new guy in that category. The difference is they are the uncapped payout version of the other 3. So they're all really, really, really good. Yeah, no complaints about Top Step whatsoever. They're the one firm that I don't really know anything about. Like, I don't know Mike Paddock. I mean, I've talked to him a couple times. So I wouldn't say I know him, but I don't know much about the infrastructure. They're kind of like anti-influencer. They have like their little circle and then they don't really like meet up. There's other prop firms out there where you can have hour-long conversations with their CEOs. They're really like ear to the ground with the community. So, but Top Step, nobody I know has ever complained about Top Step. So they're like, you know, S tier status as far as, you know, legitimacy goes. Now, again, the problems people have with Top Step now are the monopolistic reasons that Top Step's trying to create like regulatory organizations, and now they're about to become a broker. By the way, so Top Step, you know, some of the people in Top Step went and got Series 3 licenses, and you saw the writing on the wall. You knew that they had registered. I knew from an inside source from another influencer that they knew that somebody from Top Step had filed and registered with the NFA to become an IB. So Top Step was registering to become a broker, and then now somebody released on social media. There's a LinkedIn picture of somebody that already preemptively published their role at Top Step is the director of brokerage services. So, as you know, it has been leaked that Top Step is about to become a broker. You've heard it here, probably second or third, but it's definitely, the clues are out there. And I knew, you know, last year that Top Step was registering to become an IB. So imagine when you pass and become a funded trader, you become funded with them through their brokerage. So not only do they take a profit split, they also take your commissions. That's the real money maker in this business. And I'd say, why don't they all become brokers? That's a way to make a ton of money and lower their risk fully. You're not a fan of Bottom Step? I'm not a fan in general, because obviously they don't work with us and give us discounts or coupons. Other than that, the firm's great, you know. But I don't like the design of, we're gonna, you know, force people out if they don't follow our rules and not let them use our software. So market pulling back just a little bit longer. We'll watch S&P because that's kind of like where the pivot can be. The blue resilience is the probability that we're going to bounce off a blue here. So right when we get to the bottom, if this blue line is greater than 0, the bounce chance is pretty good. If it's less than 0, the bounce chance is pretty bad. So right now they're both less than 0. So this could be that sell-off day like yesterday. QQQ down to half gap. So yeah, this is pretty decent. Now this might have been the move, but yeah. So short setups today we're paying out pretty decent. That was good. QQQ breaking through monthly hedge pressure. Be careful. QQQ MHP break is irrational. Rejecting off of MHP could be another sell setup off of negative resilience. I can definitely do this on the first green candle that bounces against it. That's about 8 points higher, which is about right there. Just for funsies, the question is, can I just do one more trade? Let me try one on one account. That's it. Anytime we break through MHP, I can short off of MHP to let it fall. Just one. This is betting on, again, market selling. Now, resiliences are hedge pressure resiliences are negative, but half gap resiliences are positive. So let me hit it with one more account. So down here, there's the next scalp is to half gap, and then half gap will likely support. So right here, it's roughly about 30 points in NASDAQ. So the low on this on half gap is probably, it's not going to be low. We need to see conditions deteriorate for me to get anything out. Right about 85 is that support. So this is the second day where structure's threatening to break. MHP breaks are a big deal. And again, it's rare that it happens. So I really like not, anytime I take a trade that it happens, I usually err to the bull side if the bull side looks good. But again, we are weak. And again, I want to take at least one attempt at that. It's very rare that you do break structure and sell. This is just like yesterday. So resilience is deteriorating further right now. While resilience is ticking down, the index is ticking up. We are looking for, if all these lines are negative again, it's going to come down. ED ratio is nice and clean. So I'd like to see the market, like I said, I'm still bullish in general. So we'll see. This is also a really strong long pivot on the bull side. We open above it. So breaking is the rarer case. But I always try to take an attempt on this. Now, again, if I get squeezed, I'll cut out, but let's go, baby. All right, so SPY is looking a little different here. SPY kind of fell a little harder, now is in a kind of like an improving space. The market doesn't want, I'm telling you, the market doesn't want to fall. It doesn't want to break and sell off. It's such a rare event that happens. Get 10% chance. By proxy, let me draw some indicators right here on SPY. This is the bounce off of hedge pressure, the blue. The little thing right here. And the market's going to try to fight to stay afloat. And I'm going to draw by proxy the MHP, which is right up here. It's on the way. I'm going to work out on our next update the conversion from here to futures. I want to be able to have this done. Even though the numbers are going to dance around, I have a conversion model that makes the dancing like a little limited. So for you guys, y'all might be excited to hear that I'm going to try to do the conversion and get all the futures and stuff on one chart for y'all. Yeah, I know y'all are going to love that, baby. Why shorting so much lately? MHP breaks with negative resiliences is bad. And then weekly hedge pressure and monthly hedge pressure resiliences are both negative, which means the stocks are in a negative gamma sort of sense. And while half gap resilience is in decay as well, the stocks that have gapped up are selling off and fading their gaps. So I'm not shorting because I want to short. I'm just following the declining structure of the market. Now, again, it's not the highest probability short to short against MHP on a breakthrough, but I am certainly looking at this in the eyes of the stocks. If it holds hedge pressure and keeps going and conditions improve, then it rallies up to green. So I'm going to be very careful on this one. MHP breaks are kind of rare. This could pop right up to there one more time, you know, because S&P has hedge pressure at the same spot. So once we get there a second time, the question is, what is it going to look like? Oh, damn it, I thought it was an S&P, not NASDAQ. Okay, that's cool. So again, in the same boat here. You tell Trump is telling people you need to buy stocks. So do you guys believe that we're going to get another bombshell news event on Monday? I think we could get something crazy. I don't know what it has to do with the stock market, though. We were talking yesterday on the stream, trying to like deduce what he was talking about. What's the rumor? What's the consensus of what he's going to do? He said it has nothing to do with tariffs. Some people are saying crypto. Some people are saying get rid of the IRS. Some people are saying he's going to get hair implants. Who knows? Range level day. Yeah, probably. Do 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 do. Yeah, I'm just building resistance shorts in this range off of MHP. QQQ bounced off of MHP as it overshot and came through. If we lose it one more time, it's a short setup. So while I'm in it with drawdown, if conditions get better, I'll get out of the way. Or one more big scalp off of this. Level play range day. Yep. I'm watching some of the conditions improve on at least stocks and half gap, but we're watching when we return to monthly hedge pressure a second time on S&P, we're going to see what the if the indicators improved or not. So it's rare to break. So essentially there's, it's 10% that we break, 90% that we reject. So originally when I shorted off of that was rejection chance. And then NASDAQ is also pushing from the same direction. So it should be like just like yesterday. Let's see what we get here. All right. One more at the top here. Watching this one SPY. NASDAQ is good there as well. Some of the stocks are moving off of their half gap, so we did have a push there. Let's look at the sectors really quick. SPY. So nice even spread. Staples are down. Tech is up. Energy's up. MHP break on energy. It's just hard to think that the market is going to sell off leading up into the event on Monday that Trump is announcing. But I think it's also the obvious trade to chase along into that. So I'm still just scalping the ranges. Now I did get a little squeeze trying to chase the NASDAQ in this one account here, but we'll see if we can't get a second play off of the same spot here. Now conditions have slightly improved on resiliences. That's probably bad for a short setup. And it's rare. You guys will know it's rare that I'm shorting, and y'all will know that. Now I'm not convinced that the short setup is a good one. So I'll be willing to try to walk away from this. So I was betting on conditions kind of not being good, and conditions just got better. So now I'm getting squeezed from the stock side. Probably on the next little dip, I'll probably reevaluate my life here. So already I know I'm on the wrong side of the trade, but I might get lucky if the stocks turn right back down. Maybe a quickie little green candle to scare everybody. And then maybe follow it from there. If I get red, I'll be happy with red too. This is moving up while this is moving down. It's not a sign of reversal, unfortunately. So I'm already trying to plan my exit here. What I want to do. A break of 5709 or this level right here, pretty big R&R to the upside. So I'll be ready to flip to the other side if we do have an MHP break to the upside. There's that little green looking for there. People are still jumping into the stocks. So yeah, good setup off a half gap, and then of course just rallying right back up to the top. I was a little over eager betting on like kind of downside pressure, I guess. Loving it. There we go. Oh, the indicators are back to being negative again. Pretty decent. Should I close out at a loss though? Or should I stick to my guns here? Again, this is on the edge of being good. I don't see it getting worse. Yeah. Should I just choose a smaller loss? It's still kind of flip-flopping here. Still negative. Yeah, let me think about it. It's still negative. Half cap is okay. So basically, we have two competing indicators. You guys are just shooting in the rocket scooter. Let me show you what we're dealing with today. So the QQQ has really strong support off of this, but S&P has really strong resistance off of that. So basically, you have upward pressure in tech and other things, and you have downward pressure in everything else. So who usually wins is that when things are kind of like push and pull, usually the bull side wins. It's very rarely the market falls apart. With the resistance pressure on the S&P and the support pressure on NASDAQ kind of in the same area. Okay, but then now you have other competing indicators. You have the desire of the market to sustain its gap up, which is support off of this half gap here, is that white line. The negative orange line is resistance from there. So again, you have the stocks pushing down on the monthly basis and supporting on a daily basis in both directions. So the stock wants to push this way, but the overall monthly structure is going to be resistance to that movement, which is why it's resisting. And the question is the daily pressure going to pop through that monthly pressure that's down? These indicators are helping me understand the direction of the stocks themselves. This is the sum of the stocks. The orange is for the orange, the blue is for the blue. When you go draw up here on your charts, you can see something. The blue is negative, so it tells you that more stocks are actually doing that. And relative to the S&P, it's going to also hedge in the direction of the stocks more often than it doesn't. The orange is negative, so there's resistance from there. That's why I'm taking this leg of the short, because of that. Now, the question is, are more and more stocks going to pick up that momentum from their hedging? And with this negative resilience, which is the orange one, the orange is expected to likely resist more than it is expected to break to the upside. That does make sense to you guys. Apple not picking up some love. So that's what I'm waiting for here today. QQQ, but QQQ is still nice and clean. I'm like, if this was looking worse, if the conditions were worse, I would actually add to my position right here, but I'm not going to just yet. Conditions are actually getting slightly better as the index monthly hedge pressure resilience is slightly better. Apple's got resistance there as well, so. Overnight high then sell? Where's that overnight high? Oh yeah, up here. We also have a gap fill in QQQ that's nearby. Bum, 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 bum. I hate this kind of like choppy pattern. It's like the market is picking up very little momentum and it's going to probably flip-flop a bunch. So we'll see. We'll see what we get out of this one. The second attempt at a sell from here on that. So I'm watching SPY because that's where the only resistance is today. And if you guys know, we color code our indicators to make it a little bit easier to follow them. The white indicator indicates support from here and support from here. So they're all pointing different directions. So there's going to be plenty of scalps throughout this whole day. Res greater than 0. And then we have weekly res, which is this one, less than 0. Then we have monthly res. So this is based on the gapping principle. These two are based on options. Bum, 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 bum. Give me some of that short impression. There we go. Come on, baby. I mesh, yeah, you can see my trades on the right side of my screen. Meta and MHP. Oh yeah, thanks for letting me know. So again, Scalp City today. No improving conditions on the resilience side of things. Now again, we're getting right close to that support on QQQ side again. Right at hedge pressure. So QQQ is telling a different story. That QQQ has a weak support here, but it is still bullish. So it's going to bounce a little bit. But I'm still going to err to the side of watching the S&P today because I think that's the more crucial of the pivots. I'm still holding on to my guns. Like I said, I'm just hanging into this range. If we break MHP, it's going to fall pretty quick. So... two of my accounts made exactly the same amount of money. It's so funny. Okay, hold up. Two of the accounts have made $1,072 and 72 cents. I grabbed as we hit the top. I still short another accounts just to scalp. But the original one, the one that's in the most drawdown is this one. All the other accounts are up. So this is just the chase account I took on that one, and then once we tapped the top, I added some more. Monthly hedge pressure is the maximum gamma exposure of market makers with monthly options. It is a pivot that pivots 90% of the time. It stays on the same side under ideal conditions. Only 10% chance we break. It is one of the rock solid pivots that I use. It gives me my win rate, 75%. So if you guys are just tuning in, you guys ever seen my win rate before? I'll show it to you. I always like to show my stats. This is me and my Tradeify, 2 months worth of work in my Tradeify account. I trade a 77% win rate. I've made 109 plus 12, so 121,000 total with these guys with a 2.0 profit factor. And I share all my trades live so you guys can watch everything I do. These 2 pivots that I'm using right here, hedge pressures, are off of this cheat sheet. Let me show it to you. And these are statistics from our back test. And even this is the bear market statistics, but we stay on the same side of blue and the same side of orange roughly 70% of the time under the worst conditions. Under the best conditions, this is actually a 90%, and this is an 80% pivot. Today is the best conditions. So 90% probability that we don't break through it and go. That's why I'm shorting against it. I'm really a bull in this market, but I got to follow what the market's doing. You know, I can't go in there with my bias. I got to follow what it is. And monthly resilience just took a tiny little leg down. If you see the orange line right here. So what we do is we have really strong gamma exposure levels in both the S&P and NASDAQ. And I use my futures to trade against it. And then what we look at is the basket of stocks to go with it. These lines are the sum of what all the stocks are doing relative to their own same position. So like example, Apple, if you go here, Apple has the same orange, blue, and white lines. Apple is below its hedge pressure. It's below its monthly hedge. So these are weekly and monthly options. Apple is getting that resistance off of those levels. Apple now adds to the seesaw to the resistance side. So we look at the sum of all the market cap and whether the market cap is above or below in the stocks. And the stocks getting gamma squeezed to the downside or selling with negative hedge. I call it negative and positive hedging. When negative hedging means short hedging or adding shorts to balance their books out, balance out their hedges, creates shorting pressure. And if the market cap is tilted to the downside, it's more likely that you're going to resist on the index side. So essentially, it's like watching what are all the stocks doing? If the stocks are selling off, it's a clue that the index is going to sell off, right? So that's why the short trade is a powerful trade today, if you follow. So these lines at the bottom are watching what all the stocks are doing at one time. And right now, the question is the index going to rally? And the index can rally on its own despite what the stocks are doing. But we have the upward pressure from the stocks filling their gaps to the upside, but we have the overall weekly and monthly hedging bringing the stocks down. So this might actually pop out a little bit more red from here. You like it? Okay, cool. Yeah, so as a futures trader, and I'm trading the index, I'm going to have my futures pivots. That's what you see on the screen. But I'm also going to have, what are some other clues that I have? Well, what is SPY doing? If I'm trading S&P or NASDAQ, what's SPY and QQQ doing? They have their own option structure. What about the stocks and the index? So I'm watching the ETFs, the stocks, and futures all at the same time. And it gives me a little bit more edge than just trying to guess what the index is doing, futures based on their own pivots, right? You want to look for clues everywhere. The clue here was that the stocks started selling off and are getting that negative hedging pressure on them, that short hedging pressure. And therefore, as the index is rallying, I don't trust the rally and I'm short. And that makes sense, right? Yo, what's up, guys? All right. And so if you guys want to learn about what it is we do, here's a shameless plug for our $1 class you can come to. We have a boot camp that we do. It's 20 days for 20 bucks. It starts on Monday and we train you guys on all of this. It's the biggest thing we do here. Everyone gets super pumped and excited about the boot camp. You can read the reviews. I'll show you on the screen. There's millions of people. I say not millions, but been doing it for 8 months. And these are all the reviews from all the customers. Literally, there's not a single bad review about the boot camp. And it's entire and what it teaches for 20 bucks for 20 days. And what we do is we go through and teach you monthly hedge pressure, what they do, the probabilities that go with each one of these, and the actual backtest results of the strategy and system that we teach. So the link is here. There are people that say have taken it, and I said we don't try to make it a boot camp or a trading course for trying to make thousands of dollars. There's no extra charge. There's no this is the boot camp, but you got to pay more. Everything is 20 bucks, and that's it. It's practically free. So Meta already lost some HP. Yeah. Can we do this at 5:30 Eastern? Yeah, you can, because we start at 3 Eastern. But the classes are recorded, so you can watch them like at any given time. So it's not Monkey. It's not just the number of stocks that are above. It's actually the percent market cap that's above. So it's what you said, but we also market cap weighted if it's a market cap weighted index. So the S&P, what it's telling you is that the majority of the market cap of the stocks are actually being hedged with shorts against the monthly options exposure. The weekly is the blue, and so all weekly options, your Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday options that aren't monthlies are roped up into the blue. So this is the total market cap. So it's actually sensitive to market cap, just like the index is. Does that make sense? Finally breaking even on this trade. Jesus. Oh my God. Conditions and stocks are taking a nosedive, as we're seeing right here. Those indicators are all popping negative. Nasdaq resilience is now negative. And I'm glad I hung on, baby. Boy, am I glad I hung on to that. Couldn't complain a little more than that. I love when I'm right. Ooh. Oh my word. Oh my word. Now should I just close out flat because the universe gave me some love, or should I hang on to, should I? That's my Christoph Waltz movement. That's from Inglourious Bastards, where he's just like, y'all seen the meme, right? Okay, now we're at hedge pressure, which is that second pivot. Now the question is, do I want to hang on to this or just close it? Close it with something or hang on to half gap. Let's hang on to half gap. You guys know the meme, right? Well, I can't show the picture of it on YouTube because he's wearing a Nazi outfit. It's from Inglourious Bastards. But you've all seen the meme. His little. He played the perfect villain. Oh my God, that was like one of the best movie villains in the history of movie villains. In my opinion, I would think that's Quentin Tarantino's best film, but people would disagree. The tension in that movie was so fucking high. I was like freaking out while I watched it. I know Django Unchained got a lot of the awards, but I always thought Inglourious Bastards was just like, it was, all his films are always kind of like that goofy, kind of like extra gory, anime style comic book Western sort of feel. But like Inglourious Bastards was like tension, dude. I felt it. I was like uneasy when I watched it. Kind of like when I watched No Country for Old Men. It was just like I was uneasy while I watched the movie. The tension was just like too much. Now we are at the strong pivot. Now I did get the universe throw me a bone. I could hold, again, this is the same trade 2 times in a row. MHP break a second time to half gap is what we're looking for. And then down here, as the resilience numbers are pushing negative, filling the gap is the appropriate pivot. So let me go ahead and restructure this to show what this is looking for. Now again, I'm still, MRES is here. 90% of days will pull back. We have hedge pressure, resilience in general being negative is a gap fill to here. Weekly res less than 0 goes to fill the gap. From here is about maybe 40 or so more points lower, maybe 50 points. Hold on, wait, 58. 0.64, 24 points lower from here. So right at about 24 is like 70, give or take. Yeah. I think 65, I think, for the gap fill. No Country for Old Men. Oh, dude, no, that's like those 2 villains are by far like 2 of the best villains in like movie history. I'm telling you. No Country for Old Men. Oh God, that was it's a tension. It was just like both very good actors. The first time when I saw that movie and I saw Javier Bardem with this like goofy bowl cut, I was like, really, what is this corny ass movie? But then when he started showing like his true psychopathic side, if you haven't seen No Country for Old Men, be ready for a really slow, very tense, crazy thriller. It will fuck your head up for sure. You'll like go to bed scared. It's good. It's a really good movie. It's Coen Brothers' best film. And I'm a huge Coen Brothers fan. I've seen all their movies. I'm going to fill the gap and take the profit. The cattle gun made you feel uneasy? Yeah, no. God. Ugh. Let's see, we get that little quick gap fill. Come on. One more red candle. We're actually supporting at half gap, but negative res is likely to break. But S&Ps is still right on the edge, so I'm going to be kind of a wuss and just take profit. Come on, give me one more red candle. I'll take profit. I'm glad I held through this. I know I'm getting like 1-to-1 on this drawdown here, but a little bit more, baby. Come on, a little bit more. Give me 700 at least. The S&P is not deteriorating as fast as the NASDAQ is, though. All right, I'll take it. On the gap fill. Let's go. Fill the gap. Fill the gap. Fill the gap. Okay, good. All right. Close out all my accounts. We're done. Pretty solid on that, boys. Get some rockets in chat. Let's go. Ooh. Another day, winning day. Made back my losses from yesterday. That's pretty good. Again, this account has to stay at 189 because I've locked in payout. That account gets paid out today, so I don't want to risk like having to not get my payout. So that's another 3K from Tradeify. I take it out in 3K chunks. They don't have payout windows anymore, which is really nice. But there we go. That's a pretty solid day. 4,400 bucks. Not a bad deal. I was sweating a little bit, but as you guys know, as I tell you my position management strategy, I use the accounts to DCA. Super simple. Like basically, when we fell and broke through MHP on NASDAQ, I shorted with just one account on screen. And as we went right back up to here, I shorted in the rest of them. And then as we fell back down to here, I took profit in all of them. And then I probably closed this one a little early, but that's okay. Our intuition was pretty good today on the short side setups. And it's very rare. I push the short button like 1 out of 10 times. The gap fill on NASDAQ, I actually am a little off on this because I did my calculations wrong. I'm such an idiot because it's another 40 points lower than I calculated. So I'm just realizing the error in my calcs. This is the gap fill right here. Silly me. So this is it. I should have taken profit here. That's it. That's the gap fill. 56, not 86. And actually, that's just an estimate because now QQQ is, wait, 0.5 to 0.3, 8 points lower from here. So actually it's 42 now. That's why these numbers dance around. So that's the gap fill. If I were short and I were still short, I'd be closing my short right here and calling it a day. Oh, we do so good here. Oh, we do so good here. I've shorted. Is it? Did I short 3 days in a row? Wait, did I short 2 days ago as well? Really? I forgot what happened Wednesday. I'm getting old. My brain don't work no more. Shit, look at this market selling off. Woo. All right, anybody here get caught up in the long with the negative deteriorating resilience numbers? Resilience is bae, dude. This is like, people say resilience is never wrong. It's like the saying around here because it tells you what the stocks are doing. Did you guys have fun? Did I take a couple short scalps on Wednesday? Oh yeah. Hey man, that's a great play. This momentum right here, that's it. That's a wonderful play today. You can no longer say I never short. I know. Well, people used to always like meme me. They're like, Matt's always long in the market. No wonder he makes so much money because he's always long. I hate when people say that because the real part of that sentence is he makes so much money. God, he just makes money because he's long in the market all the time. I'm like, well, why don't you do it? That's the whole point of the stock market, to make money. Not all the time, just because the market's bullish most of the time. I follow the market so well. I'm so good. Today, as the market's trickling higher, our indicators said, no way, the stocks are going. And I tell you guys, take the boot camp. The boot camp is 20 bucks. You can learn all of this stuff. And again, the reason our boot camp is free because we want to make a splash in this industry. I'm not here to sell trading courses, you guys. 20 bucks pays the salary of our video editor and our ads. The person that makes our ads and stuff and makes all the handouts. That's it. So I don't make a dime off of that boot camp. 20 days at 20 bucks. Let me give you guys a link. It starts on Monday and we do it every single month. Go here. Here's the link. 3 or 4 times. I'm going to post it. We train you guys on the 3 tenets of trading that I think are very important. And the tenets are as follows. Let me show you what's in the boot camp. You're going to learn this resilience indicator, hands down. We teach trend identification, which is identifying the correct direction, probabilistically, what's the direction of the day, up or down. So we teach you greater market principles, how to analyze the monthly map, how to analyze the liquidity maps, how to find where the flow is going. Trend identification. The second thing is betting strategies, how to bet properly, where to get in, get out, where to stop, where to set your losses. How did I make money today when I took risk? Well, because shorting is rare in this environment. But because I shorted 1 time in one account, I shorted 4 times in the other accounts at the other pivot. I had 2 really strong pivots nearby. This one took a lot of heat on stream, and at the top, I shorted the other 4, or the other 3, sorry. This one I haven't traded today. So the one on stream actually is this guy, I think. Then off on the side, my other 4 accounts, I cascade them in. I split them up. The majority of my risk is taken at the other strong pivot. One of the accounts was designed to chase. So splitting up my risk like that is how I turn it into a winning day. I don't ever copy trade the accounts. And we teach you guys this stuff. And there's a video you watch every day and a handout that you watch every day with position sizing guidelines that go off of this. Why 1 contract and not 5? Yeah. Am I done for the day? Probably so, but we'll see if I can find anything else today. I mean, I already got my major pivot to gap fill. On the short side, when we teach shorting, you want to short, choose something, and then be done. You never want to short and say market's going to crash today. Shorting to gap fill was the trade for the day on the short side. If the market continues to sell off from here, let the newbies play that one. We were the first people in. We made the first money, and then let the market do whatever it wants to do. You guys see what I mean? So from here, all the other traders out there that were long and got squeezed, or all the newbies that are watching this are probably like, I wonder what should I do from here? And I'm like, while you guys are figuring out, I'm walking to the bank to cash a check. So that's the difference. For you guys, it's so good to see it before it happens and then get the move and then be on the sidelines while everyone else is trying to scrape a few pennies out of it, right? The way you make money in trading is you got to be first. That's it. Be first to the trade. We saw this from a mile away, didn't we? We did. I talked about it all morning. I even held through it because I was convinced. And then now, once we got to sell, now other people can come in here and play this choppy nonsense for the next 2 hours. Bro, don't brag like a little girl. Don't type in caps like a weirdo. I hate when people come in here and say weird shit. You would trade places with this little girl in a heartbeat. You wish you had my life, bro. And here's the thing. I don't even know you, and I don't wish I'd have your life. I wouldn't change anything about mine heartbeat. Here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put you in timeout for 9,999 minutes. And in this time, I want you to stand in the corner with your nose against the wall. And with it, I want you to think about what you did. I want you to realize that in this time, I want you to remove the caps lock button from your keyboard. And then when you're out of timeout, you come back and apologize to this group for interrupting their good time with your nonsense. The bootcamp's awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Cork soaker. That was such a funny, oh god, the cork soaker skit on SNL was a classic skit. Yeah, he's a cork soaker. He like the soak of the cork. Good stuff, good stuff. You love when I put them in timeout. I don't ban people, I just put them in timeout for how many hours is 9,999 minutes? He defaulted on his business loan. You guys are funny. To people that understand that when an influencer brags, it converts to money. That's the whole point of being on social media or being on YouTube, is to like put a camera on top of your ego so that it turns into money. Like you gotta, somebody needs to go read the Influencer Handbook 101. Yeah, of course, the whole point is to brag and pump your fists and act like a fool on camera. Yeah, I'll sit here in my real life, go up to the bars and walk up to you and go, hey, guess what? Hey girls, what's up? I'm a day trader. What's up? Yeah, I got the short right today. Look how good I am. I'm the best trader in the fucking world. In real life, I mean, this is an act. Like I have a persona on stream. It's just a way to rile people up and have fun while we do it. But in real life, I'm kind of a chill dude. So I'm a trader though. So I'm kind of a wise ass and sarcastic, and I talk shit on stream. But in real life, I'm very chill. Different persona. What car do I drive again, Matt? Are you asking me? I have a Maserati, a Ghibli. I have a Geo Metro. Nothing against Geo Metros. They're actually pretty nice. No, I'm just kidding. No, I had all through growing up, I had basically gone through like a million Civics, and I wrecked a lot of them. As a kid, I had a Dodge Neon, I had a Civic, I had a Mazda 3 right when I got out of college. With a hatchback, it was really nice. I could throw my surfboard in the back, take it to the beach. Ooh, market's selling some more. I wish I was taking a little bit more of this, but I think I'm good with the money I made today. What news came out to scare the market? Nothing. The market was bearish yesterday. Remember, Dominic, we broke bull structure yesterday. We broke through MHP yesterday, and then it was destined to sell off yesterday, and then Trump rescued it with this news. The market is just getting back to its bearish. It's flipping its polarity to hedging structure. That's resistance pressure from these monthly hedge pressures. Before you drive a Chevy, bro, I'm a Texan, dude. Everybody here drives a Chevy. Utility, man. That's the good stuff, man. Chevys are good. My dad has a Chevy. He always had one. I grew up going to school in a white Chevy pickup. You get into day trading, the fam thinks it's a scam. Yeah. Yeah, when people ask me in the real world, what do you do for a living? I say I'm the CEO of a tech company. It's technically true. But anytime you tell somebody in the world you're a trader, it's so weird. They're always like, so should I hold on to my Apple stock? What do you think about crypto? The minute you tell somebody you're a trader, they're already like asking you idiot questions, like what they should do with their money in the dumbest sense possible. Should I buy this? I know it's at the high, but should I buy HIMS? I know it's rallying right now. And I always want to just say, God, I just thought, I don't want to know. I don't want to say I'm a trader because I don't want my friends to show me how stupid they really are, because then I wouldn't want to be friends with them anymore. You know what I mean? I'm like, God, I thought you were so smart before you opened your mouth. I don't think I could be friends with you anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to hear my friends being dumb, so I don't tell them I'm a trader. Actually, I'm just being silly. My closest friends all know I trade. And actually, a lot of my closest friends are actually all traders, and they're all pretty good. But in general, when people say, what do you do for a living? I'm like, well, I'm a CEO of a tech company. I made a trading platform for traders. And like, oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I got Robinhood on my phone. And I'm like, yeah. And the conversation usually stops there, and I'm happy. Anytime I go to a wedding and I meet everybody's wedding party, I'm like, what do you do? What do you do? I'm like, oh, I run a tech company. I'll leave it at that. I'm so brief. I never mentioned YouTube. I never mentioned day trading. I never mentioned prop firms, nothing. Chris says it's funny, but it's true, right? Chris, all you guys, y'all don't, if you tell your friends you're a trader, they're gonna spill all their dumbness onto you, like, oh, maybe I should buy Bitcoin. What do you think? And you don't want to sit there and say, no, are you a moron? Like, really? At the top of the market? You want to buy NFTs at the top? Like, you're thinking about putting your money, and all I do is say, oh yeah, because if you say anything and you're wrong and they lose money, they're gonna blame you for it and think you're not good at your job. So you can't ever tell people, like, they're like, should I buy something? You should say no. You should always say no, because there's nothing wrong with them missing out on making profit, but there's always something wrong with them losing money. So never give your friend any kind of advice when they tell you you're a trader, because they're going to probably lose money because they suck at trading and they're going to blame you for it. Yeah, I'm totally right. You guys know I've realized in the past that if you tell somebody, you know, you're a chiropractor, they're going to talk to you about their back pain. It's the weirdest thing. If you talk to, if you're a lawyer, they're probably not going to talk to you about your legal troubles. You know, it's like, unless it's directly the kind of lawyer they have. There's certain professions that just can skirt conversations pretty easily. Like, if you tell somebody you're an accountant, they'll probably ping you for tax questions, you know? If you tell somebody I work in construction, nobody's going to ask you, hey, I've got a question. How do I install a window? You know, it's like certain professions are just too technical for people, and they're like, okay, I don't deal with that. But trader, dude, everybody wants to plug you for information. That sucks. Yeah, just don't tell people. Yeah. Say you're accountant. Oh, if you're accountant, it pretty much ends it. Well, even if it doesn't, they start asking you accounting questions. You just talk really fast, very quickly with your really smart math brain. And then like a minute later, they go, oh yeah, I heard that. And they turn to someone else and start talking, and you're fine. You're absolutely fine. Family is especially bad. Never tell them. Yeah, no, family. And family is going to really be like, come on, you can tell me. Should I buy this or sell this? My family that asked me, actually, my brother actually invests, and my brother does very well. And he usually asks me for stuff, but my brother's extremely smart as well. And so my brother is like me. He'll hold through something. He knows the market always goes up, and he's like, you know, the market fell, so I bought some more. He called me one day. He was buying something it was actually during COVID. He's like, you know, I bought some stock, and you know, market fell, and I decided to buy some more because I mean, the market always goes up, right? He's like, is that a good strategy? And I was like, my work here is done. My brother's just naturally smart, you know. The one that was a pitcher for the Giants, he's got a very gifted brain. He's also slightly mathematically adept as well, but he didn't really like pursue a career in mathematics. He just went and played baseball. But really smart dude as well. He's like, I just bought more because I feel like the market doesn't fall forever. And I'm like, that's some good intuition, because that's the smart way to approach it. You're a female sex therapist, Gabriel? Oh, really? I didn't know that. Or are you just being silly? Oh, you're okay, I get the joke. If you tell somebody you're a sex therapist, that'll be a fun conversation. You had a friend telling you he ended up losing $1,000 on XRP at the high after the rally, and I was just like, I don't know, buddy. It's always going to be, yeah, your friends, when you're talking about being a trader, they're always going to come at you and be like, telling you about what they bought and how they lost. And then you're like, listening to them tell you stories about how they chased a trend and they were the last person in the trade. See, here's what we do, right? I'm the first person in the trade, and then the market takes off, and then I'm outside of the trade, and then we're watching the other people figure out what's going on, right? And that's really the trick. Day trading, there's a clever, easy way that I can see the trend usually, and I get it right most days. My win rate means I get it right most days. But also means I manage positions well. Part of a win rate is managing your position well. Like, I didn't get shaken out because I know I had roughly 20 points of potential drawdown on S&P relative. So because I knew the drawdown was pretty big, I only threw one contract at it. That's it, just one. And when we got to the top, I longed in all the other accounts. And then once we came right to about here, I just took all the profit. Now, I could have made a little bit more, but anytime you're in a trade and it doesn't distinctively take off, like you take a lot of heat and then you somehow turn green at your key level, I close out. But the thing is, I calculated my level wrong. I was trying to get to the gap fill here on negative resilience, but the problem is my math was off by a lot. I somehow calculated right here at 80, it's like 85-ish level. Actually, it was on NASDAQ. I was calculating it to be like right here. 85. Yeah, 85. Essentially, when I looked at it, I was like, oh, wait, I did that math a little bit wrong. I did it quick in my head, but now we're at MHP overnight, which is pretty decent. Any downside pressure from here is a move right down to DD band, and advantageous traders here that are wanting to take a scalp. The DD band scalp is always a really strong scalp when the ratio is greater than half. So. right, guys, we do our giveaway in like 15, 17 minutes. Don't go anywhere. And if you're new to the stream, feel free to sub to the stream, you guys. I love y'all. iDoc Talk, you tell your mom you suck at trading so she wouldn't ask. Oh, that's amazing. But then how does your mom think I support you then? How do you tell her? Oh, where do you tell her my money comes from? That's the real question. If she's strict Vietnamese mom, she's gonna be like, my future son-in-law don't make any money. That I sold drugs? Perfect. Perfect. You can't tell her your strict Vietnamese mom that I don't make no money. She's gonna throw me to the curb. She will throw me out. Actually, iDoc's mom is really awesome. She's a cool lady, dude. I like her a lot. Your mom's shady too. I know. I wouldn't disagree. Her mom's like a famous pop singer in Vietnam. So she's like, we go places, dude, and her mom, like, people walk up and like shake her hand at dinner and stuff, and I'm like first time we all hang out, we're all sitting there, and then people are coming up, like, you know, shaking her hand and introducing their kids to her and stuff, and she's just like sitting there like shaking their hand like royalty, and I'm like, are we like the queen of some like province or something? Like what? Like, my mom's a famous pop singer in Vietnam. We can't dox who she is, but I was like, oh, listen to her mom sing. She's really good. Kind of like a Celine Dion sort of operatic sort of. Business deals, of course, business deals. You tell her I sold business loans, that'd be funny. The owner of the pharmacy, I will definitely sell drugs. Yeah, true. All right, so we'll do giveaway in just a little bit, guys. Don't forget to sub to the channel. Hit that like button. So today we'll do giveaway. ETF has donated 3 accounts today. Every day we give away 3 different accounts or so, give or take. We have this thing with Tradeify that every time, I tell you guys, every time we don't have another giveaway scheduled and we have more than 500 viewers, I'll do a Tradeaway straight to funded. So Monday morning, you guys come back Monday. We have a huge momentum here. Tons of people in the stream. Come back Monday morning. I'll give away funded accounts with Tradeify again. All right, so while we're chilling, take a look at our partner programs we got going on here. I need to change this banner. It's actually 50% off with ETF, not 90. Anymore, their code is only 50, but 50% off there. 5% funded futures, 30% Tradeify, 30% take profit, 30% take profit there, Tradeify. 5% off of Funded Next, which is the uncapped payouts, the one I'm raving about. Uncapped payouts. Milk it while you can. And they had no profit split there too, which is kind of crazy. And there's no monthly fee. I mean, they basically came in with like, you know, too good to be true rules. So, and then finally, Futures Desk, a new group we started chilling with that is actually an actual prop firm. So once you pass the reval, you go straight to a live account instead of a sim funded account. You get to pick your own evals there, and their coupon gives us 50% off of Futures Desk. So that's basically it. That's who we work with. And now that we're back, let's get ready to run the giveaways in just a little bit. Did we hit 600 on the stream? We did hit 600 on the stream today. We hit like 650. I get so excited. I really appreciate you guys supporting the channel. All of you guys that are joined, maybe it's your first week here. How did you find us? Who did you watch before? Did you watch anybody before? What made you stick around if you've been here more than once? What do you like about our stream? Let me know. Curious where a lot of people come from. Remember, we've always been medium size on YouTube. We were big way back in the day. In 2016, we were the second biggest future streamer. There was a time we were bigger than Pat. And then I stopped streaming on YouTube for like 3 years. I streamed in Zoom instead. Then we built this trading platform. Then I come back, and then there's so many YouTubers out. It's like crazy now. So many people. And back in the day, Trazer, I was the biggest futures guy. Now it's flipped around. It's like Pat and Matt are both really big. And I'm like, I was lagging behind. And now we got big again. So I'm like, okay. So it's good to see you guys are sticking around. And this is what happens when you stop streaming, you lose all your momentum. You got to get it all back. Okay, type in ETF in chat. We'll do our giveaway in about 10 minutes. Just type it once. And it's incredible to see all the old schoolers, all my boys from back in the day, just crushing it. Like I disappeared from YouTube for like 3 years, come back and freaking Pat's getting like 20,000 views per show. I was like, dang. Matt's crushing it, 10K per show. I was like, dang. Very proud to see my dudes growing. Does Idox sing? Yeah, she does. She doesn't think she's good, but I think she's really good, actually. She's a really good singer. What are you not going to win today? ETF. Yeah, YouTube suggestions. Pope Victor, the Viking. Found you on Paper Gains Mastermind. Oh, cool. Used to watch the weirdo from Day Traders Paradise. Who's that guy? A weirdo. Okay, it was ETF Trading Discord channel. Got a notification. Oh, cool, cool. Awesome. You got your first prop firm challenge and you searched on YouTube and found you guys. Only problem is mainly trade Tokyo session. Oh, yeah, that kind of sucks. Not streaming or trading that late, but a lot of us are trading that late. I'm just not streaming. So in our Discord, a lot of people are trading the overnight sessions. We have a lot of European, Asian traders here. And so we have a whole overnight system that we stick to, and we have overnight pivots and stuff that's in the Discord that went on YouTube. Big Daddy Max. Oh, cool. Last course, really liked your guest lecture. Hate shorting. Was intrigued by your platform. 5 green days in a row. Good start. Awesome. Love Max, man. Max's show is just like, it's like Howard Stern for trading. I love it. It's so professionally done. The content is good. They're hilarious. It's like a raunchy radio show for trading. It's got that feel to it. I love it. Search YouTube for live traders. 1 of 3 had started watching. Cool. Does Apex only allow one DCA or multiple? I don't know anymore. I've kind of lost touch with Apex. Search for futures traders and immediately notice transparency and caring attitude started this week. Oh, cool. I think for me, it's all about making sure that you guys feel like you get, your time's worth. I hate wasting my time on something, and I hate when you're doing with, especially dealing with like traders. There's a lot of traders out there that are really bad at trading who want to convince you they're really good at trading so they can sell you something or get you to use affiliate code or something. And transparency is a big deal, and it's really hard to get transparency because everybody is not transparent. It's rare. You ask me, Matt, can I see your broker statement or can I see your performance report? I'm like, here it is. There's no questions asked. A couple other people, like Rips is very transparent. You ask him, he'll be like, here it is. I like people that are transparent. There's a lot of people that aren't, and they shuffle a whole bunch of different ways, and it's really hard to kind of sift through it because everybody's shuffle is so clever. People will dodge the question or avoid giving you the answer. They'll Photoshop sometimes. It's like, so it's hard to find something that you can say is, okay, this is clean and easy. And I'll give you the rules. If you ask somebody to show you something, they should show it to you like immediately without hesitation. No chance to modify it. If they stream their trades, they need to put the DOM on the screen so you can watch them push the button. Like never like, oh, here's the trade I made. Check it out. The first entry I always take is always live on stream. I have other DOMs off stream. I just can't fit 5 of them on the page here. But other than that, you can see me enter and exit and then rationale while I do it. And then I'll show you the results and the historic results to go with it. And those are really like the things you want when people are being transparent. You want that. How much have you made this month? What have you done this year? This is important for me. If I'm going to watch somebody, I want to see what is it that you do. And everybody has an excuse as to why they don't do it. All the way down to, there's one person said it's illegal to show their performance reports. And I just laughed my way to Hades on that one. Fuck that noise. But people are gullible and they'll be like, well, I guess they're right. Okay, I guess I'll accept the fact they don't want to show me their results. Don't ever buckle. You as a consumer have a right to know everything. There's no good reason someone has to not show you that they're good at this other than they're not good at this. So, and very few people are good. So to me, it's important to me that I see results. I don't care the science of what anybody has to say. Everything looks good on paper. Everything is good in theory. I care about, do you perform well in practice? If I want to waste my time hanging out with you, what can I learn from you as a mentor? What information do you have that can sponge out of you by following your wisdom? How does your wisdom produce results for you? So it hasn't produced results for you, it's gonna be hard for it to produce results for me. So, alrighty. Yeah, transparency is a big deal. I think that my platform has always been, I'm transparent. You can watch what I do and ask me if the results, I'll show you. Bum, ba, bum, 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 ba, bum. Ba-bum, bum, 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 bum. When are they going to give me my funded next account? It's taken too long. I had to do my know your customer, so I guess the first one might have a day delay on it. I did that. So the fact that I have no ads and sharing a course that's like $1 is unheard of. And I love teaching the course. I'm like, I like inspiring and helping people. I've always been a teacher, you know. It's like in college, I used to teach at University of Houston engineering classes. After I got my engineering degree, before I got my engineering degree, and before I became an engineer, I taught undergrad classes. They had a program for it. I loved it. I loved watching people like beat the system and stuff. It's just something I like doing. It's fun for me. Okay, guys. Even iDoc yesterday, or she came on the stream that one day, and I was like, "Oh, it's FOMC," and she goes, "Wait, let me say." She goes, "FOMC, right? They raise and lower interest rates. It destimulates and stimulates lending." And she was like reciting on the stream what I was talking to her, because I was driving in the car one day, like, "Tomorrow's Fed day. It's such an important streaming day because the Fed's doing this," and she's asking questions and I'm teaching her. Even iDoc, I'm always like, she's always like wanting to sponge information, and then she remembers it because I try to teach it so people can remember stuff. I think it's just born that way. I don't know why that it is, but I really enjoy it. I'm sure I could probably charge $500 for the boot camp, but yeah. Then you guys, I'd rather y'all put $500 in the stock market, to be honest. All right, we're gonna spin the wheel in 5 minutes. You heard some of your friends. Well, the CFD and the futures are two totally different companies, or two totally different groups. I'll let you know if they don't get paid out. Here's the thing: if they don't pay you out and they refund your initial fee, you just wasted your time. Every firm out there, for the most part, denies people for some breaking of some rule. And so the question is, if the rules are clearly stated and you get denied a payout and they're cheating you, that's a different story. But if you break a rule, which usually is always the case, because as a prop firm owner, nobody is going to not hand out a couple $1,000s to risk out their reputation going to the shitter because they legitimately defrauded somebody. So every prop firm, somebody could say the same thing about it. I know somebody that got denied, but in reality, you don't know if they were cheating the system. There's a lot of ways to cheat or break the rules. So you have to kind of like take it with a grain. So trust me, if they deny my payout, I'll shut their business down tomorrow. There are certain people, you know, I can start a fire to stop any prop firm. Pat Whelan ended Futures Family alone. I mean, there's certain, you know, power that the public has over these prop firms. So if anything shady happens, and if anything shady happens to you guys, you come to me with your evidence, and I'll make sure the justification, you know, or that it's justified. And if it's not, I'll make sure that, you know, the world knows about it. I know a guy. The public is so important when it comes to a prop firm. Like, you know, there's always somebody like, I got denied payouts. When you investigate it, it usually is like, oh, well, what happens is people get mad, they get denied, then they go complain, but then they don't really understand that they broke the rule. They're just mad. They want to complain anyways. Trust me, I run a business. You don't know how many times I have to battle morons that come through Rocket Scooter and they buy a sub and they forget to cancel. And then 3 months later, they come back and cancel that morning and then message me, hey, you guys have still been charging me. I canceled 3 months ago. I'm like, no, you didn't. I track your mouse movements on my website. I know where you clicked, at what timestamp you clicked it. I know everything you did. You never even clicked the button. You go, yeah, you did. Your website's flawed. I'm like, okay. So I know how much people cheat businesses in this world. It's like every month there's like 3 or 4 people. I forgot to cancel. You've been charging me for 3 months. And I canceled 3 months ago. I'm like, no, you forgot to cancel. No, I clicked the button. It certainly went through. And I'm like, no, it didn't. We have redundant systems, and both of them say you didn't click anything. Well, maybe your systems are messed up. I'm like, no, you're just an idiot. You're trying to fool me so that you can get money. And so I know how bad, not making fun of you guys, but making fun of maybe 1% of you guys. Y'all are all trying to defraud the business. So I tend to side on the business side a lot of the time because I know how desperate traders are to make money. And I know how much they'll lie to get fucking $99 out of me. So, you know, slacks all day long. He's like, this guy says he canceled, but he didn't cancel. You know, it's always something. Like, trust me when I say I love you guys, but y'all always trying to scam businesses. Well, 1% of y'all. No, I can't see your mouse moving, but I know what you clicked on and when you clicked on it. We have the, when you're looking at funnel metrics, you always want to track what users are doing. Like Amazon does it. Amazon will track your mouse movement on the screen, right? To see how long you're hovering over something. I mean, it's pretty detailed. So, proper, funnel efficiency requires you to understand where your customers click and why, and how long something stays in a cart and things like that. All business websites do it. So I'm like, no, you never click this button. If you were to click this button, my server would say you clicked this button at this time. Like, you didn't click the button. And Stripe would tell me you clicked the button. And Stripe has a detailed log as well. Stripe will tell me the IP address or the location where your IP address is, where you click the button from. Oh, I'm not sharing my account with someone else or using a VPN. Well, no. And I'm like, well, do you travel a lot? Well, I mean, no. And I'm like, okay, you're sharing your account with somebody. I think people think that business owners aren't as sophisticated as they can be with the tools these days and AI. I mean, it's really hard to fool somebody. So it's hard to think that a prop firm would risk their reputation legitimately denying somebody, because the risk is, it'd be like, you piss off the one customer, it can ruin your whole business. So I always tend to think that I err to the side that's the customer that's shady, and that the business wouldn't risk going under over a couple $1,000, right? I'm monitoring your computers. I'm like, well, I'm sending pop-up ads to your computer. So every time, you sit there, watch, tomorrow, you're going to start getting pop-up ads for, I'm just kidding. I don't think, knowing you degenerates, I don't think I want to know what you look at on your computers. You know what I'm saying? I don't care to see what your kinks are. Please keep that away from me. Stripe has the worst customer service. It is pretty bad. I've dealt with it a couple times. It's not that great. Someone scammed me into getting free code last time. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then somebody like in this country didn't allow prop firms, and he came here and tried to sell it to people. I've had people scam me at the giveaways. I have to make you send me a picture now to prove that it's you. I had a person come in and pretend they were the giveaway winner, and I gave them the code twice. I got scammed twice during the giveaways. It's crazy. It's crazy how much. What inspired you to choose the name Rocket Scooter? Oh, it's a pretty cool story. All right, you guys ready to do the giveaway? I'll tell you the quick story about the name Rocket Scooter. Hold on, let me make the announcement of the giveaway, and then we'll do the giveaway. We love our friends at Elite Chair Funding. Let me ask them. Let me double check something really quick. That static account is dope. Okay. So today they're not giving away static, but they're going to give away one steps, which is basically like their equivalent to like an Apex account. Okay, so you guys know the rule. Type in ETF and stream. That's it. That's it. What's the other Matt's YouTube name? Trades. Well, actually, there's like dozens of Matts that stream, believe it or not. There's Trades with Matt is another big one. Matt Morley is another one. Money Moves Matt. There's that, I don't know, that AMC GameStop kid that name was Matt. And there was bunch of Matts. Probably Trades with Matt. All right. So the name Rocket Scooter came out of a really cool thing when we had our first app that we developed. So, you know, my podcast, my original YouTube show, my podcast was called Day Trader Paradise. I had a YouTube show and I had a Zoom podcast that I did. The Zoom podcast started off with me and a couple other traders. You guys might know a couple of them. Jake Ujasic, he's big on Twitter right now, but it was me, him, and a couple other peeps back in like 2015. And I called it Day Trader Paradise. And then I built an app, and the app didn't have a name. We just called it like the Paradise app. And it ultimately evolved into the Rocket Scooter platform. But while it was just an app, we had this problem. See, the data feeds required to calculate hedge pressures are very specific. And there's only a couple places in town where you can get data that's required to do these calculations. And we're very special. And so nobody's ever dealt with our kind of type of needs before. We found a company that could work with it. And the company had a bunch of different data packages you can buy. And, you know, when you're designing around it, you research all the modes. You had a cheaper, a medium, and an expensive one. And believe it or not, the cheaper data package had everything we needed, but it was cheaper. And there were limits on data that you can pull, like the amount of calls you can make and like the amount of communications you can have with the server and things like that. There are like these limits, these data packages. Anyways, we bought the cheapest one because it was the most affordable and it served our purpose. We could design into it, and we designed into it and exactly to spec. Problem is that the company actually sort of lied by omission about the potential for that actual data package to serve our needs. They didn't think that we would notice the flaws in their claims because nobody ever asks for all 500 companies in the S&P's options data for every expiration, every strike. The moment the market opens, they need all that data delivered to them once. A giant fire hose of data on and off. Because who looks at company number 500's options when the market opens? Nobody's trading that shit. But we need all of that information for resilience. We have to get the entirety of the options landscape in a moment's notice for at least 500 companies, right? And because of that, we created this issue with this company, and basically we were congesting their system. And the problem was even so bad that we were congesting their system because the process was when you're asking it for data, they have to retrieve the data and then bring it forward. And now all the stuff people normally look for is cache in the system, and it's for easy, quick data retrieval. But that stocks that nobody trade are like, or that nobody look at are like stored really far away in a warehouse in a way. Like they got to go actually retrieve that data raw themselves because they're not looking at that data themselves. So we were causing this like fetch delay problem where they have to run to different corners of the warehouse to get their data and come back. And it was causing this queuing to build up to where other companies that would build like a website that would try to request options data were starting to freeze up. We were actually crashing other companies by locking up their system. So that's what happened. And am I looking bullish? No, not from here. I'm not doing anything yet. I need to get my good bull pivots to trade from. We're at half gap with negative resilience. This is a short setup again from half gap. But like I said, I'm done for the day for now. But long story short was we asked them, we were like, but your data package said that you can do this. And they were like, no, it's something you guys are doing wrong. And after years of fighting with them and threatening a lawsuit with them, their CEO went all the way up to the CEO of the company. And they finally came to us and goes, we agree with you guys. Y'all are right. You actually exposed a big hole in our system. And to be honest, we just didn't know about it. We didn't know about this design, but in our defense, nobody looks at the stuff you look at. So we would have never seen it had you guys come about. And thank you for finding the flaw. Let's work together and fix it. That way everybody can benefit. Because they finally started taking notice and listening to us when their other customers were complaining about delays caused by me. So I was crashing their system for everyone else. And so we were holding up this one process. So they finally looked at it and they go, oh yeah, we need to upgrade our infrastructure. And when I talked to my partners, they were just like, Matt, we could have avoided all this had you paid a little bit more money and bought the expensive data feed, right? Because it would have had a different, a different system and on a different protocol. And, you wouldn't have to try to squeeze into this other package. Like, no, I'm an engineer. You give me specs, I'll design into them and it should work. And it did work for a while. And then when we created resilience, we started crashing their servers. So why would I go out there? And this is the line. And I go, why would I go out there and buy a spaceship when these guys are selling me a scooter and I can buy the scooter and I can build a little rocket engine off to the side and make me a little rocket scooter instead of a spaceship? Why pay 10 times the price for a spaceship when I can build my own on a scooter? And that's what I said. And that was like kind of like the meme. And so rocket scooter was a meme around the development side of our community, is that our goal was to build something on top of something simple. And then it became like the theme of the community is that, okay, we're going to build a better version of everything. So the scooter is a traditional trading methods and charts. We're going to put the rocket on it. And so we're going to basically build everything in our garage and amp it up and make it better as engineers and try to make a better system. You're going to give me specs that tell me it's going to work. It better fucking work. And I'm going to squeeze every drop out of that lemon. And if it doesn't work, it's not my responsibility. And there was a period where our app wasn't working for like months at a time, and we lost a lot of business over it, and we threatened to sue them and all that, and for breach of contract and things. And then they finally started listening, and they were like, you guys are right. But yeah, nobody looks at company number 500 in the S&P's options and needs all of their options data in real time at the open of the market. Nobody looks at that fucking stock. Nobody. I don't even know what stock is, but we need it for resilience because it uses everything. Just this one indicator crashed a lot of Wall Street's retail platforms that use the same company. So thank you, resilience. But anyways, it's a rocket scooter. When we were thinking names, we were all getting together and we're like, my calculation called hedge pressure, and people were like, let's do the drawing in a second. Get ready, guys. People were like saying like, we could call them like hedge metrics and hedgeify and like hedge diddly dilly. Like we were coming up with the stupidest sounding, like dumbest sound. I call them like Wall Street, dumb sounding Wall Street names. Everyone comes up with the stupidest, trade this, hedge that. And it was just, it's all sounded so dumb. Is that data available pretty affordably with DX feed? What? So the data feeds for options data, it's rare that you find a company that sells real-time roll-up data from the Opera feed, because the Opera feed is too big to process in real time anyways. You have to basically take roll-up samples of the data to even process it in real time. No trading platform can process real-time options. They take snapshots over intervals, then interpolate in between, because the data feed is so massive. To download all of S&P, all of SPY's options data in one file is like 12 or 14 terabytes of data a day for one day. You have to have a special program that Opera gives you to use just to, or that not Opera, CBOE gives you just to look at a day's worth of data. You have to have a special program to open it. You can't even open that CSV file in Excel. Excel can't even handle that much data. So you can't even view the data. It's so big. And that's just one. So data is massive when it comes to options, because like SPY has so many strikes and so many expirations. It's like, and then each one of those options has its own time and sales that goes with it. Imagine how vast that data should be. You should have pooped earlier. Oh, my bad. All right, let's run the giveaway. Anyways, yeah, so we were like throwing all these dumb names to each other about the company name. Yeah, I was like, we almost settled on like hedge metrics or something. Like it just sounds so stupid, like, and I was like, okay. And then I just goofily threw Rocket Scooter out there and everybody laughed. They were like, oh my God, not this again. And then it was like, what? It sounds funny. It's catchy. I mean, Robin Hood's Robin Hood, it's like, it doesn't say anything about trading. People will think we're a scooter company. How funny would that be? But then it like represents what we are, right? traditional charting as a scooter. We're going to amp it up and turn it into a spaceship. You know, we're going to make it better for people. We're all engineers. We engineer stuff. Rocket scooter looks like something you built in your garage. I mean, the logo is a scooter with a rocket engine rigged up with a piece of string and it's tied. If you look closely, it's like a tied thing that looks like we just hoisted a rocket engine on there, like we built in our garage kind of thing. And then it was like, it's kind of a pretty interesting, and then people were like, okay, actually I like that. And then it just stuck and we stuck with it. And it was confusing for a while because people were like, you should have picked a different name. I'm like, no, I don't want to. I want to pick a name that's ours. And then now it's become a whole thing. Everyone loves it. So now it represents a whole lot. But that's where the story came from. All right, guys, you guys ready for the giveaway? Are you ready for the giveaway? Okay. Because really, if we didn't have a cool name like this, we wouldn't have cool songs to go with it. Right? Okay. You know, Colin built some rocket scooters on YouTube for real. Oh, that's dope. Okay, this is for 3 ETF one-step accounts. Your name is John. You have a minute to type something in chat. Scooter, best system in the world. Rocket scooter, rocket scooter, rocket scooter. Rocket scooter, best system in the world. Rocket scooter, rocket scooter, rocket scooter. Manjunath, Pindicore. Winner number 1, you have a minute to say something in chat. Just type anything. Say I'm here. Say what's up. Congratulations. We got 3 more to give. You must type something in chat, sir. All right, stop typing ETF, everybody. Is he pooping? Be right back. Oh, man. You lost, buddy. Sorry. Stop typing ETF. Submissions are over. You can't enter any further. Yeah, stop typing. How do people always miss typing when they win? I think they enter and then they leave for a minute. Charles NG. Charles NG. Charles, not gonna lie, you need to type your name in the chat. Type something, say hey. There he is. Charles is here. Let's go. Welcome. Congrats. It's weird that it's not picking up the winner. Did the other guy win too? I don't see him on here. No, here he is. There we go. Charles. Boom. All right. Dude, I'm gonna order a money printer from Amazon next time I do this. Hold on. And I'm gonna be spitting dollar bills up into the air. We need a money printer for the burring. If I type in money printer in Amazon, I'm already on like FBI list already. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I shouldn't be typing in like money printer. Wait, don't type that in. Don't Google that. The money gun. Supremo's a nice one. DG Trades, congrats, man. All right, DJ, you got to be here, man. You have to do the other song. DG, are you here? Yeah, a lot of people. Why, guys? You can't type ETF anymore. The entries are already closed. Once you're spinning the wheel, you can't enter again. What's up, bro? All right, good job. Congrats, man. Man, DG over here. I am here. Can I get it? Oh yeah. Tanya trades as a money gun. Does it go burr? Does she have a money gun song though? Yeah. Clovington, you won yesterday. Bro, get your luck here. Man, you were lucky. You were unlucky son of a gun, dude. Clovington won the My Fun and Futures on Thursday. Bro. Rigged, I tell you. You're pissing off everybody, Clovington. Win twice in a row. Did you rig the system? Could be stacked, bros. Gonna be stacked the prop accounts. Hey, stay tuned though, because I'm gonna give away some boot camps today, you guys. I feel like since we start on Monday, we need to give away boot camps. I'm gonna do a massive boot camp giveaway. Clovington, you're here. You win again. Looking forward to chatting with you again tonight. Hand you your ETF accounts. Okay, guys, you know the rule. Take a screenshot of your YouTube top left of your account so that I know that it's you. So go to your page from your perspective. Send me a screenshot. Go to my Discord, description below. I'm only giving you the rules once. Go to my Discord, description below. Message me that picture and tell me your name on chat, and I'll send you your ETF codes. That's all you need to do. I'll give you a code. 100K one step, and you're good. Just saw your name. There you go, Futch. What's up, man? Winner. How does boot camp work? Okay, so boot camp is a 20-day. It's a 20-day session. We go through 20 different videos, and what we do is we watch them together as a community. I'm basically in the class with you while we go through the video, and then I pause it at different steps to apply it to the current market we're dealing with. Like right now, we're in like this bullish market. Last time we're in a bear market. So I talk about the different principles and how you would behave, different things in different parts of, you know, market rotations and things. And right now we're rotating into like a consolidating bull market. We teach trend identification, position risk management, and market avoidance strategies. These are the three things that we teach. How to sit out. I'm sitting out right now. How big to bet, where to put your stops, you know, basically how to size up, how to size down. It's a masterclass in betting strategies. So when it comes to trading, most of you guys aren't betting right. That's your biggest downfall. You might pick a direction, right or wrong, but you're betting the wrong way. You're betting too big, you're chasing, you're taking too much risk. And we train you guys on how to do that the right way. We'll watch the classes together. You get access to, let me show it to you. I'll show you guys what's behind the scenes. It's available in our Discord and on our website. We go through everything from the probabilities of our setups. We have PDFs that we give you with all the probabilities, the statistics. We give you handouts that go with all the different setups. I have 6 good strong long setups and 4 strong short setups. Under ideal conditions, 90%, 80%, 90% chance. Under normal conditions, roughly 70% chance these pivots take off. Today I shorted off of this orange pivot with about a 90% certainty that was going to work out. How did I know this percentages? We give you the backtest results and what it is we're actually exploiting. We do gamma exposure, which is basically looking at options to find pivots in futures. That's basically what we do. Want to Tradeify accounts this week? We've been overloaded with like so many accounts to give away. I need to reformulate when we do our Tradeifys. So, yeah. We had so many people give us accounts to give away. That's the craziest thing. Play one song called Master Theme VJ. You will like it. I can't play it on stream though, because it probably is going to be like copyrighted. All right, guys. So while we're chilling here, I'm going to do the final giveaway. And I did this thing last time, is that if anybody donates 20 bucks to the stream, I'll match a boot camp for that. And in the meantime, what I'm going to do is the boot camp is 20 days. We would train you from start to finish. You don't have to have any experience in the stock market or futures market. We will train you all the way to the end, where the last class of the boot camp is how to exploit trader funding programs and beat them at their own game. We teach you everything you need to know to get to payouts, to get to whatever, but also how to like skirt their rules and stuff a little bit without actually cheating. Here's an example of one of the clever ways to beat a rule. You can buy 20 accounts with the company and they say you can't DCA, but I figured out a way to do it. Dollar cost averaging means you can't add as the market's falling. Well, okay. Well, you can if you only long 2 of those 20 accounts here, and then 5 of those accounts here, and then 13 of those accounts there. You have bought a lower dip, but you're buying them in separate accounts. It's DCAing like you would in one real account, but by splitting your accounts up instead of copy trading them all at one pivot, you can now effectively DCA with all of your risk in your 20 accounts with your Apex, right? So I figured out a way to skirt almost all the prop firms' rules to your advantage. Our bootcamp goes through hacks and tricks like that. And the whole bootcamp is only 20 bucks for the whole month. And that's why everybody raves about it. So while we're chilling here, I've decided to give away some boot camps to everybody on the stream. In the meantime, hit the like button while we're chilling. I've decided to give away 10 free 1-month seats to the boot camp. Literally 10. And if anyone else decides to donate 20 bucks to the stream to buy one for someone else as well, I'll donate another. 2. I'll donate 2 for every 1 donation somebody throws in, because we start on Monday. On Monday. The overnight system is explained in the boot camp as well. There's a whole video on it. Curious, boss lady. What's up, boss lady? Good to see you, girl. How you doing? Let's see. What do we got? So I'll give away 10 so far. Type in free class. Hold on. Because we start on Monday. It's always a big event. And this is the last giveaway we're doing for boot camp. And every month we'll do it again. Do it again and do it again. Camping boots, baby. Yeah. Rocket scooter. Yeah. Rocket scooter. Only if you're not already a member. Is a boot camp? Do you going over swing setups? How you call top and bottoms? Yeah, there's 2 classes on that. Commitment traders and monthly maps. K-Spec donating. Oh. So we've got 3 more to give away. Thank you, K-Spec. I appreciate the donation. Jesus. All right. Okay. Type in free class. Thank you, K-Spec. All right. We're giving away 13 boot camps today. Oh my gosh. Some of you are going to win something, and you're going to be trained as a trader after we get through that. Rocket scooter. Yeah. I need a reggae rocket scooter song. That'd be pretty chill. All right. So 5 of you, thank you so much for gifting 5 subscriptions, David, to the Rocket Cadet program. You now have a green name. You can use more emojis. Super cool. Oh, boss lady. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. You guys give her a follow on Twitter. She's one of my buddies on Twitter. Wow, we're going to have a lot of turnout here. Piven, all right. Okay, it's the same rule. You need to take a screenshot of... Man, this is going to be going on for a long time. Thank you so much, boss lady. That's really sweet of you. All right. Pivon. 16. We're going to be spinning this wheel for a while. Hi. Especially if people aren't here. Consistent investor dropping the PayPay mat emojis. We just did the drawing. Piven, where are you at? You know, I'm not even gonna write it on the screen here. Oh my god. We're gonna be spinning the wheel for an hour. Thank you so much. All right, S-Vaughn, thank you, bud. All right. 18, 19. God, I'm giving away 20 free bootcamp seats. Oh my gosh. All right, this is gonna take a while, you guys. I'm gonna have to narrow down something very quickly. Okay. Let me spin this wheel 20 times. We need a faster way to give away free stuff. Okay. Free class, one word. Piven wasn't even here. Hit the like button. And you guys will absolutely love the training program, I promise. So yeah, we can't spin this wheel 20 times. We need to come up with a faster way to do this. I need to pick 20 winners in bulk. Okay. Just do the 20 names by the name that's picked. I got an idea. Okay, I got an idea. Okay, you're the only one from the wheel. We can't spin this wheel for an hour. Justin, thank you, Justin. Okay, we certainly need, there's 20, 21. So I'm buying 2 for every one of the people doing it. So I have 22 to give away. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. This is gonna take forever. David, yeah, thank you for tossing out the subs. Everybody's on holding. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Thank you, Justin. I really appreciate it. Okay, so I got an idea. Hold on. Let's see. I need a. Let's use ChatGTP. Okay, I'm gonna trust. I need a volunteer. Okay, I need a volunteer. This entire participants list. You know what happened? What I forgot to do is clear off the list. This is why it's doing it. Okay, guys, we're gonna do this one more time. Okay, ready? I'm cleaning off the list. Starting now, everybody type free class. Okay? This is the rule. Let's play the outro song. Everybody type in free class starting now. I need one volunteer, one of my mods or somebody to go on ChatGTP and have ChatGTP draw 22 names at once. And then we'll spin the wheel just for funsies, right? Can I cut and paste all of these names here? Let's see if this will work. So I need to go into the console of this website and get this list of names here. Let's see if I can do this. Hold on. All right, let me go to... Okay, let's rip those names. Control, Shift, and K. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's search in the console for these names. No, actually, I'm just gonna rip the page source. Let's just do this. I need to go console. Let's go to the page source. See if it prints it there. No, it's not showing the source either. All right, I need my programmers here to help me out with this. Let's see, participants list. We need to be clever about this. Yeah, but I can't copy and paste from the, let's see if I can do this. Match case. The thing is that what I'm trying to do is rip the list from the page here. Pull this off of here. I just find a whole different wheel spinning up. Stu, I can't copy and paste the list. This is the problem we have now. Like, I can't. Save page as. Let's save the page as a text file and see if that works. With the list. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna click on the inspector. Let's see if I can find it here. Let's search for one of the names in here. Okay, I got it. I got the list. I saved the website. Super simple. I'm gonna do it this way. This is better than the inspector. I saved the website as a text file. All right, so I'm gonna drop the text file. That'll work. All right, so yeah, I'm inside of an iframe, so I can't do it. So probably right. The button to left the inspector to search through it. All right, so what I did is I just saved it as a text file. That'll work. Okay. All right, I'm closing the entries in 10 seconds. So we're giving away 22 bootcamp seats. Congratulations. 22 of you guys are going to win free 1 month of training. Well, you literally will learn everything I know. All right. Okay. After this, type in free class, one word. Free class, one word. So selling options with Susan Fluing. You did it in 2 words. Do one word, one word, one word, one word, one word, one word. Okay. In 15 seconds, I'm going to copy and paste this. I'm going to drop it in chat. Matt, if you help me, Matt, send me a message. Send me a DM so that I get your name at the top. Ping me so that it's at the top of the list. I'm going to send it to Matt. Matt's going to kick it through Chat GTP or something and produce a list of winners. And then I'll read the winners live on stream to some awesome music or whatever. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. And you can only win if you're not already a member. So it's for new people only. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are saving page as giveaways. And we are done. Okay. Okie dokie. All right. Okay. I'm sending the list to Matt. Get you, brother. Here we go. All right. I need a different spinny wheel thingy. That's crazy. All right. 22 people. That's incredible. Okay. So right now we're watching the conditions deteriorate for QQQ and S&P. There's no trade setups here. That's why I'm just chilling. I am waiting for a better opportunity to trade this. But not shorting from here, not doing anything yet, but the market is looking very weak. Okay, so Matt has the list of names. We're going to draw 22 winners. All right, can't enter anymore, guys. It's over. And then he'll send me, just Matt, message me the names back. All right, here are 22 randomly selected names from your list. Did we use AI to pull it? Okay. I'll just read them off. Oh, this is gonna be fun for me to sort this out tonight. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Okay, and the winners are... Yeah, take a crap. Please hurry up. Take your phone to the toilet, John. All right, here we go. The winners are... Well, I don't want to have to spell all your names. Get ready. There are 22 randomly chosen names. And the 22 winners are as follows. If your name is on this list, congratulations. Let me make it bigger. I think the Rumalesh has won everything on the stream. At least once. Kushinka, EK, Rupesh, Raj, Elaine, Thermulesh, Nader, Veil of Perception, Kukaha Twins, watching you talk. Did you already win the boot camp, though? I thought you already won the boot camp. Jamar L, what's up, man? All right, good job, good job. John Kim, you did. So John, yeah, now you can take a shit. So go. John's been like, plugging it up, waiting to go. Okay, congratulations, John. Eunice, Order Flow, Diva, DWG account, Sanjeev, Bonnie Tech, Alina Ma, Trader Mindset, Sohaib, Delco, and Arvin. Congratulations. I thought you won something before. I thought you won something from me. Okay, cool. All right, yeah, thank you, Chat GTP, for helping out. I swear you won before. I remember. You did. You won, and then you gave it. Didn't you win something and give it away? I don't know. Okay, guys, congratulations. Okay, so all 22 of you, thank you for your donations, everybody, can now come to the boot camp for free. If you didn't win, that was your last chance to enter. No more giveaways for boot camp for another month. We start on Monday at 4 o'clock sharp. It's not just teaching, it's training. I will work you like military style. I will rewire your brain to think markets. Cool, brother. Well, congratulations, man. Somebody gifted you a 30-day YouTube. Yeah, that was David, man. That was really nice, BB. How do you claim it? Okay, here's how you claim it. You must open up your YouTube, your account, go to the top left of the screen, take a screenshot of your YouTube name so that I know it's you. It must match exactly to the name here. You send me a message or you send Slacks a message in Discord. So this is different than the other giveaways. The prop accounts, you message me. The bootcamp giveaways, you message Slacks. These are admin, remember, Slacks. You have 1 hour to message this guy with the bootcamp, or you forfeit your prize. He's the head admin in our community. Let me warn him that I'm sending like a flurry of people there. Good job, guys. Congrats. I know it'd been fun to spin the wheel for like an hour. We start on Monday. If you didn't win, I'm telling you, join it anyways. This is something that people have very much said that has been very substantial for their time. Let's do one more. Here's our intro song while we're chilling. Thesis for now is that the market is still in decline, and we're still going to trade lower. My tools run only on our platform. NinjaTrader is too weak of a trading platform to handle our tools. NinjaTrader is like an old lady with a broken hip. Not clear where to send. Send a link, please. Okay, rule number 1. Here's the rules. I'm only going to say it once. Join our Discord. Link in description. Number 2, message Slacks. He's an admin. 3, give him a picture of your YouTube channel from your perspective or your Google account, just to prove that it's you that matches the name. If you don't put that, if you don't do it exactly like that, you won't win the giveaway. And you have 1 hour to message. Tom Jarick, you sent me a message 2 weeks ago about a Tradeify giveaway that you won. When did you send me a message? Follow up with me if you didn't get your account, but I gave you, a lot of you guys with Tradeify, I got the codes backwards. If it was 2 weeks ago, I gave you a code for the wrong account. So try your code in advanced if I said it was growth, or growth if I said it was advanced. I got them backwards on the stream. Tom, you got to message me again. If you're from that boat, I gave you the wrong, I told you the wrong account. So try it in the other account. I actually gave it out backwards, so cool. Okay. These are all, like I said, the boot camp is $1 a day for 20 days, and that's it. There's no extra everything. We show everything that we do. And I teach you everything that I do. You didn't get a code? If you didn't get a code, it's because you didn't follow the rules and message me when you won, or I overlooked it on accident. So make sure you follow me. You had a 50K advance, Tom. I marked it off that I gave it to you. Here, message me real quick. I'll give it to you again. Tom, message me now. Right now. I have it. I'll cut and paste and give it to you. Tom, message me now. Like right now. Tom, message me now. What's your name in Discord? I've got 10 million messages in Discord. New boot camp starts on Monday. Tom, I don't have a message from you in Discord. Double check who you're messaging. You might be messaging one of the 1,000 scam mats out there. I don't have any message from you, Tom. I have 0 message from you. You are messaging a scam version of Matt, probably. This might... Ryan, I got your message right now. So, Tom, make sure you're actually messaging me and not one of the thousands of doppelgangers pretending to be me. You message Slacks and the message not able to be delivered? Hold on. Tom, I have no messages from you, dude. Now I got a message from you, Tom. Tom, that's why you didn't get your code, because you went and messaged one of the scam mats. Here's your code. Here. See what I'm saying? I fucking hate Discord. These guys are absolute idiots. Okay, it's for 50K advanced. There you go. There's your code. Hello, Matt is online. Slacks is on Discord. Yeah, he's on Discord. Yeah, why not get rid of the scam? I can't change it. Discord allows you to create whatever name you want, whatever look you want. Anybody can go out there and create an account with my name and my picture and call rs_Matt. It's really silly how it works, but if you actually expand the profile, as stupid as Discord is, they allow you to have 2 names. It's really silly. I don't understand the purpose. It's so that you can have a different name in every community, different identity. I don't know. It's really stupid. So there's 1,000 people that have like their real actual account is like rs.matt.matt.2 or something, but then the display name is rs_Matt with my picture, and you think you're talking to me. The minute you join my Discord, my bot sends you a message that warns you about this, yet 5 out of 10 of you ignore the bot and talk to the fucking scammer. It's so weird. And then you report to me, hey, there's a scammer. I'm like, I know. Discord is absolutely retarded about this. I fucking hate it. And I dropped the hard R there, but I don't even care. Discord is stupid, and they do not police this stuff. Why would you let somebody have 2 different fucking names? It pisses me off. Tom, does it work? It should work, right? The Slack's message failed 3 times? Hold up. People say that... You have to actually join our Discord. Hold on. Make sure that it's the actual Slacks and not the scammer. He's not online. He's not online. So if you actually go, if you want to know a quicker way to make sure you're not messaging the wrong person, like we ban these scammers all the time, but go to, there's a channel called Contest in the Discord as well. This will help you guys out. Go to the Contest channel, and he's messaging through there, so you can send him a bunch of message there. Yeah. He says 11, handles 11 so far. Okay. So you got to change your settings. If you can't message him, post inside of that channel as well. Let me give the list of people from Matt. Congratulations on all the winners. I never understood why Discord does not allow unique only display names on a DM. So in a DM, when a stranger DMs you, the name that you see pop up is whatever they want it to be. which is so weird because if you expand the DM, then you'll see it's somebody else. Let me show you guys an example. I get a message request. Let me show you what it's like. I can find a random message from somebody. Message request, spam request. All right, let me show you what it's like. Here's like a spam request, right? Let me show you on my stream. Like, look. Let me find, there might be some that's like, oh, these are all spam, I guess. But let me pick this up. Like if I get a message request and I accept a DM from somebody, it'll say like here, right? Like there's 2 different names. And so you'll see like RS Matt and then some other name. Like it looks legit. Like why Discord? Like what is wrong with you? Yeah, everybody go to Discord settings, scroll down to friend requests, uncheck the everyone box to avoid scam imposter attempts. But even so, it's people in our server also that can still message you. But that does help a little bit. But the thing is that they actually will convince you to go into your own settings and disable accepting DMs from anybody that's not a friend. That way, we can't DM you. It's so sophisticated how they do it. But I don't know what Discord fucking paint chip eating morons that run that fucking company. It's a hamster on a wheel that runs their security department. Let's send a DM from somebody with 2 actual names and let you see that you're getting an invite, a message from RS Matt space rs.matt.2.1. Like, what? Do they have a security department? No, they don't. They're idiots at Discord. They allow, I can say how many hundreds of millions of scans take place because of this stuff. It has actually cost my business sales because how many times Tom DeRick didn't get his code because he's been talking to fake Matt for the last 2 months, pissed off at me, thinking I'm scamming him of his code. How many people like, I canceled and I DM'd you like 1,000 times. Why didn't you give me my refund, you fucking scammer? I'm gonna leave a bad review. And I'm like, you're a fucking idiot that scammed somebody else. Like somebody else scammed you. Like you're messaging somebody that's not me. I hate Discord for it. They're like, oh, my bad. Let me delete my bad review. I'm like, yeah, delete your bad review, idiot. Like, seriously. Did you not read who you're fucking talking to? They sent me the screenshot. The scammers are so good at convincing you they're me. I'm gonna tell you the secret. I will never message any of you. I like you guys, but I don't like you that much. I will never, ever, ever DM you for any reason. Unless we are already talking about something. Like we're working together on something. I will never, ever, ever DM you. If there's a thing with Rocket Scooter, I will email you from the official matt@rocketscooter.com email address. I will never reach out to you on Discord, be like, hey, I need to do this. Because I don't even know who you are on Discord compared to who you are in our community. You know, so never will you receive a DM from me. Ever, 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 ever. You will always message me first. Is your bootcamp recorded? Yeah, it is live at 12 Dogs. It's definitely recorded. Never, ever. Yeah, Tom Derrick. Sorry, bro. Yeah, and so you guys are sitting there pissed off at me, like, but then it's because you go into your DMs and you go, oh, Matt was messaging me last week. And you go look at it and Matt's like, how's your trading, dear? Are you looking to get better than market? Well, do you have Telegram? I know you're in my Discord and my YouTube channel, but I also have a secret Telegram off to the side. You want to come over here as well? This is where I give my secret calls and plays that I don't give to the community here. Just pay a little bit extra for it. And I can't tell you how many of you guys fall for it. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. No, I don't have a Telegram channel where I give secret calls and plays on Bitcoin and penny stocks. Discord should have a KYC style know your customers sort of thing and put a check mark by your name once you identify yourself. And that's it. And if somebody else tries to use a similar image, that AI would report that image is similar and not allowed to use it because an image is too similar to an existing image that's out there. Like, I don't know if Discord is just full of fucking idiots, but it's full of fucking idiots. I've DM'd the CEO of Discord to complain about this and they'll do anything about it. Yes, let's have somebody DM you and their name can be xyz.123.456, but their display name could be Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is sending you a friend request. How cool does that sound? Because clearly that makes a whole lot of sense when a stranger's messaging out of the blue. Whatever. Could I start one? Maybe. Do you always use the word dear? Hey dear, how's your trading? Yeah, that definitely sounds like English was your first language, bro. Like, seriously. We walk around calling each other dear here in America. Yeah. I'm gonna start calling you guys all dear. You got scammed message on every Discord you join. It's crazy, right? A lot of you guys are smart because you see it everywhere you go, but people always tell me like, hey Matt, there's a fake Matt DMing me, and I'm like, I can't even control that. I can keep them out of my server, but they'll just have a second account in our server and then basically seeing the names and then messaging you from their other fake account. It's really crappy. The moment they say, how's your trading going? Blocked. Yeah, please do. Please do. Did the CEO ask you for Bitcoin exchange? Oh yeah, always. Just buy the Discord IPO and fix it yourself at this point. Become a shareholder. Oh my God. The fake Mats definitely reply a lot faster than the real Mats too. Yeah. There's likely a deer in the headlights. You saw a new scam. It was a sticker of someone else's QR code or something that was actually supposed to be paid by QR code. Really? Oh, that's crazy. Did Greg want a cashier's check in a car? Oh, that's definitely cool. Yeah, there's this one scam that they post comments on all of my YouTube streams, and the comments are basically like, I don't know anything about crypto, but it's like, here's my wallet seed phrase. I don't even know what that means. And it's like, blah, 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 blah. I need to deposit some money. What do I do? And apparently you go there and it's like, we'll give you free Bitcoin if you just pay the Ethereum gas fee or something. Essentially, it's a wallet that can't transfer coins out. They just basically take your money and don't give you anything in return. I don't even know what any of those words mean that I just said. But that 5-minute liquidity sweep at 7:30 this morning, I don't really know what happened at this point in time at exactly 7:26. Was there news today? I didn't even talk about that today. I was kind of ignoring it, but there was no news event at that point. It is Friday, so I'm not really sure what went on. Oops, where's my financial juice? Anybody know what happened at like a little bit over an hour before market? Was it a Trump tweet? Tariff? Oh, Trump tariff stuff. Yeah, that's what I was going to guess. Financial juice is like having some downside. People are saying that the financial juice was down yesterday, or the app was down. Let's see what it was this morning. Oh, okay. 80% tariff on China seems right. It's up to Scott Bessent, Truth Social. 80% tariff on China seems right. That's what he said. So market just moved quickly on that. So market basically dipped because there is a tariff. The fact that it's better than normal, or better than expected, is why the market recovered off of it. So people don't want to hear the word tariff in China. That's all it was. He tweeted it. Thank you, Josh. Thank you for writing that. Can you buy from this price? Honestly speaking, that markets don't normally just, you know, this is pretty alarming. I personally am avoiding this because in my liquidity map, as I haven't told you guys if you're still here, and you'll know our setup, anything where the liquidity map has no arrow, which is here, is basically no man's land for entry. So from here, there is no gamble on an entry. There is resistance from here. This is just like the same setup from yesterday, guys. There's resistance from there. There's resistance from there. And yesterday, I got my ass handed to me trying to short off this because Trump tweeted in the middle of it. So with resilience being less than 0, there's resistance off of this. With monthly res less than 0 or less than 0, there's resistance from there. So the market is no longer volatile and VIX is still in decline from here. So I have a hard time believing that this is going to continue to sell, but I also don't have any indication this is a buy from here either. So it's kind of a no man's land. So what I do in this environment, what I told you guys earlier, is I wait. I'm going to wait for the market to do something. If the market dumps to here, I'm going to long from here and then make many thousands of dollars on the DD band bounce. If the market goes to here, I'm going to make a decision. If we break through there and support and conditions are better, I'll long from here to here. In the middle of here, the pressure is actually down. So I'm going to only basically take trades off of this mechanism here. So long there, long on the break, kind of like shorting it back inside of this range from there. Is China at risk of defaulting at this point? Dude, I can only imagine what it's really like over there. I don't think we're like really seeing what's going on. Like, how bad is it for them? It's got to be really bad if it's bad for us. How's the market move so quick when that news comes out? Are there AI bots? So Evan, it's just the it doesn't mean that there has to be volume. It's just the bid and ask is quoted by market makers. So they're just moving their quote around really quick. And then like, if they're moving their bid lower and a couple sell orders come through, it just looks like a giant candle. But also it's algorithms that are trading very quickly on the news. I mean, there are algorithms that respond so rapidly to that news the moment it comes out. Was it a Cloudflare issue with financial juice? Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard something was going on yesterday with them. Yesterday he said 50. Today he said 80. Oh, okay. Really? I didn't know he said 50 yesterday. Ooh, 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 ooh. So I can't give you guys investment advice, but I can tell you what I'm going to do. So I'm waiting to see something inside of here. I'm going to take a long off of there, a long on the break, and short in the middle. That's it. And so from the bottom here, there's no entry. And part of our strategy we teach you guys is that you wait for a good setup. There's no good pivot from here. Just gambling on which direction is a waste of time. If you didn't win the boot camp, that's okay. I promise you, 20 bucks, you can join it. And in 3 days, if you don't like it, it's a full money back refund. And of the 8 months we've been doing the boot camp, I've had 0 people ask for a refund. 0. Nobody was like, I don't want this. I changed my mind. So you guys are welcome to check it out. After 3 days, if you're like, I just can't do this, they'll refund you. So here's the link. I want you guys all check it out. I'm very proud of the boot camp. And it's not only just my information in there. It's actually a lot of the stuff that's provided is actually stuff the members have put together. This community is different than any other community. It's not like the Matt show. Let's follow Matt. This community is filled with highly intellectual people who do a lot of research and stuff on their own. And then they publish it for the group to digest as a whole. We're kind of just like, I'm like the hub for it all. Our materials in the bootcamp were created by a bunch of people. This guy named Garrett put together the recent back test. A guy named Ian put together another historic back test. It's really neat to see what the community comes up with together. Kind of piggybacking off of what each other makes. And then we just share with each other. So it's a community of thinkers that come up with something. And our goal is to beat the market statistically. And we have many edges that beat the market statistically. One of the things we give you at the start of the day, I'll just share it with you, is a probabilistic edge document that Ian put together. Ian and I together were doing some research on certain things. We talk about the number of months that are green. Like we start off by saying, did you know 70% of the months in the market are green? And we tell you the probability that, a certain probability that a third is sold off or 2/3 are sold off or all of it sells off. We tell you the distribution of that data. So you know the statistics that the majority of days are green. And we give you this whole PowerPoint with all this information you can learn about the actual odds and stats of the market. Very detailed. And that whole class with that whole PDF is literally $1. And so that's kind of why people are just like, this bootcamp is super cool because it's not expensive. Everybody should be able to afford it. That's why we did it like that. All right, market pulling back. Still, like I said, not a dip to buy here. No man's land, no trade, sitting out. We always sit out until we get a strong pivot. Dynamic hedge pressure here is a strong pivot, but other than that, there's nothing else to do. Waiting makes you money, baby. New life, nailed it. That's it. How long a day is the boot camp? It's about an hour, Jack. An hour to an hour and a half. You can say the whole time. We usually stay up until pre-market, and then we do the pre-market overnight. So basically, at the end of the boot camp, I go over the nightly setup at the end of the day. Would normal retail traders have any use for Bloomberg terminal now? Not at all, man. It's useless actually. What time zone? 4 p.m. Eastern, right when the market closes. The bell rings, we start class. What do you think about taking a SPY hedge pressure break? Always. If the resilience is there, it's always a good setup. If you got support on resilience, it's always good. Oh, blue hedge pressure. I'm sorry. Blue hedge pressure has no short setup against it. It's not a strong enough pivot to take a short. According to Garrett's latest back test, though, we might rethink that because the data is actually coming out to show that on the short side, it's still 60%. It's not 70%, but it's still 60 under all conditions. So below hedge pressure, rejections are good to take. When you open above, only 32% of days break below. So it's up to you to say, is that worth the short? Does that make sense? So we don't take blue hedge pressure breaks because Garrett's research supports why we took it off the liquidity map, because only 3 out of 10 days stay down there. And usually it's like, okay, it's no man's land. If we open above, it's usually likely to close above. So because the probability is so high that it pops back above, we don't take a short. So break to the upside, you always take a break to the upside, yes, not the break to the downside. Hedge pressure upside breaks are all my favorites. One of my favorite setups. Number 2 is one. Number 2 is one here. Number 3 is one there. But the downside breaks we've removed because the probability is so low that hedge pressure does not usually have a strong resistance pressure. Yeah. Do I scout more when you're competing in Robin's Cup? I'm curious if you know any edge and shorter scalps. I'm studying volume tools like cumulative volume delta and footprint charts. Jordan, study what we're teaching because it's all about scalping. Most of my trades are like 10 minutes to 20 minutes long at the most, dude. I trade from volume pivot to volume pivot, and I usually get the flow direction right most of the time. And so, see, like here, I shorted and got out pretty quick, and then I'm just sitting out while it's chopping around. So that's how we do it. All right, guys, just chilling for a minute here. If you guys don't mind taking a look at this, I'm going to tell you one of the prop firms I'm working with, and I'm really, really, really excited, and I keep telling you guys this, is Funded Next. Now, again, Funded Next is again, just think, the rules can't stay this good forever, but there's a prop firm that exists right now that has rules that can't be beat. They win in every category. They have uncapped payouts and you can DCA. And I'm telling you guys, this is the one. I'll give you the link in chat. Now, if the rules can't sustain, then they can't sustain. Use code ROCKET when you go there. But let me tell you something. I immediately started trading with these guys. I was going to do Top Step, and now I'm doing these guys. And I worked out a partnership deal with them because I think these rules are so immaculate, too good to be true. And if it doesn't last, it doesn't last. But I'm going to get the payouts while I can. And I'm going to tell you guys, they have an end-of-the-day drawdown account, which is competitive with all the other ones. 40% consistency, which is better than Tradeify's. No activation fee, no monthly fee, and uncapped payouts, and you can DCA. Those are like every checklist for every prop firm trader. They are big CFD Forex people, and they're moving the futures. So best account is the 50K, the one in the middle. The 50K has the best drawdown to cost ratio of the three. The 100K is weird. So the drawdown you get is $12.50 for 129. Double for $249. That makes sense. But just another $500 for $200 makes zero sense to scale up so little for so much money. The cost to drawdown ratio, which is one of your metrics for sizing out what's the value, is over 10 to 1 here, and it's like 9 and it's 6 here. 50K is the bees, and you get 6 of those total. So that's the one. But while they have uncapped payouts, guys, in the first 30 days, you can take half of your payout. So Apex is one of the only firms out there you can take like $1 million payouts, you know? But they have trailing drawdown. So I'm going to be like milking this as hard as I can. I want to try to get like hundreds of thousands of dollars of payouts without cap. So I'm immediately switching to them. I love my Tradify straight to fundeds. I'm still going to trade them. But I get capped on payouts. Every 10 days is 3,000 I can only take out. I've got 130,000 sitting there right now, and I can't take out more than 3K every 10 days. So per account. So 15K total. So yeah, the boot camp is the Zoom calls. In the morning, MP, we don't do Zoom calls in the morning anymore. They're only Zoom calls at the end of the day. But yeah, so take a look at Funded Next. If you guys, they're the new firm, everybody, they're the influencers who talk to me about it. You know, we always buzz about what's hot and we always want to get in first. And so we're one of the first people to get in on it because I always look at the rules to find out how good they are. And in futures so far, you know, the question you always have is, are they going to deny payouts and blah, blah, blah. I'm going through it myself. I got an account that just went funded. So I'll let you guys know how it goes. All I have to do is trade for 5 days and I could take 50% of what I make as my first payout. And after 30 days, you can take out 100% of what you've made. So there's no like 3 payouts and then it's uncapped. It's literally uncapped from your first payout. It's like, what? It doesn't make any sense how they can sustain this, but and one of the first people to get burned. Look, these guys are hiring influencer celebrities to promote their brand. They've got money. So if they deny me, their business will die overnight. So I have that influence. I can make 5 phone calls to the 5 biggest futures traders out there and shut them. I can shut the doors overnight in any prop firm if I want to. Any one of the big influencers can. If anyone cheats anybody, we're looking out for you guys. Okay. That's how it goes. The stats from Garrett available in Discord. We won't. We'll publish them in the next round of the boot camp. No, dude. It's the public opinion is so powerfully led by such a small group of people. If anybody cheats anybody, we could topple a prop firm overnight. Dude, Pat Whelan shut down Funded Futures family just by talking shit about Danny. He killed that prop firm overnight. Just one guy. We're all friends with each other. If any one of us gets scammed, I could have 100 influencers know about it tomorrow. No, I'm not important. You guys are important. It's not me that's important. It's you guys. We're all looking out for each other and for you. If any of you guys get scammed, trust me, we're looking out for you guys. Boss Lady knows a ton of people. It's not, I'm not saying I'm important. I'm saying we are as a community. It's us. The power is in the people. Public opinion is really strong when it comes to prop firms. Am I friends with Pat? Yeah, I'm friends with Pat. We talk all the time. What happened to Funded Futures? Just the Danny thing? Yeah. Like I said, if anyone scams anybody, I can shut them down. With everybody else knowing about it. We can make sure they get no business ever from futures. So trust me when I say we look out for you guys. Because if you guys get scammed, it makes us look bad if we recommend them. So don't think I'm going to be taking sheep to the slaughter for a $5 affiliate check. No. We're always talking behind the scenes with each other. What's the new firm? What's the new hot firm? What's the dirt? What's the skinnier? These guys scammers, not scammers. We're always what we talk about to each other. Who's good? Who's bad? We kind of all look out for each other too. Like if somebody out there hears of a prop firm that's scammy, they're going to message me, hey man, check this out. This is what happened. Just letting you know. Thanks, bud. I got your back too if I hear about something. There's a community of community leaders out there. No trades right now. But the pressure's to the downside. So Boss Lady knows that's right. She's out there in the mix of peeps. But maximum accounts on Funded Next, you can do 300,000 total. So mix and match however you want. 650s, 1225s, or 300s. Is Top Step good like they say? Top Step is good. 0 people have ever said anything bad about Top Step. All the ones I work with are basically what I consider like S tier, A tier. Top Step, Tradeify, My Abundant Future, Take Profit, Funded Next. Futures Desk now, I added that to the list. Apex is on the list, but is at the very bottom. I'm starting to lose faith in Apex, to be honest. But yeah, like we're actually looking out for you guys because, and it's also for ourselves. It's kind of like you're lucky that we get paid because last thing I want to do is recommend you guys do something and y'all get scammed and you'll hate my guts, right? So you better believe like half of my life is making sure I do my due diligence on anything I put my name to. For sure. But yeah, if any big name person out there starts a fire, everybody will follow that fire. It's that strong of a community. And everybody's just kind of cool and friends with everybody and everybody talks. Like that song, everybody talks too much. It started with a whisper. So does Funded Futures not pay out now? Have them still? My Funded Futures? Yeah, they pay out really well. Like My Funded Futures is known for having some of the best payout rules in the game. My Funded Futures is rock solid. Why am I not trading? There's no setup. Not from here. I'm waiting for lower DD ban. Matt, admit it. You're here to make a fat check. Oh no, you caught me. I'm here to make money. Yeah, affiliate revenues are pretty fat. I'm not gonna lie. Super fat. Every YouTuber wants affiliate money. I don't hide that fact. I've done over $1 million in sales in the last 2 or 3 months alone. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, for sure. I don't hide it. But I also tell you guys, you know, I try to give away a lot of stuff with it. So I try to like buy accounts to give away. And I broker deals with the prop firms. Instead of giving me a big check, I tell them to give me accounts to give away. I think it's better for you guys to benefit from my relationship with them more than me just trying to catch a big salary and buying a supercar with it. Watching Dakota continue to lose every day. How is he in the top 6? Nothing bad about Dakota. He seems like a nice kid, but he's also new to trading. It's very easy when you watch him trade to see that he's new, and new traders aren't necessarily consistently good, but it doesn't mean he's not going to learn and get great over time. It takes many years to get really good at trading. I don't know, during the big bull market leading up into 2024's, you know, recession, anybody could have become top 6 just by lucking the market long. Not hard to do. If you can take some big lucky swings to hit the, you know, like I said, a lot of your influencers and simfluencers out there are really good at getting the occasional home run every once in a while, but over time they strike out. And it's just normal because not everybody out there is a superstar trader, and nothing bad against him. He's a good dude. But he's certainly a very new trader, and don't expect anything spectacular as far as consistency from somebody with just a couple years of experience. You know what I mean? He's got a long way to go in his journey, but like I said, he's definitely, you know, still learning. How many accounts can you do on Funded Next? As many as you can buy with the 300,000. The cap is on the total account size. So you can do 6 times 50 or 12. So 6 50,000s, 12, 25,000s, or 300,000s. 650 is what I'm going to do. It's the best deal, the best bang for your buck, the most drawdown per dollar ratio. It's the middle tier. You didn't get it on the software. You didn't spend enough time to get it. It takes a little. It's a whole different method of thinking. Like no more indicators or time frames. We're just like, here's the pivot. I trade off of it. Here's the pivot. Here's the direction. Here's my confluence, and then I just size around it. 1 million sale is great. For how much you got in commissions, I don't know. Usually between 10 and 20%. That depends. 10 to 25%. All I'm doing is hiring more people to work at Rocket Scooter and building out faster programs. Now, with the affiliate stuff, you know, the extra revenue, we're commissioning more projects. So we have our prototype for the overnight dynamics coming in, and our historic backtesting module, we're building into that right now. So I'm putting the affiliate money to good use. We're building more stuff for the platform, which is good. Looking to long on NQ or ES, not from here. only at the strong pivots to the downside. So anything from here can fall to lower DD band. That's what I'm looking at. And I honestly, the way that I'm seeing this right now, the conditions aren't weakening further. They're just still weak. So the market's going to have a hard time finding a bid here. The opportunity is to the upside, but I don't think it's from here. The better, stronger pivot is from the lower bands, which should at least bounce pretty hard before anything. I don't from here want to chase a short to bet on market collapses. I never really do, unless I have greater market, being bearish. Greater market is still bullish. 2 of the 3 indicators of greater market are bullish. But being below MHP and MHP break is irrational to the downside. So I'm going to let the market chop around and be stupid. Remember, as soon as I close my trade, I haven't done anything and the market's gone nowhere. That's really smart. So I'm going to continue to be smart from here and not try to take a coin flip from the middle where I'm going to lose half the time. I'm going to let the market over panic to a certain level and get right there. I know that my DD ratio is still strong enough at least to scalp a little bit off of that long bounce. And I think most people here would do the same thing. What position size I'm using for my 2500? One NASDAQ, that's it. One NASDAQ max, 2 ES max. So ES is 1,000 points per 2 on a 10-point rip. NASDAQ is 800 bucks on 1 on a 40-point rip. So 1 NASDAQ and 2 NQ. Sorry, 2 ES, 1 NQ is what I'm trading for the fund next. I passed my first one in 4 days. So basically I won. I passed it in 3 days, but I needed like a couple extra $100 for the consistency. So I won like an $800 trade, a $1,000 trade, a $500 trade, and then I tapped it for like 300 extra bucks or whatever to pass it. So the daily loss limit of 1,200, 2 ES on 10 point will get you underneath that. 1 NASDAQ on 40 points will get you underneath that. So it's 800 versus the 1,000 drawdown. You won't hit your daily loss limit. It gives you 2 trades a day. They do trade of 8. That's correct. Yeah. How can I connect with you directly? You're a 30-year experienced day trader in futures. Just send me a message in Discord if you want to just check. Say what's up. Just go to Discord and go to the top right and find me and just send me a message. So the one thing we tried to create here, where a group of engineers and traders and mathematicians decided to create something that was statistically sound, something that made sense to the markets, and I wanted to create indicators that worked at least 60% of the time. And over the years, with the confluence that comes with them, we have indicators that work 70, 80, and 90% of the time. Under ideal conditions, 90%. When markets there's catalysts or news or events, just avoid it those days. And other than that, we look at the standard market with no pressure, no problem. The market just ebbs and flows along with the risk of the options landscape. The market's just driven by options hedging most of the time, and we follow that flow and we can predict volume from that with rocket scooters. So that's what we do. You guys just checking out. You have great work ethic for new traders. May God bless you, brother, for the support. Once you have the following. Yeah, appreciate it, man. Thank you, bud. Means a lot. Today you missed your giveaway. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Wait, what did you win? Manjunath? Pinnaker? Oh, yeah, that's right. You did win. You won the giveaway for the account, did you? Oh, I'm so sorry, man. Yeah, I know it sucks. Rules are rules. I'm sorry that happened. I think Dakota's on a losing streak. You're pretty sure he's been trading for over 10 years. Oh, really? Oh, then maybe I'm wrong. He looks like he's like 21 years old. How much drawdown do you have in Fund Next? For the 50K account, it's 2,500 with the $1,200 soft breach. So essentially, you can hit your 1,200 soft breach 2 times, and you got a little bit of buffer to trade on a third day. If you stick to 1 NQ and 2 ES, it gives you 2 trades per day for 3 days total. So you can lose 6 trades in a row, and then you bust. It's a good balance. You passed your Apex? Oh, good job, man. Good job. Good job. Congrats. If anyone needs proof, you have 5 pass evals with Top Step using Rocket Scooter with around 70% win rate. Now, I'm not saying you guys, no, again, not saying that you guys are going to have a 70, 80% win rate. I always say that, to be legit and fair, I'm pretty decent at trading. So I'm good with emotions. I'm good at managing risk and stuff. The pivots have that probability statistically. It does not at all mean you will mirror those results. So my results don't imply your results. I don't think I'm trying to sell you guys a 90% win rate bag of magic beans. Other people here do very well because they're very good traders. So it always takes the trader to make money in this, in full honesty. Dakota was trading for his 18. Oh, very nice. How do you stay afloat with the consistency rule? You can't view your dashboard with them. Wait, what's wrong with the dashboard? When you log in, it should work. The consistency rule is basically like, I don't care about it. It's 20%. I put like so much buffer in the account, and then I just basically never blow up the accounts, and I just slowly trade them till the consistency comes down. Other than that, you can try to aim for the 20%. So an example is for the Tradeify 150K straight to funded as a $9,000 profit target, right? With the 20% consistency in 10 trading days. When you have those parameters, 10 days at 20%, basically it tells you what you need to trade every day. For 10 days, you need at least 900 per profit. You need a number that satisfies both conditions. Anything greater than 900 satisfies your 10-day rule and your 20% rule. Okay. Anything less than 800 or less than 1800, which is 20% of that, also satisfies both rules. And 10 days times 1800, you pass the profit target, and 20% 1800 in 5 days gets you to 9,000 and you're good. So as long as you basically trade inside of this, when you do that, that's your target per day. So that you can get there in roughly 5 or 6 or 7, a couple days over, just because you're not exact at 1800 every time. So with 20% consistency in 10 days, you want to target 1 to 2,000 per trade, and you can get that profit in, 6 or 7 days, and then flip it the other 3. That's what most people do. How much would a 50K account? We get 5% off. So 5 times 250 is $12.50. So it's $237. $236. Jim just wrote it. Why did I say 237? I don't know how to subtract. 236. Yeah. You're struggling to patch your eval movie spot with who? Who is your what's your program you're using? Homer Simpson. I am so smart. SMRT. I am so smart. Which prop firm executes have been best even during high volume days? So here's the thing, Monkey. Let me tell you that. Good question. Prop firms' data feeds that come into the platform come from the same place. So I'm going to give you an example. Tradeivate is one of them. I'm going to put TV for Tradeivate. They have an API that sends data feeds to all of these companies, to everybody. If it's freezing for one company, it's likely freezing for all of them. It's the API that's bugged up and congested up. It's not usually the firm that has their own stuff going on. Some of the firms might make their own data feeds, but a lot of times everything comes from Tradeivate, and it's usually Tradeivate that's slowing down. And so there's other alternatives to the Tradeivate. There's like the Project X, and I think some people have made their own too, but I wouldn't attribute, again, I don't know enough about the prop firm's infrastructure to know that if it's not their own data feed that they make a proxy of. I'm not really sure. If they do that, then it's each firm to their own. But I know Tradeivate gives them like everything they need to run their firm. So I'm assuming it would be Tradeivate that's locking up for everybody at the same time. But there's probably people out there who know more about that than I do. How many trades I do per day? Usually like 2 or 3. Usually about 2 or 3. I took the short out the door to here, and then I'm just chilling, waiting for a new setup. This is MHP right here. We are kind of in no man's land. Indicator conditions are not improving, but they're also not getting worse. Everything's just kind of sitting still. I'm choosing not to take a gamble today. Yeah, so my goal starting tomorrow or the next day, as soon as I get my Fund and Next account given to me, I'm going to be trading that. very heavily to get my first payout. And as soon as I get to the end with one account and I get one payout with these guys, I'll go buy the other 5. So I'm going to test it first. And so far, so good. I mean, you guys can join me in your in the path if you want, but I'm definitely on my way there right now, because I'm always going to test to see if I get paid out. Make sure it works before I go pretty heavy into it. But I would say with the amount of money they're pumping into their marketing that they have the money to pay out. They wouldn't be doing that if they didn't have, you know, they have a ton of money from the Forex world, so. You guys know me, I only trade end of the day drawdown accounts. That's it. That's the only one that's worth my time, man. Trailing drawdown sucks. So we're pretty good today. I think I'm still in the same can't believe we had 20 something giveaways. Thank all you guys for donating. That's really sweet of y'all. A lot of the members who do the boot camp, they love to donate to the other members so they can do it for the first time. It's a very special event, this boot camp. There's people that just kind of wink at you and say, look, you need to take it. It's different. It's different than what's out there, I'm sure, for most of you guys. It's fun to next have a buffer before you can withdraw. 5 days. That's it. 5 trading days. And the trading day needs to be like a minimum of like $200 for a win to count. That's it. It's crazy, right? How long have I been profitable? I think I would say I would consider myself profitable enough to go full time since about 2015. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Yeah, you have to, it's like basically you have to have a certain amount. Let's look at the number that, let me tell you the amount you need in your account to make your drawdown, how much you need to have. Let me go here really quick. Like I said, I've gone through the rules so many times and I tend to like, what's the red flag? What's the smoking gun? And it's like their whole methodology right now is to beat everybody in every category. And maybe that's just a launch rule that they'll rug pull in a couple months just to get everyone in the door. But hey, I want a couple months of freebies, so I'm good with that. Okay. Benchmark day, you need to make $200 for it to count as a day. Okay. Learn more about that. You need to make at least 5 benchmark day to get a payout. That's it. So just trading 5 days and you get a payout. Okay. All right, let's go back to here. Payment and withdrawal. What are withdrawal methods? Maximum performance limit. Okay, let's look at that. To request a withdrawal of $250, you must first accumulate at least $500 in profits. Okay, so you need to have a minimum performance reward of at least $500 in profit. That's it. Your buffer is $500, if that's your asking MT. You need to make $500, and then everything after that, you can take out 50% of what you've made in the first 30 days. And after 30 days, you can cash out the entire account, and they close it out. So essentially, you need to trade for 5 days, well funded, 5 days, make greater than $500 in profit, and then whatever you have, you can request a payout for half of what you've made. I'm telling you guys, it's pretty good. The daily limit is $12.50. Right. So that is the thing, right? Just trade small. Inch your way forward. Now I'm curious how the trailing drawdown follows you, or does it, or the end of the day drawdown, does it stop at a buffer? That's what I'm curious about. Let's go back to the performance rewards. That's, now that I'm here, I need to figure out that rule. Does the end of the day trailing drawdown stop at a certain phase, right? Like at Tradeify, once you make 9,000, there's no more trailing drawdown. Just the rules of this. How many soft breaches? You can soft breach every day. Every day a soft breach stops you trading for that day. The daily limit is small. That's the catch. That is the harder part, is that the daily limit is 1250. It keeps you from betting big and making big blowouts. So in reality, you can't trade 5 or 10 contracts with this or you'll soft breach. But you get unlimited payouts, so that's what lowers their risk, which I think is a good thing at entry, right? Because if they let you trade $10 or $15, if you had a big daily loss limit, people will be cashing out $100,000 payouts on a 5 contract YOLO after 5 days. So they make you trade small so that you can grow small-ish. But like you can make $1,000, $1,000-something a day, and then get faster payouts, I think, here than like with the Tradeify. Every 10 days, I only get $3,000 per account. So let's see the loss limit rules. Okay. Maximum loss limit calculation. Let's see how long. Is there a buffer that stops? Ah, here we go. If the trader's balance increases by $5,000 on 106. Okay, so like day one with a 100K balance. If you make 5,000, then the maximum loss limit stays locked. Okay, good. So there is a locking point that you can buffer the account right at the 6,000. Where's the 6,000 come from? That's what I want to know what the rule is for the 50K. So the trailing drawdown stops trailing, which is cool, at 100K and does not decrease. Okay. So how much do you need to make? Maximum loss limit is reached initial balance. Oh, okay. So it's your initial balance plus your maximum loss limit. So basically, if you go to here, it's going to basically be once you've made $2,500, it stops trailing. So essentially, once you've made your maximum loss limit in profit, it stops trailing, which is good. Yeah. Trump's talking about China's tariff? He was this morning, yep. You have to make $200 to count as a trading day, don't you? Yeah. And so these are some of the rules that they have to keep you from flipping the account and cheesing your way into profit. So you actually have to have 5 legitimate trading days of $200, which with 1 contract on NASDAQ or 2 contracts S&P, you will always make or lose $200 every day. How many contracts do you trade on 50K account? At maximum, 1 in queue maximum for 50K. Max. On normal days. 2 ES max. And the reason I say that is because NASDAQ moves in about 40-point burps for the most part, and consolidates in 40-point ranges. That's normally your drawdown. And every 40 points with 1 NASDAQ is equal to $800 of drawdown. So the maximum in the oscillating, 40 points up or down, look here, we're from 80 to 120 is 40 points. You're going to be up and down $800 just from the noise. So don't go above 1. And with 2 ES, you're going to be up and down $1,000 of the noise because ES moves in 10-point ranges in kind of like low volatile environments. Like S&P's choppiness here is going to be 10 points. Like I don't even have to know to tell you. 570 to 580. All right, 5670, 5680. See how it's 10 points up and down? So you're going to be up and down $1,000 just on the noise. So if you want some buffer to not be on closer to the edge, trade half of that. So maximum 1 NQ, maximum 2 ES. Don't ever go above that. If you're just starting out, trade half of that. 5 micros and 1 ES total. So 5 micros and then 10 micros, great starting point. Just do micros, yeah. 5 micros, NASDAQ, 10 micros, ES. Kind of the perfect rule, yeah. Start doing the same, change your life literally, Moro. You just do micros to DCA with 50K account. Yeah, they encourage DCA there too. It's like they don't even get mad at you for DCAing, which is kind of crazy. But like I said, here's the rug pull. How are these guys going to fuck us over? Well, they're going to give us introductory rules, get us all into their brand, and in 5 or 6 months, what if they decide to pull some of the cool rules off and then kind of make the rules less cool? And that's pretty normal, you know? There's a pizza place that opened up in town that they were giving away 1 free pizza for every pizza you ordered. And then I got used to buying that 1 extra, you know, I was like, oh, I get 2 pizzas for the price of 1. And then after time, they got rid of that, but then I was already hooked on the pizza. Then I bought it at normal price. Yeah, Top One did their all. I mean, there's nothing, you know, and we might hate that as traders, like, man, that sucks. You guys suck. But I mean, it is definitely a business trick to give out free samples of your product and, you know, butter people up to get them in the door. That's business 101. I mean, everyone has a funnel. Look, guys, come to a $20 boot camp. Matt, your giveaway charity. Well, yeah, but it also allows you to get introduced to the platform that you may buy it at $100, you know? So everybody always has a funnel. There's always a freemium model. There's always an upgrade, you know, and the boot camp gets you introduced to our style. Maybe you'll buy the platform. Like that's, I'll be honest with you, that's my business funnel. So $20 boot camp, too good to be true. Well, there's also a sales pitch for the platform. I mean, you see me using it, maybe you'll buy it. So, you know, everyone's going to bring you in with cool rules. And then, you know, if they change it, then they change it. But until they change it, I'm going to hang with them for a little bit. You'll upgrade to lifetime if I give you a straight to funded account? Are you kidding? If you're serious, consider it sold. I'll buy you a funded account with Tradeify for $500. You want a 150? You want a? Oh, let's see how much. I'm too honest, man. I feel that like in this environment, there's a lot of people that are just embarrassed because they make money in such a shady way that they just like try to hide it and pretend that it's something else. I'm very shy about the money I make, and I don't like to brag about it or show it off to people. But I'm also honest with you guys for the sake of like, you got to be transparent and people, because here's what it is. Rocket Scooter is a community of smart people. Like, you are the smartest traders I know. All the smart people tend to come here. It's, you know, it's not full of a bunch of like shitheads and idiots. This is like where the adults come and like the serious traders come. So if I were to like say something that was obviously misleading, you guys would all call me out on it. I couldn't fool you if I wanted to. So I might as well just be honest, you know. How much is lifetime? It's $4,000. But it's full access to the platform forever. You know what I mean? So I might as well be honest with you guys, even though I'm usually shy about how much I do. But if I was dishonest, nobody here would buy it. Everyone here is too smart. So might as well just be honest. Promo for the platform, 50% off. It's in the, if you go to the website, it's already there, bud. It's here. I'll give you the link. I'm gonna type it really quick. There it is. It's the coupon's already applied on the website, so. You have 2 brothers, both named Daryl. Are you kidding? Wait, are you quoting something? Your first Tradeify payout is soon? Dude, awesome. Congrats. I'm getting another one of my accounts hit payout yesterday. I just needed to trade 1 extra trading day to make it count. So I just flipped this account today to get it to pay out. These other ones are all still working out their balances. Let me see what my dashboard is. How much am I up on each of these accounts? Hello? Whoa!
This is not breakfast.
Wait! What the hell? What happened to my diet? What? Look, this is what the noise was this morning?
Yeah, I woke up at 6.
Bro, I thought you were drilling through the walls or something. I think you were like hanging up paintings. What the hell? Look at this.
I'm so excited about it.
Look at this. Yo, IDOC is picking up like 1,000 different hobbies. It's crazy, and they're all awesome. Look at this, guys.
So this is lemon cupcake with blueberry cheesecake
Damn.
frosting.
Wow.
I made the blueberries from scratch. Everything here is from scratch. Nothing is canned. I jammed.
Wait, can I eat this?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were just okay. Oh, there's a fork. Okay.
Yeah, just in case, like you smash your face into it.
Hold on, no. Let's give it a shot like a real cupcake. Let's see how
Okay.
the sturdy integrity. Hold up. Okay. So Wow, that's cream cheese.
Yeah. So it's hard to pipe them into shapes because the cream cheese melts. I'll get you.
That's okay. I just wipe on my shorts here.
What?
I don't know.
You did the unthinkable.
That's really good. Oh my god. That's your first time ever making a cupcake?
Yeah. I had to go to the store like twice.
So, okay. This, by far, is something else, man. That's good. This
Really?
blueberry cream cheese is good. Sturdy. Integrity's good. It's not falling apart, not crumbly.
I even soaked the cupcake in lemon syrup. I brushed it onto there so it stays a little bit moist.
Yeah.
But I know that like
Damn.
usually buttercream holds its shape so it looks prettier, but like after a while this is gonna start melting that way. That's why I rushed up here. I'm like, you know.
Wait, the icing will melt?
Yeah, because it's cream cheese
Wait,
instead of buttercream.
Well, here's another thing. It is also very thin, like a light. Like I remember cream cheese icing is a little thicker. So what did you whip it, or?
I whipped it.
That's probably why. If you didn't whip it, it would be sturdier.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's just moving around on its own because it's like fluffy and full of air.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great, man. Good job.
Tastes good? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, would you really tell me if it doesn't taste good on stream though?
I talk shit to you on stream all the time.
Oh, that's true. He does.
Yeah, I would. I would never not tell you it was horrible. That's really good, actually.
Now I want to try it.
Nine.
I haven't
Here.
even tried
Oh my
it.
god. Here. Have a bite.
Oh my god! Matt! Oh, it's a-
No, please don't. Here. Let's get it here. Take a bite. How is it? Not bad, right? Hold on, let me get the crumbs off your face. What do you think? Not bad, right?
I can taste the lemon in it.
That's good. That's really good. Can you smell the blueberry? How many blueberries are up your nose right now?
Like probably a whole cup, which is what I put in there.
That's so
I
funny.
made blueberry jam, then I incorporated it.
That's really good, man. Congrats.
Okay.
Nice.
Now I'm gonna go make buttercream so I can
Here.
practice piping.
I will eat these, but I will eat these after my stream.
Yeah, don't. It's a lot of sugar.
It's good.
I don't want to tell you how much sugar is in it.
Dude, it's so good. Honestly, I'm very impressed. Yeah, the cake isn't burnt or anything. It's like good texture, good structure. Yeah.
Can you smell the lemon in it, or can you taste the lemon?
No, it's like the essence of lemon. It's very essency.
I boiled I simmered lemon skins.
Bagel,
25 minutes.
come here. Bagel, come here.
Becca! I think this would have been better for you to try because I soaked more lemon juice in it.
Come here.
Yum, yum.
All right, buddy. Hey, boy. We'll say hi to the stream. Pickle, if you guys are just joining the stream, just pickle the dachshund. No, you don't get any of that food. Chill.
Here, let me face this way, then he'll face
Oh.
towards chat.
Yeah.
Oh, can you grab that for me?
What is it? Oh, okay. No, you don't get any of that, boy. Look at him, and he goes so crazy. He's so like, he is so like, obsessed with you. He does not want to. He does not want to. Like, if I turn him away from her, he like freaks out.
I don't blame him for being obsessed with me. Look at me. That's right, Pickle. That's right. Tell everybody how hot I am.
He's starting to get aggressive, man. Hey, hey, who's boss? Huh? Huh? Huh?
Victor's asking if I'm single. Asking for a friend. Is your wife single? Come back here and have sex with my wife.
Oh, God. The other guys.
He's like, come back here, have sex with my wife.
That was so funny. Y'all remember the other guys with Will Ferrell? Hey, hey, who's your boss? Oh, look at that. Come here. All right. I'll come and make lunch when I'm done streaming.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Dang, dude. Not bad, man. I can't eat all that sugar for lunch, though. I haven't had any real food today. That's iDoc, by the way. She's one of the mods here. Lemon and blueberry. Oh, it was really good. Wasn't too sweet. It was did a really good job. Victor says, "Why for or I will." So y'all are so funny. You own a bakery and would love the recipe? Ask iDoc. Just ping her in Discord. She'll probably tell you. Actually, it was pretty damn good. A bakery cupcake shop with a yoga studio next to it. That's pretty much what we'll be doing. Pickle goes crazy, dude. He's so crazy sometimes. The fastest wiener dog in the world. Unfortunately, he didn't run too far. He instead of just ran in circles for a little bit. All right, looks like there's some downside pressure here in the S&P, and Nasdaq's taking some lower lows, I think, for the session. In a little bit, I'm looking for lower DD band to be like my next target. This kind of lower sort of thing right here is just worth sitting out on. The scooter OnlyFans link. We should make one. My OnlyFans would be filled with cupcakes and feet pics, I guess. Garden shots. Me taking photos of my garden while I'm standing in it. Commercial break is amazing with cupcakes. TopStep bonus rules they just came out with. As far as I've learned is that TopStep is going to pay you a bonus into the account after you make a certain amount of profit. And I don't know all the rules of the TopStep bonus. Somebody here may be able to tell me more about it because I don't. I'm not really sure. We need a money gun. No, I'm sitting here. Does anybody know more about the TopStep rules? For the payout bonuses. Okay, you know what I need? I need a money gun with rocket shooter stickers on it. These all look so cheap, like they're gonna break. We gotta do like a money printer for the Burr song. Money. Oh, they have some gold ones. Sweet. Inflatable cash cube booth machine. They've got some pretty cool products here for like money prop gimmicks. Let's see what they got. On Amazon right here. Yeah, the money shooter. The cash cube. Should I get one of these for the office? Inflatable cash cube. Maybe I should just enter all your names into that and then just jump into this thing and grab it. That looks... Wait, somebody actually has one? That ain't bad for like 200 bucks. I should have one like spinning in the background. No, I'm just kidding. All right. It can't be withdrawn. So what do you do with the bonus then? What's the point of it? One bonus per month if it can't be withdrawn. So what does it do? Just pad the account? I don't get. They give you more money to play with? They make your trading account bigger, basically. You can take it out on your next payout. So that's lets you keep 100% of your first 10K in profits and 8% after that. No personal risk, fast payouts, just trade smart and get rewarded. Yeah, and that's why like right now, you know, 80% profits after that. That's why like I'm like so excited to try, you know, fund index with 0 profit split. It's 100% of your payouts. Like, okay. I'm hopefully that lasts, right? That sucks. If it stops up just giving you more leverage, that's kind of lame. Today I'm looking for, this is in the liquidity map side of things. There is nothing to trade right now. I've got no setup. See right here, where we currently are trading below the blue line right here. This is the blue. So below blue, you can see that there's no arrow. So there's no predictable flow. So the market's just chopping around and flat. I've got nothing to trade off of. There is no pivot to trade on. So QQQ is giving me nothing. S&P is also in no man's land. It's giving me nothing. So I'm looking for strong pivots to either counter to the long side or wait for something better. So let's draw what we have just so we can see what we have that's better. Looking at some clues, S&P has a really strong pivot at 56.58 today. Okay. This can pivot off of here. This can pivot off of here. So I'm waiting to see just 2 solid pivots to maybe take a trade off of if I get there. If I get to this level, if the DD ratio is greater than half, which it is, it means the stocks themselves are in bull zones. We will typically take a really strong long off of here as a trade. Check. Greater than half, right up here. The other thing is if I get to this pivot, I could take a long over here too. So it's leverage only. It's to inflate your account and money made. So basically they're just giving you more money into your trading account. Basically give you a longer, it's basically they're giving you more chances to trade in case you're losing money and blowing up. So if you make money, you get a bigger buffer. I guess that's cool, but it's not really that cool. Like it's going to matter to you. Like if they gave me $100,000 extra in my trading account, it wouldn't mean anything to me. I wouldn't change my trading, so I wouldn't be betting bigger. I would still be doing the same thing. It's the Clark Griswold Christmas bonus. Yeah, it's a membership to the Jelly of the Month Club, you guys. Why NASDAQ doesn't break MHP? There's a lot under. It's sitting. It did. NASDAQ did today. S&P hasn't though. So S&P hasn't yet. So that's why we're watching both of them. Oh, you're talking about the dynamic pressure. Yeah, it's trying to, right? It's fighting there right now. And so that's what we're waiting to see what happens. Visionary, that's right. Just right now, we just wait. I'm waiting for something to happen. I never, ever, 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 ever flip a coin from the middle of consolidation in no man's land. It is a 50-50 shot if I get that right. So there's 0 edge for me to do anything from here. One could take a long off of monthly hedge pressure from here. One could also short on the break from here. And it's up to you to decide what you believe the market's going to do for the day. If you were to put a gun to my head and tell me to do something, I would, and you were forcing me to do anything, I would err to the short side as the resilience level is not getting better. Although not getting better is not necessarily evidence of a crash or sell-off. It just means it's not bullish. So normally when all things being equal, I might err to the bull side. But this just feels down today. But it's not good enough for me to trade on yet. Rough day today, man. I'm sorry to hear, Pairwiser. Sucks, dude. Sorry to hear that. No, giveaways are done today. We gave away 3 trading accounts and 22 bootcamp seats. Or 23 bootcamp seats. It's crazy. They hopefully didn't pay a consulting firm to come up with that idea, right? And they could probably cut you out of the live program at any point they want to save their investment. Say they give you $100,000, but then they cut you before you even get close to losing it, you know? It's like a fake bonus, it feels like. So my thesis from here is that I'm going to wait for the market to do something, then I'm going to respond to that. I'm not going to chase a short or long from here. If the market falls really fast to here, this is an easy gimme scalp from here back up. If the market pops to half gap or monthly hedge pressure, I will gauge these indicators at that moment in time to see what's going on. So here and here, which are my original short pivots, I will eyeball this at that moment in time when we get there to see if I do short it again. If the orange line improves and we touch the orange line and it breaks through, I'd be ready to take a long from there, but only from there. Lower DD band, I'd be right along there. From the middle, I'm going to sit out, but I think the market's going to pull back, which is great. It's going to give me a nice, strong, long pivot to trade off of if it does. So Brett Simba was wrong about his tweet about it. You can withdraw it. Yeah, let's get to the bottom of that. You guys get to the bottom and let me know. I'd like to know what happens, really. So you can withdraw the TS bonus at the next payout. So it's probably when they release the information, they released it with bad explanation. Because I remember somebody saying it's not bonus, it is bonus, and what's happening. So maybe they clarified recently what I actually meant. They maybe just were terrible about explaining it. White House press briefing soon. Never know what might be said. Yup. Fine print says it's not cash. It will be drawn. Very clear wording in the print. Ah. They pass it on as if you can pull the bonus, but the fine print says no. To be clear, the bonus is only a tool to increase your account size, but cannot be taken out as cash. Cheers, JD and Hug were incorrect in saying they could be taken a bonus out. Okay. Paddock said you can withdraw on your next request. So basically, the way that it works is Top Step is just, they need to get their shit together and really just come out and say, this is it. At 6,800 after 3 days on TPT, I see no point in trading more since I have to trade 2 more days anyways. I would say that you're right. I mean, that's a pretty good profit in 3 days. I wouldn't risk it. So you can request some of the money during payout, but not cash. Okay. Yeah, the fact is that it's unclear to all of us. Let's not get mad at each other. Let's just blame Top Step. They fuck those terrible releases of theirs. Get your shit together, Top Step. Jesus Christ. Why would you create your community be so uncertain about something that's a big feature? As a person that releases things in a trading platform all the time, learn how to market your shit, guys. Like, seriously. Fine print, big print. CEO says this, Twitter says that. Like, do they not have a huge staff of people that does checks and balances on a major release so it doesn't flounder like this? Like, don't you hire people to make sure that public opinion is certain about what you're releasing and you release it with release notes that are clear to understand? Like, okay, top 3 confluences here. Okay, number 1, greater market. So greater market is looking at 3 greater indicators, and I'll draw them on the screen for you guys. Greater market is as follows. This is the trend of the market. We look for the first thing. What are the stocks doing? Are the stocks bullish or bearish? Top left of the screen, there's a DD ratio. So anything greater than half is bullish for the stocks. Okay, so I look at that ratio first and foremost. Stocks are bullish. Okay, number 2. I look at the index ETF SPY and I say, is SPY below its monthly gamma exposure maximum or above it? If it's below, then it's bearish for the month. So this is bullish for the day, but bearish for the month. As long as it stays below that, it can start a trajectory to the downside. So I look at basically the now, I look at the month scale, and then I use something called monthly maps to look at the greater monthly scale. And monthly maps will tell me if the market's bullish or bearish. This can look 3 months into the future. So today we've got 1 bullish, 1 bearish, and 1 bullish. Monthly maps are here in the platform. You click this button and it'll print out this map and trajectory of what the market's actually looking at through July. And so here it's showing you a clear distinction between the bear zone and the bull zone, with the bull zone on top and then both sloping down like this is definitely bullish. So with 2 of the 3 indicators being bullish, I'm still bullish-ish over the long haul. I may be bearish or selling or shorting today, but my overall thesis is the market is still bullish. Now that's just for market sentiment. For confluence with the setups, I'm going to use the same ratio at the top left of the screen, which is strong confluence on a lot of my pivots. Let me give you the pivot sheet. So we give you this pivot cheat sheet in the boot camp. that I use. And in the boot camp is going to have, man, those cupcakes are so good. Right here. These indicators that I pivot off of have confluence that comes with them. So the major confluence indicators that I use for entering and exiting the market are this ratio applies very well to this band. It also applies very well to what's called liquidity pockets, which would be off of this or off of this. So the bull zone bottoms and bear zone tops also have confluence with this ratio as well. When I'm trading against hedge pressure pivots, I use this indicator called resilience as confluence, which tells me the tiebreaker at each of the levels. They're colored. I'm on SPY. If I'm trading S&P futures and I'm looking at SPY, SPY is hitting its blue line. And when I come down here, the blue resilience is negative, which implies that it should resist. This is telling you how each one of these lines will pivot based on what the stocks are doing. So the probability is much higher that S&P from this major pivot is it going to bounce or break. Once I get there, I eyeball this and say, the majority of stocks are actually rejecting. So the S&P is likely to follow the stocks. Okay, check. When we touch the upper level here, I use the orange as my rejection pivot, which is why I shorted off of the orange. Same thing. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at so for instance, S&P futures are tracking the SPX, which is equal to the market cap weighted sum of stocks, right? So the SPY has its own trading and its own options, but stocks are moving. The SPY can like dance around it, but if the stocks sell off, the S&P is ultimately going to like make its way back down to the stocks, right? They're going to track each other, or the S&P is going to track the stocks, the SPY, sorry. And so while it can deviate a little bit by its own trading, people can buy up the SPY all they want and it can go up, but when they stop buying it, it'll kind of fall back in place. So the idea is that under normal rational circumstances, the stocks will lead your index products. So if I'm trading NASDAQ futures or S&P futures or SPY or QQ or whatever, I'm going to want to see what the stocks are doing. And while I said I put a gun in my head and say which direction is it today, I said probably down because the stocks are down. Res is a leading indicator and a tiebreaker. The white one is the half gap. So the difference is that there's another thing we exploit. And you guys, everybody knows what a gap is, right? So for instance, on SPY, I'm trading S&P futures. I'm going to look at SPY as an example. SPY opened at 9:30 in the morning right here and closed yesterday here. There's the close. There's the open. Okay. So yesterday, we closed down here, and today we opened up here. So we traded overnight, slightly higher, and we gapped up. Okay. So when you gap up, you have high volume at the close of the day and high volume at the open of the day. Remember, if you look at your volume chart, there's always high volume at the open and close of the day. So volume is liquidity. So the open and close are both liquid spots. Okay. The middle of the two liquid spots is like doubly liquid. It's very liquid in the middle. We call it half gap, the halfway point of the gap. And so half gap is always a pivot. Inside of this redistribution zone, this is what we call it, the redistribution zone. It's where market makers are redistributing their imbalance that they have to take at the end and beginning of the day. You ever hear there's a share imbalance at the end of the day? There's a process called MOO and MOC, which is where a hedge fund or a giant firm will submit an order to the market maker up to 10 minutes before the market closes and 10 minutes before the market opens. It says, just fill me at the open, whatever price. You don't care. Big orders come in that way. And so usually there's an imbalance between the buyers and sellers in that process, and the dealer takes the other side of that trade. So at the open price and the close price, those final prints, the dealer is always in a position for that particular asset because there's always an imbalance. So the redistribution zone between the two high liquid pivots of open and close are where they're able to redistribute that risk back to the market. An example, at the end of the day, there's a 200,000 share imbalance and a dealer was like, hey, I got to sell to the buyer. Okay. So now the day opens, the dealer has a 200,000 share short on Apple that they'd like to, they're selling and they'd like to find other sellers that they can cover their short too, right? So price will go up to find sellers. And so inside of this range is where they're trying to reflatten their position to zero by redistributing that risk back to us, right? So the RDZ is just basically the space between the gap. In the middle of that space is always a high volume pivot. Let me show you QQQ today. There's always this like flux. Here, you can see it on QQQ. I drew it right there. Right here, the half gap. So in the middle, we look at all the stocks at the same time in the middle of their own ranges. And if some of the stocks start creeping higher, we tell ourselves, aha, to fulfill that destiny, dealers are going to fill the gap that way to go to the next, liquid spot where there's sellers. If one of the stocks is moving here, then our algorithm goes, aha, Apple's going to go there and fill its gap. And if JP Morgan's doing this, our algorithm goes, aha, JP Morgan's going there. So we sum up all of the stocks fulfilling their gap fills at the same time from inside of this box. And we look at that pressure, that flux on where the stocks will go. So an example is if every stock had a box, that's how resilience works. This is Apple, this is Amazon, whatever. And we take the market cap of all these stocks, all 500 companies in the S&P. If Apple is here and NVIDIA is there, what the algorithm actually does is it goes, well, Apple needs to move this far to fill its gap. So Apple can have an implied value of here. Say the Apple is 400. I'm making up a random number right here. But the algorithm says actually Apple's going to be, 401 because it needs to fill that gap because the prices is going up. So it's going to go this way. So we look at the implied value of what it should be if it fills its gap. In this example, Amazon is trading down. The algorithm will say, well, Amazon actually should be less value if it filled its gap. Then the algorithm will snap its fingers and all stocks in the middle will fill their gaps, whichever direction they're on the halfway point. And so it creates a new value for the S&P. We call it the implied value. Yeah, the S&P is this, but if all the stocks are to fulfill their destiny and where they should go, then the S&P is slightly higher, slightly lower than what it's actually trading at now. And therefore, resilience is that leading indicator to tell you that SPY or QQQ is lagging behind the stocks and what they're doing. It's a very brilliant piece of information to have. It's a leading indicator. So all day today, from this point in time, right where my mouse is, look at this right here. So this point in time where the white line is the tiebreaker at the dash. That's it. Orange line is a tiebreaker at the orange. Blue line is a tiebreaker at the blue. The white line is a tiebreaker of the dash, but has an added bonus if it goes to fill the gap in whatever way. So when NASDAQ is sitting here right at the top and trying to rally, the white resilience indicator went right below zero right here. Right here at the top. You guys see that? What did it do? Is it switched its polarity to jump right through the half gap and fill the gap. You had the leading indicator right here to get out of the way on your longs or to take the short. That's how it works. I draw the NQ a lot. Yeah, we're in the process of automating almost everything. Most everything's automated, but the last few pieces need to be added to the futures side. We have a few more futures pivots we need to automate. Yeah. So resilience is just a gap fill predictor on the major index ETFs. So it's going to help me with my futures in futures trading to know what the indices are doing. So NASDAQ gave us an early warning sign at 10:17 Central, right at the top. Look at this. Look how much of a leading indicator it is. NASDAQ is way up here, and the stocks shit the bed right there. And then the index 3 minutes later, 1, 2, 3, fell. It led. I had a 3-minute head start. Okay. So the point is that in rational markets, you make the assumption that the stocks will move first and the index kind of lags with it. In irrational markets, though, where there's news or structures are broken or markets are flying around in high volatility, not necessarily going to use resilience because you can't make the assumption that everything's moving all orderly like this. In chaotic, crazy sell-off markets, people are going to dump whatever they want. So there's not going to be any structure. So we say when markets are irrational, we don't even use resilience. But a nice ebb and flow, rational, clean day like this, resilience is a gold mine. So it's useful when the market's orderly. So the idea that it forecasts what the stock would be if it were to fulfill its destiny of filling its gap makes it a leading indicator. It's pricing in the idea. If it's negative, it means the index is lagging behind the stocks. It means QQQ is overpriced relative to the stocks at this gap, half gap right here. So we use it as a tiebreaker on the index's own pivots. If the index is sitting here, well, check this out. QQQ was bouncing off of this orange line, yet QQQ's orange resilience was less than 0. So that's why all morning I was holding my short. That's why futures is easier. Yeah, usually. That's crazy, Joe, that's what the staff is like, that they're misleading or something. I would like to err to the side that it's just like unintentional and they're just basically like messy or just being dumb and not communicating well with each other. I'd hate to believe that they're trying to bait people into something. I'm assuming with what I know about Top Step is they basically are very trigger happy with their announcements and they don't think it through. So they like get all the information out there. They don't talk to each other enough and maybe they just shot their load too early. But and again, that's the one firm I don't know anybody there. So it's not like I can call them and get clarity. They don't really work with affiliates anymore, so you like that, for example, if MRES is under 0 and MHP is over, we can trade arbitrage opportunity. Pure Franco, correct. These are actually arbitrage indicators. All three of them are designed to be the arbitrage on how much the index is lagging the stocks. You nailed it. 100%. Very good. That's exactly what I use it for. You know, where Nasdaq is bouncing off of a strong pivot. Well, the stocks are losing their strong pivot. So the probability is much lower that the Nasdaq bounces, which is why on our rule sheet, you can see that when MRES, which is the orange line, is less than 0, I take the short off of the orange of the hedge pressure. So the idea is that if the stocks are getting pressed lower from their own hedging, no matter what the market wants to do, it's like getting yanked down by the stocks, right? So we're exploiting the tracking algorithm that the QQQ is priced appropriately to meet relatively what the stocks are doing. When am I entering a trade? So here, nothing yet. I'm waiting for the market to fall a little bit lower. I might take a long off of this pivot, but from here, nothing. From here, I'm chilling. I need a better pivot. You shoot your load too early. It happens to be a problem sometimes. It happens to all of us. Way better than concepts and fair value gaps, double tops. Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate it. Well, I mean, the smartest thing you can do as a trader is to find something that just makes sense with logic. I never understood that people say there's candle patterns and all that. There's no logic to that. It's just pattern recognition. People can't explain easily why something happens. They're not an expert at the material. I've learned this. Somebody who is extremely gifted at what they do will be able to explain it elegantly and simply so that the most common person can understand it. And when people try to explain a lot of the fair value gap and a lot of the candle theory to me, it gets very convoluted very quickly. Even the users of it don't understand it too well. So when you have somebody teach you something, it's always important to understand how well they know the subject material. And so I've never really found a person that elegantly speaks candle theory to me that makes sense in a logical way that my brain is like, oh, that kind of makes sense. This is the SPX is equal to the sum of the stocks, and SPY tracks the SPX, but it can also trade on its own, so it can deviate a little bit. Let's use the stock for a clue to decide, is it stretched really far away, and what's the probability that it snaps back in place? And then it's like, okay, that does make sense because that's very exactly what happens. And of course, we all can agree that QQQ tracks the sum of the stocks and so does Nasdaq futures because the charts look exactly the same, right? And then you can put like an NVIDIA stock or something nearby and the NVIDIA looks like the index. They're all look exactly the same. Like, oh, that doesn't make sense. Okay. So now I always like say, you know, for people and especially on YouTube and stuff, I don't really see a lot of people that teach very well. I pick up something and I'm like, oh, that makes perfect sense, man. Like, okay, I learned something today. So I'm glad you guys are enjoying the content here. We're certainly a bunch of math nerds, but at least we kind of, you know, at least give you guys something that is easier to understand than a bunch of math. So Can I have your quick opinion on the 5-minute break and retest strategy? You mean on a 5-minute chart if you break and retest? I tend to not buy into candle moves as predictors. Breaking ranges, like on any specific candle duration or increment, like a 5-minute, is very arbitrary. Why not 3 minutes? Why not 7 minutes? A lot of traders use candles durations as, you know, the candle itself means something. It really doesn't, because you can define that candle yourself by selecting something different at the top of the screen. I think breaking any range top and retesting, though, as a general theory of support becoming resistance and vice versa, is always really strong. If the market is selling from somewhere and then flips polarity, it means somebody that was putting pressure abandoned that pressure and got out of the way. So that can be evidence any range breaking out and supporting is classic trading techniques that do have some substance to it, right? I would say that it depends on where you are breaking at, as an example. If you're trying to use a candle theory, any candle should work. But example is MHP, right? The difference between if the market was trading here inside of a range and then breaks out and then comes here, there's a support right there. Okay. But what happens if that same exact thing happened at a pivot that you know is very strong, like hedge pressure, and then does this? Here may have support because the resistance became support, but here means a whole lot more because you're breaking through the strongest resistance possible. So the question you need to ask yourself on any break and retest theory is, how strong was that resistance to begin with? The stronger the resistance, the stronger the break. Did I make this indicator myself? Yes. And are we selling it? Yes. You can. It's part of the Rocket Scooter platform. So our whole trading platform just comes with it. So the gray and blue and orange, one of them is stocks. One of them is actually. So they're all stocks. So an example is month. Okay, so let's start at the top. QQQ has monthly options and weekly options, and it has its own gap. So it has 3 different pivots we look at. So does Apple, so does Amazon, so does everything. They have their own 3 pivots as well. Apple's blue and orange and white are here. This is looking at what Apple is doing on its white, on its orange, what its blue, what Nvidia is doing on its own white, orange, and blue, and summing it all up, basically. So right now, Apple is floating right in the middle. As you see, Apple, for a hot minute, popped above this half gap and got on this side. Resilience took a little bump right here when Apple just broke to the other side. The resilience indicators are very sensitive around the pivots. So Apple being the middle right here, Apple can just move a little tiny bit. Resilience will move very much because it cares about which side of that line the stocks are on. So as Apple has been chopping up and down through the middle, resilience has been chopping up and down as well. So I was listening to all the stocks at one time. Lifetime will just be one payment. Then you don't have to pay yearly anymore. So lifetime is just a one-time fee. And then the price never goes up. Right? Yearly, the price can go up every year if we increase the prices. So lifetime is just a one and done. You'll never pay again sort of thing. So the orange is all of the stocks at their orange line. Is this example? Apple is below its orange. So if you think about it in a simpler sense without thinking about market cap or any kind of math or weighing or whatever, think of it as like a seesaw with a bucket. And this bucket is orange. This is all orange. And right now, Apple is below. Okay, so Apple's going to go on this side. Okay. Let's do, I don't know, ConocoPhillips. ConocoPhillips, also below orange. Okay, so ConocoPhillips is here. I don't know, Tesla? Ah, Tesla's above. Okay, so Tesla goes over here. Oh, there's some movement here. Oh, Trump should be talking right now. There's a press conference, I think. So anyways, we would look at the market cap seesaw. Each one of these buckets, you put in a rock. A bigger company like Apple has a bigger rock than a smaller company does. And then what the seesaw does is it weighs out both sides. And then it whichever way it's pointing is kind of what's telling you which way the index should be pointing. So that's the easier way maybe to explain what it does. So the orange is looking at Tesla above its orange, and then the blue is looking at Tesla above its blue. And this indicator is for S&P. So this is looking at all 500 companies at one time and summing them all up. Looks like we're getting some movement today. Let's get the news up because I think Trump is just talking or something. Let's see. Press briefing.
But as I spoke to our ambassador Greer yesterday, this is how trade deals work. You set an initial agreement, you set the framework, you set up the deal, and then of course, T's have to be crossed and I's have to be dotted. But this deal is a good deal, and the numbers are determined, and all of the market access that I just discussed will remain.
Does that mean that the 10% baseline is going to still be there?
I want to short this, man, so bad. I wish it would just break and die.
The president is committed to the 10% baseline tariff, not just for the United Kingdom, but for his trade negotiations with all other countries as well.
Permanently, even after the deals are done, like that is going to remain.
The president is determined to continue.
Trump will not unilaterally bring down tariffs on China. 80% was a number Trump threw out there. Okay. Basically, she's saying that Trump doesn't make that decision. Like,
as you all know, I spoke to the Department of Transportation. That glitch was caused by the same telecoms and software issues that were raised last week. Everything went back online after the brief outage, and there was no operational impact. DOT and the FAA are working to address this technical issue tonight to prevent further outages.
You just got to fund an extra 50K. Oh, cool. Yeah, let me know how it goes, man. We're all, I mean, you guys are jumping in being guinea pigs with me. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I've got one account too. Risk is low. So I can see if I can't get a good payout with those guys. And I've always wanted to get into the ground floor of something good, you know, like
in our aviation safety and our telecom system.
Stocks haven't budged right now. Index is moving, stocks haven't budged.
That was released by the Secretary of Transportation yesterday to improve communication, surveillance, automation, and their facilities. They want to replace the antiquated telecom systems with new fiber, wireless, and satellite technologies, replace more than 600 radars, which have gone way past their life cycle, and address runway safety. They want to build 6 new air traffic control centers for the first time since the 1960s and replace towers as well. They want to implement new modern hardware.
Those patterns have inherent logic. They don't have intrinsic logic. So patterns are based on behaviors. So when you're looking at a pattern in something, you're actually looking at what people are doing in bulk. And everybody's doing something independently. And that's a perfect example. Each one of you guys have a different trading style and different system. The sum of what all you guys do is what we observe as traders. The price movement. So the pattern has nothing to do with your indicator, this indicator, this indicator. It has to do with the sum of everybody's behaviors. And the question is, are people consistent day to day to day? The answer on the stock market is I've been dealing with stock market for now 15 years of my life. I've come to one conclusion is that the stock market has no patterns. Every time I think I found one, it works for a little bit, then it doesn't work for a little bit. And I found out that I'm just programmed to look for patterns. And that humans are, the logic is that humans are inherently independently self-acting creatures that are serving their own best interests. And ultimately, the sum of all human activity should be random. A pattern would make sense if there was logic backing humans' movement. If 100% of trading was all done by algorithm, then technically a pattern should emerge from the data. Because algorithms do not change the rule set, they follow the same rules every day. So you can discover a pattern. The more algorithmic that the market has become, the easier it should be to discover a pattern if one exists, but doesn't guarantee one exists. The market being 100% human 100 years ago, there's no patterns in humans. Humans panic and they're fear-driven creatures. And I say that chart patterns and candle patterns don't have logic, even if they're repeatable, because it's not based on logical decisions. The sum of each piece of action that creates the overall effect is a sum of a bunch of random noise. Now, as an engineer, we'd have methods to look at this, and we would study flow. And let me tell you, I studied fluid dynamics. It was like this, right? You can pick a single particle in a pipe of water that's flowing, and that particle can be anywhere. What's the speed of that particle? Well, you don't know, because the particle can be here and be moving slower than a particle that's here because there's more friction closer to the wall. Okay, so what's the speed of that one particle? Well, you don't know where it is. You don't know where it's going to be. But you can measure the speed of the entire fluid in the pipe because the majority of particles are moving at a certain speed. You can calculate that. You know, the pressure here, and the pressure drop tells you the flow. But you don't know any particular particle's specific speed. You just know the bulk of them. And the bulk of them, in this case, is the pattern. That the entire flow is about 10 meters a second. But each individual, this particle may be going 20, this may be going 1, and the average of all of it is 10. And so humans, each individual trading behavior and style are all be random. The question we have is the sum of people, is there some kind of discoverable pattern from our behavior? The only patterns I know is that humans respond to fear and greed very much predictably. People chase trends, jump in on highs, jump in on lows, and that's the only pattern I've seen, is that people tend to get in at the end of a move and then it reverses against them. That's what humans all have in common. So as far as will that display itself as a pattern in the data, the sum of all human behavior, I've never found something that as a bulk like flow of the system that I can determine there's something repeatable by staring at the chart data. The price tells me nothing. If I see price moving a direction, it never leads me to the right conclusion of guessing what it'll do next. And my only data point to support that is 15 years of failing every time I try to do that. Now, whether I'm the worst pattern finder in the world or it's just a fact of life that there's no pattern, I've never been able to find the pattern of the stock market. And there's a lot of people that sell the pattern of the stock market as a thing to buy. The mathematician in me from day one said, this is silly. There's no patterns in the stock market. It's random motion. And years of trying to see if there was one always met with failure. So the conclusion I've come to is that the stock market is entirely unpredictable. So maybe lack of pattern is the pattern. Oh, that's deep. That is true. Very, very true. 25 minutes, the 4-hour candle close to PM. Closing price will be where the market used to trade above or below. 1 must do likewise. Yeah. Yep. Even if the individuals are acting independently, couldn't there still be a pattern in the masses, even if it's not known to the individuals? Right, but behavioral patterns, right? So when I say it's not intrinsic, it's not a property of the stock market. It's behavioral patterns. So intrinsic would be like it's a native property of the stock market itself. And the stock market is made up of random movements of a bunch of stocks, which are made up of random opinions of a bunch of people. So there are some patterns that emerge, right? A good example is when the Fed cuts rates, the market goes up. The majority of people will buy when the Fed cuts rates. When the Fed raises rates, the market will go down. When the Fed initiates quantitative easing, the market will go up on long periods of time. When the Fed initiates quantitative tightening, the market will go down for long periods of time. When Trump tweets something good, the market will go straight up. These are patterns. So there are some things that are patterns. But as a bulk sense of the market on all times and all time frames, there is no pattern I found. There are small pieces of patterns scattered within. And that's kind of what we discover is like, well, the S&P is likely to fill its gap this way. If the stocks are filling their gap more often than not, okay, that's a pattern. So there are parts of the market that exhibit patterns, mechanical things and behavioral things. Yes. As a whole, price action in of itself is not a pattern from my discovery. I've never been able to figure one out. But yeah, you are right. In a bulk sense, Ito, as I was explaining earlier, like the fluid portion, you can predict a lot of things people are going to do. If inflation numbers come out next week, here's an example, everyone in chat. If inflation was to come out next week and the CPI was 6 instead of 2.5, which direction is the market going to go? There's a pattern. Everybody is going to say down, right? Everybody. Because everybody is going to act the same way for certain things that are obvious, right? If I were to say, if the Fed were to make no change on the interest rate, is the market going to go up or down? Which happened yesterday. And, well, what happened on Wednesday? Well, what happened? Well, the market went down and then went up. So could we have ever predicted that? And so the idea is there was a pattern we would be able to predict behavior of humans when the market was flat. And the news wasn't easily to decide what was being said. So an example is it's obvious to say that everybody's going to say down if CPI goes up. What if CPI goes nowhere? A pattern should work in all instances, right? So when I asked that question today on Wednesday, hey, the Fed's not going to change rates. Which way do you think the market's going to go? Half the people set up, half the people say down. So if there was a pattern, I'd be able to predict which way people were tilting. But maybe the pattern is most instances people are split 50-50. And therefore, the pattern is there is no polarity or there's no movement. That's the only pattern I found, is that people they can agree on polarizing news in some events and the direction's easy to pick. Like don't fight a Trump tweet sort of thing. Don't fight the Fed. But when the news is flat, half of the people will always get it right. Half of the people always get it wrong. And therefore the pattern is you can't find a pattern. And that in and of itself is the pattern. So most things in the market are people split 50-50 day to day, and the pattern is there is no pattern in this. So some things will emerge with a pattern, most things will prove to not have one. There's only probabilities the market's based on one's edge, and that's it. Yeah, that's right. There's no difference between stock market and a casino. Well, yeah, no, the stock market is basically like a casino with edges and odds and probabilities that you see in a bulk sense. So, yeah, I love talking about this kind of stuff, though. So if inflation comes in, it means QQQ should be valued at 487, should be valued at 515 since USD is less than valuable. Yeah, right. So people will make different, they'll have different reasons to value something. And so some things are easy to find patterns in. But as far as I've found is that the intraday flickering of price candles to me has never provided, it's noise and chop. It's never really provided any sort of, the more you zoom in, the noisier it gets. Here's an example. Well, here's the range that you're trading in. Aha, here's the range. Oh, we broke through a candle and then we came back to there. Ooh, I should short it. Nope, that actually went up. Ah, here, we broke through and came back down to the support. Or the resistance is now support. Ah, I should long it. Nope, I was wrong there again. So like you start to say that like certain things only work when it's presented to you when it works. And then in all other times, it seems to be noisy. So how do I define the range? Well, is the range here to here? Is the range here to here? Is it here to here? And I see the candle people all the time trying to sell an idea that a certain candle means something. Where do I draw the range? Well, there's a lot of subjectivity to that. It allows you to pick wherever you want to draw these supports and resistances. So something with a pattern or a method should be very well defined. And so that's another part of it, yeah. There's no way to distinguish noise from expectation. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so it's hard to understand inside of the data set where a pattern even emerges. The times that it does, people like fixate on it and say, oh, look, it worked. But then in other times, it's like, okay, well, was that just noise? Well, maybe it was just noise. Well, no, if it was really a pattern with an equation that backed it, you'd have an equation to also say, well, this equation says it's noise. This equation says it's a pattern. You'd have a discernible way to distinguish between the two of them with some kind of logic as well. But the way that trading educators sell it is that, well, it works. Well, today it didn't work because it was just noise. Well, shouldn't your robust system also tell me it's noise? But the fact that you can't tell me it's noise, just like Ito said, there's no way to distinguish noise from expectation. So you'll never be able to know, is it noise or not? And they'll just kind of default to say, oh, it was just noise. That's why it didn't work that time. Well, that doesn't work at all. You should be able to tell me when it works and when it doesn't work. You should be able to tell me when to turn the indicator on and off. So part of our system and style is to tell you when to turn indicators on and off. Certain things we've determined are, well, it's probably 50-50. We can't decide if it's noise or not, so let's not use it. An example, whenever you have an irrational signal, when any of these lights are red, resilience is likely not leading the indicator, leading the market anymore, because the market is doing something unusual. Anytime the market's doing something unusual, we kind of tend to assume that any structure is maybe gone. Maybe it's gone, maybe it's not. But the fact that we don't know, we just don't trade. And that's the pattern I have. If I don't know, I don't trade. So I know that I don't know. I don't know what's actually going on. I just know that I don't know, and that's good enough to avoid the market. As a trader, that's important to traders, to know when to avoid the market when things are iffy and weird. Quick question everyone is thinking, if the market is completely random, how do people use candle and chart patterns consistently to make money and are profitable? You ready for this? They don't. It's not what makes them profitable. Either A, they're lying, or B, they don't understand why they're profitable. And why they're profitable is they're very good at managing money and managing risk and betting the correct size and getting out of the way when they're wrong. It's not the candles or the charts that's doing the heavy lifting. It's their betting strategy. A random poker player that's never played poker before can win at a poker table. You ever play poker with your friends? They always call it beginner's luck. The first time player always goes and beats all the pros for some reason. And I know we all play enough poker to know that. You sit at a table with somebody's wife, she fucking smokes everybody, and you thought you were a good poker player, right? And then it's like somebody just jumped in on their first hand. You're like, how are you winning? Well, it's because it's a random game. But they're just not betting in a stupid manner. In good betting, any trading strategy works. So the answer to that is people are just betting properly and betting well. And with that, in our boot camp, we have a kind of a hypothetical that we teach you, is that there is a trading strategy where you can just randomly long the market and actually make money as long as you're betting properly. And that just tells you that betting is the reason people make money. It's never the technique. Any technique will work if you bet properly. So risk management, position sizing are it. Yeah, that's basically it. So consistently make money and profitable. It's never the charts. There's no magic indicator that'll make money and be consistently profitable. If there was, you would make an algorithm, you would automate it with ChatGPT, and you'd have it trade for you, and you would do absolutely nothing but just enjoy your money and never have to touch the stock market again if it was that easy. ChatGPT can code it for you in literally a second. It's really them as a trader that's good. And a good trader can randomly long the market and still make money just betting right. You don't even need a trading strategy. Like, I could randomly long or short the market right now and make money.
The president answered this yesterday.
Doing nothing but just
has he got any reaction from
risk management.
On the proposal for ceasefire? Is he satisfied?
So in reality, if they're doing well, they probably don't even understand why they're doing well. But I can tell you, every trader I know that does well is very meticulous about how much they bet, what their stop loss philosophy is, and they're like rock solid. That's what they all have in common. So. But yeah, you guys bring up some really good points. What makes me really good is not Rocket Scooter. It's not. Rocket Scooter has great probabilities and good pivots. It's because I know when to avoid the market when I don't know what don't know what I see. I don't know enough. I don't have enough information. I avoid. Or the betting sizes. I'm not betting too big. I'm not taking abnormal amounts of risk. I'm not chasing trends. So that's really where my win rate comes from. The betting, right? If your account is deep enough, every long is right eventually. Yeah, Chris nailed it. If you have enough money, just keep long in the market. Eventually you'll win, yeah.
Well, look, I think they'll be.
You think Snow's going to do something, bro? No, I don't think so, dude.
In their respective districts, if they choose to vote for a tax hike to the tune of $4 trillion, which would raise taxes to thousands of dollars per household in this country. The president has great political instincts. That's why he's backing the Oval Office. Capitol Hill is the following.
Full port long at the bottom. There you go.
Speaking of him, he will be signing executive orders later this afternoon. We are happy to provide more information on those executive orders if you wish. Thank you for the.
Mark is going to have a really hard time selling off because it's, we're all still betting that Trump's going to come up with a trade deal.
We'll see you guys later. Have a good weekend.
So. The indicators are getting slightly better on the resilience side. So some of the stocks have picked up some movement, like Apple and some other ones, I'm sure. We start to see resilience pick up some traction. You're going to see some of the stocks pass through their half cap. Press conference over. Should I do anything? You done? Well, guys, give me 1 second. I got to reset my platform here. Looks like my browser My browser's all just crashed. Hold on. Take a look at our partner ads really quick while we're chilling. Don't forget to pick up some prop firms. Remember, we take all that affiliate revenue we get through and we try to give it back as much as we can to you guys. We developed this trading platform with the revenue we draw in. Of course, we do giveaways every single day. Don't forget to use the code Rocket Scooter everywhere you go, or code Rocket with Funded Next. All right, let me get back to my regularly scheduled song. And here we go. Browser crashed for no odd reason. Okay. There's no silver bullet in the markets. Algorithms are built off of VWAP. Yeah, anything that you do that can discover volume and find where traders are is going to be a powerful tool. Price action alone is not enough, but price action with volume is certainly stronger. You need to find and isolate where traders can be, and you'll be in a better spot than just price alone. So, but like I said, if there's a magic pattern out there and someone else has found it, then they're smarter than me. I've never been able to figure out a chart or candle pattern that has been consistent through all markets, all environments. I find sometimes when markets are rational, every technical indicator is working. When markets are irrational, like these lights, when these lights are green, everybody's indicators and everybody's system is going to work very well because the market's just behaving with structure. So when these lights are red, everything's going to fail. Rocket Scooter stuff is going to have a hard time pivoting with the same certainty. VWAP's going to have a hard time bouncing. Volume nodes are going to have a hard time bouncing. Support and resistance are going to have a hard time holding. The markets are chaotic. That's really what you want to see. There's an indicator that says markets are just crazy right now. Okay. All of my moving averages are going to cross at the wrong time, you know. 20 days of profitability is boot camp. Yep. 20 days profitability mindset masterclass. We teach you profitability mindset, which basically means every decision you make must be geared towards profitability, risk and reward analysis, return on investment analysis kind of thing. How many micros do you think is appropriate in your case? If you started 500 small account and you're up 720 just trading micros, ES or NASDAQ? ATD. Zoom call session later today. Yeah, if you guys want to do a Zoom call, we'll do one because it's Friday. NASDAQ. Okay. So every burp in NASDAQ is 40 points, right? So every 1 micro in NASDAQ per 40 points of move, by the way I trade, it's going to equal to $80. So on a $500 account, right, that's 16% of your account. That's a lot per trade, right? So 1 micro, I wouldn't go above 1 micro at that account size. You're not up 720, you're up 220, so you have 720 in it. So what you want to do is you want to divide. This is the trick I teach people. You take your net look of your account, you divide it by the initial margin requirement of the contract. And that will tell you your max position size you ever should have. So let's look that up. CME margins. It's a good rule of thumb as a maximum you shouldn't go over. There's a whole science behind this. Well, I'll just kind of give you the data. The boot camp we talk about. The second class goes over this particular equation. Let's do CME. Let's do asset class equities. Let's go to NASDAQ. So NASDAQ is, oh God, it's so high because of the volatility lately. 31,000 to the long side. 337. Okay. So you're going to take $720. So, and then we're going to do micros. So divided by, so 720 divided by 3133. And it's telling you appropriately should be trading 0.2 micros. Okay. So 1 micro is the smallest you can go. Unless you start trading nanos, which don't, but yeah, 1 micro, that's it for 720 on NASDAQ. I'll recommend one thing that might help you out a little bit better. NASDAQ and S&P per micro will travel even less. Since you have a denomination of only trading micros, the S&P will have less drawdown than NASDAQ micro for micro. NASDAQ and S&P, when they move up in their waves, NASDAQ will move 8 for every 5 the S&P moves. Yeah, and there's a nano. on the Farex exchange. They have the Bloomberg 500 and the SuperTech 100, which are exchanges that mirror the S&P and NASDAQ. Farex is its own exchange that tries to sell nano products. A nano is a tenth of a micro. They, Rick Tomzik, the CEO of Tradeovate, phoned me like in 2016 to tell me about the Farex exchange and asked me if I'd help support it and blast it on my stream and stuff. And I checked it out, and it was a highly illiquid thing back then. I don't know if it's still around or if it's still kicking it, but it was pretty new back then, and the goal was you can trade with like a couple bucks in your account. So if you recommend starting Edo, just go to the boot camp. We'll come today at 4 p.m. Eastern. We'll do a Zoom call right when the market closes. Other than that, there's a section in your My Courses section that has all the boot camp videos. We start the boot camp on Monday. You can get ahead of that by starting it. That's number 1. You're up $220. Heck yeah, man. Good job on your challenge. I wish you luck on that. But right, so make sure that if you can only trade 1 micro and you're on the edge like that, trade S&P rather than NASDAQ for 2 reasons. Because you have a tighter amount. S&P per move is going to move up 5 for every 8 that the NASDAQ moves. So if the market moves up this much and then pivots, and you have 1 NASDAQ mini and 1 S&P mini, then for every 800 the NASDAQ made, that 1 mini on S&P would make 500. So you're going to take less drawdown if you need to be below 1, to be honest. But if you can only trade 1, trade S&P. Number 2 is the NASDAQ always has a bid-ask spread of 1, if not 2 ticks, sometimes 4, sometimes 10. It just depends. The S&P is 1 tick always. So even doing market orders, you're going to get screwed trading the NASDAQ because you're even going to be down 4 ticks, which is, on 1 micro. So per point for NASDAQ is $20 per point. So per micro is $2. You're already down $2 just by getting filled. So the spread on the NASDAQ makes it also harder to trade ATD. Does that make sense? So if I were to go in there and buy the S&P on a market order, I at most would lose $1.25 per micro because it's 1 tick. On NASDAQ, look at this. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 4. You're already going to lose $2 or $3 out the door. So the spread on the NASDAQ makes it, you should avoid the NASDAQ when you're that small, and you can't denomination any smaller than 1. While they'll pivot at the same time, watch the NASDAQ, and when you wanted to long the NASDAQ, long the S&P instead. They'll pivot at exactly the same place as long as you're not trading around earnings. That makes sense, hopefully. Do I want to short an MHP? Did I? I'm thinking about it. This is also yellow line on S&P. Should I push the button? VIX still moving lower. Dude, I know, there is absolutely, no volatility in this market today. So while I have been trying to sell off the last 2 or 3 days, the VIX is not having any of it. I think it's just because people are just not betting against Donald Trump in the trade war. There's absolute certainty that nobody is panicking on the market until bad news comes. So not yet. Be careful today, ladies and gentlemen. We have had some bit of pull up in the resilience levels, but it's still not above 0 just yet, but it's trying to get better. Yep. So, but bro, if you're doing that with 1 to 2 micros, that's nice. And I'm going to tell you, even with 2 micros, you can bust pretty quick on an account challenge that small. So the problem is you can't you can't manipulate a cost basis if you're only trading 1. It's kind of hard to add to a position. You got to kind of be very right. So be patient. My last piece of advice is be patient. Wait for your strong pivots and take them. Don't chase. Don't get in early. Don't say, okay, maybe this is where I'm going to get in. Hit your DD band, hit your resiliences, hit your half gap, hit your hedge pressures, and let it hit the pivot. And be picky about your trades. When it's a small account, you got to be very picky about your trades. Yeah. Hello, cupcake delivery lady.
I need you to finger my buttercream.
All right, guys. Earmuffs. Oh, God, it's too much.
It's a lot.
Oh, my God. I'm not eating sugar anymore, right?
I know. That's why I asked you just to finger it real fast.
So good. Hold on, let me taste it again.
Is
Good.
This is before I put the food coloring and practice my piping.
Let me see. This language is not appropriate for
I
children.
know. I gotta learn how to pipe correctly. All this white cream.
It's really good. Did you buy confectioner's sugar?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good.
Which is basically powdered sugar.
It's very finely ground sugar. It's like slightly less, it's slightly above powder, but slightly less than granular sugar. It's like,
So it's not really powdered sugar, it's specific.
no, it's, I don't know if it's like sugar that's like powder. You remember, it's like very, very, very small sugar granules, right? Did it feel like powdered sugar, or was it like slightly granule, like really fine
No,
sand?
It's very fine. Like I had to sift it.
Like it's fine like a sand, right?
Yeah. No. It's even finer. It's a powder.
Oh, so is it finer than powdered sugar?
It's
Oh, then maybe I had it backwards. Hold on. Yeah, I definitely had it backwards. It's so good.
Okay.
Good job.
Carry on.
What are you making now?
I'm just coloring. This one holds better than obvious. I can also freeze up to 3 months.
Wait, what is that? What is that called?
This
Buttercream.
vanilla
That's really good. There's no cream cheese in that?
just butter, cream, vanilla extract, powdered sugar. 5 minutes.
Bro,
He's so
why are you so hyper today?
he's so uneasy.
Why are you so easy today? You hate the lights or something, dude? I think he hates the lights.
Your lights are pretty.
What's wrong? You always sit with me when I work. God, dude. Oh my god. All right. Bye.
Come on, baby. Oh.
He's gotten so big. You guys remember when Pickle was like such like a tiny little puppy when I got him? Just finger it real fast. Oh my god. Let's finger this market. I know, right? Market stabilizing today. Do I want to try another short? I don't know. On MHP resilience. Look at ES real quick. Maybe. Market's just having like a very hard time selling off. You know, it's like there's no volatility. That's the problem. Like I've already had such a good winning day. Do I want to risk it? Is the middle there? Okay. Well, MHP resilience is negative, and we're approaching overnight dynamic MHP. So usually this is resistance when this orange line is less than 0. As a technical play to dive the market to there, but VIX is not at all. Like there is 0 volatility. This market is not going to sell off. The proper betting explanation was gold information. Have ever any trader before? It's all about management. It's a casino where you have some edge. That's basically it. Yeah. Like at best you have is like some edge, and then just betting right is how you do it. A lot of people that are trying to like sell an idea that they have some kind of game up on the market. Well, we have statistical edge with our stuff, and there's reasons behind it. Why does the market resist a hedge pressure? Well, because of there's going to be predictable order flow at that one spot. Why? Well, because at that one spot, there's hedging. There's a net sum of all delta hedging is increased at this one spot. There's delta hedging everywhere, but you'll see it maximize at this one level. And so here should produce high volume as an example when you touch it, just like it did earlier. And therefore I can bet which direction that volume go, right? So just as an example, let's say that I wanted to take a volume pivot short on here. I'll pop a short. So let me do it just for the sake of the argument. And so whether I'm right or wrong, which I'm probably going to be wrong, but for the sake of science, we'll just have fun with it. I'm going to have a 40-point stop on this in case I'm wrong, which should be about here. And then my R&R on this is going to be the reward is really big for the risk I'm taking, but there is no volatility, so I'm not expecting the market to like nosedive and die. So therefore, because I'm kind of sitting in the middle, just small position, not taking a lot of risk on it. That's wrong. That's the QQ MHP from earlier. Oh, wait. Is that the wrong number? Oh, I reset my platform. Okay, hold on. Maybe I made a stupid decision. Hold up. Oopsie. Okay, wait. 20098. Oops. Oh, look at that. I randomly shorted the market. Let's see if I get anything. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Thank you for letting me know. That is not the right number. That is. Okay. Let me make sure S&P is at the right spot as well. Oopsie. Thanks for letting me know. 56.58, and then SPY is here. Thanks, bud. Okay. All right, so now I have no reason to be shorting from here except for half cap. But yeah. So this is actually no man's land. So the opportunity is reward to risk ratio, and that's it. So even committing to trade where it's a random spot. So this is not really a good trade to be in right now. Watch me still kill it. No, it's probably gonna be a loss, but that's okay. I was just trying to, for the example, the sake of things. So inside of here, actually what I do have is, I deleted all those lines I drew on here. Half gap is like right there. So because resilience is less than 0, this is still resistance. Unless there is a rally in the stocks at the end of the day. Okay, so I am in no man's land. The liquidity map's not going to help me at all to the right. There is no setup here. I shouldn't be doing anything, but I'm going to explain to you guys like a commit to trade example, like R&R on this. So there's NASDAQ, and let's do QQQ. So S&P is at that level there. QQQs is actually right about... Oh, it's actually right here. Okay. All right, so yeah, this is probably a bad spot to be in. Take my $30 and run. Yeah. So there's no reason to be trading from here. This is just luck. Dude, I'm lucking out on this. There's no reason I should actually be winning anything on this. I wanted to trade off of MHP, but that was my mistake from being at the wrong spot. But I do want to be short from here, though, if the resilience is less than 0. I'm just demonstrating a trade for you guys. Yeah, get out and wait. I probably should get out and wait for something better. Yeah. You guys are right. But the box is also resistance when res is less than 0. So the luckiest $100 I've ever made. Oh. Yeah. Let's not chalk up a trading strategy to luck, but yeah, that's true. Take the $300. Oops. Thank you for Moro. Thanks for watching my back, dude. Yeah, when I had to refresh my platform, apparently it deleted everything I had manually drawn on there. So, as a good trader, yeah, that was the example. As a good trader, you can take a random and still win. You know how I won this trade? By not holding on to it when I could possibly lose. The winning of the trade is just not being in it right now. So walking away while I could. I made more than he did by mistake. By mistake. Oh. Well. I'm wise enough to know to get out of the way right here. Now, it can resist from here, but this isn't not a strong pivot that we trade off of. It can resist the bottom of this white line when resiliences are less than 0 is a good strong short pivot. I mean, a good strong resistance, but it's not one of our short pivots from our setups, unfortunately. I saw the pattern, baby. The pattern is I don't know, so I'm going to get out of the way. They finish my funded next. See, the thing is that I'm curious how long it's going to take me to get my activation or my account or anything. TradeFi has some announcement they've been buzzing about. Something big is coming to TradeFi. It's almost ready to drop, but here's the thing. We're not announcing it everywhere. Not yet. You got to be in Discord to get the info. That was earlier at noon. They're announcing something big in their Discord. What do we think that it is? They already have live accounts. They already have... Is it a leaderboard, maybe? They already have direct to funded. What else? Oh, TradeFi TV. That's what it is. TradeFi TV. Daily payout. Could be. I don't know if their risk rules allow for daily payout, though. I'd say it's probably the TV show. Oh, yeah. TradeFi brokers. That'd be kind of cool. My best prop, in my opinion, is Funded Next right now. It's riskier because they're new, but they have the best rules in that, in period. My second favorite is TradeFi, and everyone else's here's favorite is probably Take Profit. So I have no incentive to tell you Funded Next is better. We've gone over the rules here. They all pay me, trust me. They all pay me the same amount for the most part. But Funded Next is the one that has the rules that are like really, 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 the payout rules are the best in the business right now. So everyone else is great though. No, there's no, it's like I wrote in Discord my reasoning for why I like one over the other. Like ETF has the best static account in the business. Futures Desk allows you to create your own eval based on parameters that you like. So you can go actually move little sliders and change your drawdown ratios, and it just changes the price. That's kind of cool and novel. Top Step, nobody has complaints with. They're very good. My Funded Futures, nobody has complaints with. Their payout rules are good. They have end of the day drawdown accounts that are really solid. TradeFi is direct to funded. That's why I like. So essentially I like them all for different reasons. Yeah. You want a good solid play where, you know, TradeFi has capped payouts. That's the one thing I don't like, but there's always going to be something you don't like. But every one of the ones we work with are so far ones that I think are good or that you guys think are good. I've had dozens of prop firms come to me that I've said no to. I've had prop firms offer me salaries and I've said no to it. Like, hey, we'll pay you like, you know, 10 grand, 20 grand a month just to mention us on your stream, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, thanks. Dude, you only got to mention us like once a week. And I'm like, nope, no, thanks. Because I'm like, I heard about you and no thanks. You joined the wrong one. Oh, there's so many of them out there. And the problem is that like, how do you know which ones are good? And the only ones that I can tell you that I've experienced with, I've never really had a bad experience with the ones I've used so far, which is Top Step, Apex, Funded Next, TradeFi. I've had good experiences with all of them personally. No shade, an ETF, no shadiness, no weird subjective payout rules. You know, been pretty straightforward. The most straightforward firm, hands down, is Tradeify. It's automated. They don't have any rules that are subjective. It's an algorithmic thing. I get approved for a payout in 5 minutes after I request one, and the money appears in my account that same day. I never have anybody from Tradeify reach out for any reason to question anything about it. So Tradeify is the most straightforward payout, but they are capped on their payouts too. So, but yeah. So all the ones I rep are very much ones that either I stand by personally or you guys have told me to stand by. So like Take Profit is one of the most like fan favorites here. I've never used them, but I do promote them heavily because like 60% of our users use them. So it's like they say they're good. And so I haven't personally had experience with those guys yet. Yeah, like there was a prop firm called Goat Futures, Goat Funded or something like that. And they were like, hey, you know, we'd like to work with you. We like, you know, and they reached out to me or whatever. And then I was reading up on them, and it was like recently there was this like their Discord, people are getting banned from the Discord because they were asking about their payouts and stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, that's a little much for me, so no. And that's why I've never mentioned them. But like, that's an example of honesty. You know, I won't just work with people if it looks bad for you guys, you know. Again, I didn't verify if that was accurate or not, but I did verify that people are getting banned from their Discord. And I was like, if you're silencing your members at that point, it's a little, you know what I mean? That's a big no for me, buddy. That's a nope. So my class coming next week, you said it's all recorded. Yeah, it's all recorded, but there's also a live session that enhances the recording. So like in the live session, we go through the video together and I answer questions while you ask them while we're all watching the video. So I sit here as a student with you guys in the class. So I'm like actually watching it with y'all. Then you answer questions or ask questions, and I'll pause the video to give an example relevant to the current market situation. So like right now we're in a certain kind of market, volatility is a certain way, bull market. Things will look a little different in a bear market. So it's kind of like showing you guys different environments. There's people that have gone through the boot camp all 8 times that we've done it. And this is like the 9th time we're doing it. So, but the videos are pre-recorded and they're all available and all the handouts are there. And it'll really help you understand the stream a lot better because you can have all the handouts in front of you and stuff. That short is up huge. I know. But then yeah, I know, right? I'm like, oh man, that was a dumb trade if there ever was one. For some reason, something about today, I just don't feel like the market's gonna sell off. But if it does, I'll be happy to see it go lower. Is he starting today? Bootcamp starts on Monday. You're out. All right, Maddie. See you later, bud. Have a good weekend. I'm about to go downstairs in a little bit and load up on sugar. We're streaming a little past what we normally would do, so I think I'm gonna call it quits too, guys. I'm done for the day. Pretty decent. I've add $100 to that, so that's pretty good. But anyways, I'm outie. If you guys have any questions, don't forget to join our Discord. I'm gonna be there just chatting with you guys today. If y'all need anything, just holler at me. Bootcamp starts on Monday, so if you didn't win and you still want to get into the $20, like I said, join it. It's a huge event. Hundreds of people will be there, and it's really great. We go through a lot. And the goal is to change how you think about the markets. And, you know, if there's something you're looking for that you're missing, it's good to try something new. Maybe this might be that new thing you try. So we'll see y'all later. Have a great, wonderful weekend. I'm out. Love y'all. Peace.
Market spinning in chaotic haze. Rocket scooter blast through the maze. Volume prediction shows the way. Leave the doubt and the fray. Liquidity map paints the scene. Hidden nodes like ghosts unseen. Reverse engineer to see the light. Illuminate the darkest night. Rocket scooter has got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see. Where institutions hide. trends we ride with.